Portimão racing in the Formula Winter Series for the second weekend. 1.3 seconds in there. It does get a mighty run outside of the final corner. Danny Sufi loses it into the first corner. We are underway and racing in the GT Winter Series, but already. The sun is rising over the Algarve and we are ready for a full day of GT racing action with the GEDLICH Racing GT Winter Series and GT4 Winter Series. And it will be the GT cars, the GT3s and the single make cup vehicles out on track first. Some of the fastest racing supercars in the world, and we're graced by some of the most competitive teams in the GT racing space here at the GT Winter Series. Almost 30 cars set to take to the grid for this first race of our broadcast, but we welcome you along for what is going to be a scintillating day of action in the Winter Series. Myself, Adam Weller, here in the commentary box, and we're being joined once again in the commentary box by Andy McEwen.
Good morning, Adam. Very much looking forward to this. Yesterday was a little taster, I think, of what's to come. We had two fascinating races, the GT Winter Series and GT4 Winter Series, both in action for their first 30-minute sprint yesterday afternoon. Today, though, we've got 4 races to really sink our teeth into, the pit stop races as well to come later on. And for now, at least, a dry circuit. Much better weather forecast today. We had quite heavy rain through the morning yesterday, rained quite heavily overnight as well. So whilst the track appears to have dried out since then, a lot of the rubber that was laid down yesterday, I suspect, has been washed away. A green and slightly cold racetrack will greet the drivers for the first race, but they're pretty much perfect conditions other than that for racing on a track that over the years, Adam, has always produced excitement in GT Winter Series circles, and what a track it is.
Yes, a circuit that we've been to every season of the Winter Series. How could we be in this part of the world and not come to the Autódromo Internacional do Algarve? Established in 2008, 4.6 kilometres, and of course a former and future home of the Formula One Portuguese Grand Prix. Congratulations to everyone here at the organisation on the return of Formula One. As you can see, we've got clouds and clear skies scheduled, so hopefully the track dries and stays dry for our drivers here. No debates over tyres on this day. They'll be hoping it will be fairly still day as well, so the drivers in pretty much perfect conditions. As ever, it's not a million miles away from at least a mid-spring English day, if not a summer English day.
Hey, I'll take this. It's warmer by some margin than it is back at home. So, yeah, there's a reason we come to Southern Europe to race at this time of year, and that is that we've got at least half a chance of some decent weather. Didn't necessarily deliver yesterday, as I said, but pretty nice. The temperature rising quite steadily throughout the last hour or so, and the forecast, as I said, does say that it will stay this way throughout the rest of the day. Just 4 races, but spread out over a good number of hours, so drivers certainly will be keeping one eye to the sky, but with a tad more optimism perhaps than yesterday.
Absolutely. Well, the third member of our broadcast team is, of course, Izzy Browning, and we'll be down on the grid with her in a few minutes' time. But earlier in the week, she sat down with Stefan Lerner, who coordinates the championships of the GEDLICH Racing Winter Series, to pick his brains and talk about the season that we have to come.
This year in the Winter Series, we want to take you behind the scenes, talking to some of the faces around the paddock without whom we simply couldn't come racing. This weekend in Portimão, we have our first guest of the series. Do you want to introduce yourself?
I'm Stefan, and I'm the Racing Series Coordinator for GEDLICH Racing.
So you're the Racing Series Coordinator. You have been over the last few years. We're back again for another year of the Winter Series. What is the first thing you do when you get to the track?
So usually I just arrive and see where my contact person is, and then have a little chat with him or her. I mean, over the years, it's not just a professional relationship, but with many of those, you're also becoming friends. And then, of course, we ask if there's anything new that we need to know. We collect the keys, and then slowly but surely start with the actual work.
So that's what it looks like on the first day. What about the rest of the weekend? What are you up to?
So it depends on the weekend and on the racing series that we have, and also on each weekend, every day is completely different from the next one. There's also always some unforeseen tasks that come up, of course, and problems that we have to solve and find a solution for. In general, we have to get the licenses. We have to see that everybody is in the correct pit allocation, that the paddock is organized, that the circuit knows what to do, that our personnel knows what to do. So, to be honest, it's such a long list of to-dos and things to do and remember that it'll take a while to just tell you everything.
Yeah, it's a very busy job, a lot of coordination going on throughout the weekend and before the weekend as well. Were you always interested in motorsport? How did you end up in this job?
I was indeed. So as a small little kid, I was interested in Formula One, and I was watching the races with Michael Schumacher. And then afterwards, I was pretty interested in MotoGP and motorcycle racing. And then actually through this job, I got back into the world of four-wheel racing.
And we come to some iconic tracks as well. I mean, that must be pretty special. You said you grew up on Formula One, MotoGP. The track we're at this weekend is about to become a Formula One track again in a couple of years.
Yeah, sometimes I can't believe it. So all these circuits that I know from TV and the races that I've seen on TV and on live streams, now I'm there and working here and organizing the winter series. Sometimes it's, if you come to think about it, it's simply amazing.
And as you say, we're here in the winter series. It obviously only races throughout the winter, but there's a lot that goes into getting to this point all year round, really. Just tell us about that.
Yeah, so as a company, we also organize test days and track days throughout the whole year, and next year also the GT Summer Series. But to be honest, the winter series keeps us busy the whole year. So as soon as the last race finishes in March, already the next days there's preparation going on for the coming season.
And it must be so nice then to see all of that work come together and see the cars hit the track this weekend. How special has that been, watching some of the practice sessions?
Well, I don't really have time to watch the practice sessions,
Fair.
but once Saturday and Sunday arrives, then we have all the registrations are done, paperwork is done, and then when you see all the spectators in the paddock, the lights go out and you can see the races from the grandstands, from the paddock, or also from our live stream. Then it's really when I'm lost for words.
Yeah, exactly, lost for words. And I'm sure a lot of the spectators are as well, because as you mentioned, that is one of the nice things, is that not only can you watch on the broadcast, you can also come down to the racetrack as well and get up close and personal with some of the cars that you see in the winter series. What has been the highlight so far?
Oh, that's a tough question. If I really have to choose one, I think it is Valencia 2 or 3 years ago. That was the first time where we not only had many cars on the circuit racing, but also a huge public attendance with grandstands on the main straight full. That was, for me, definitely one of the highlights.
Yeah, it's so special to see, and I'm sure as well when we go back to Valencia this year, there'll be so many spectators as well enjoying the weekend. Final question then, what are you hoping for the winter series for this year?
Well, obviously I hope for racing, so interesting races and fights on the circuit. But then on the other hand, I also hope that all these little improvements that we made throughout the season, throughout summer, and that all our processes that we changed, all our new personnel that comes into the winter series, that all these little things work out as we intended them to be, and that we constantly improve. And also, of course, that we see new faces in the paddock, so that more teams join our racing series, that new drivers come and race with us. And already this season, here in Portimão for the kickoff, that is happening. We have some new drivers and also some new teams racing with us this weekend.
Yeah, the biggest GT3 grid that we've ever had, which
exactly.
is very impressive and continues to build year on year. Thank you so much for speaking to us. We're really excited to see what the season has to hold.
Thanks to you.
Great insight there from Stefan. He's a very hard-working individual. He has a lot of balls in the air that he's juggling on a consistent basis in the paddock, as does everyone at the small but mighty team here at GEDLICH Racing. So we'll be hearing, I think, with Izzy from a number of the backstage and front-facing personnel that make these events possible. So that we look forward to more sit-down interviews later on in the year. The cars are arriving to the grid at the moment. There is the first of them, the Haupt Racing number 74 Mustang. That's Alain Valente heading down to the grid. He'll be starting from 4th position. There are some real heavy-hitting names in the first few rows of this grid. You've got Carol Bash and J-Mo Hartling on the front row of the grid. I expect those two to have an interesting dice. Moritz Viskirchen also there alongside Alain Valente on row 2. I look to row 4 and Marcus Clutton. It's greasy conditions out there at the moment. At Motorland Aragon last year in greasy conditions, he was going a handful of seconds quicker than anyone else out on the circuit. Obviously, we Brits are good at greasy conditions.
Well, Marcus Clutton did a lot of his early racing in a little championship called the Fun Cup in the UK, and those cars are not known for having a huge amount of grip. They spend a lot of time racing in the northwest of the country, where the weather is not always all that pleasant. I can say that from personal experience.
I was going to say, where are you from again?
So he is rather good in the way. He's rather good in the drive, but he's very good in damp and greasy conditions, and I agree, that car is very much out of position. A couple of interesting storylines, I think, to follow in this race. We saw a Haupt Racing team for Mustang on the front row yesterday. Of course, this time the 74 car starts row 2. That's the highest place of those two cars. Didn't really have the pace in yesterday's race, but now with Alain Valente at the wheel, could be maybe more of a threat. And you mentioned J-Mo Hartling, of course, that number 11 car driven by Kenneth Hyre yesterday was off in the gravel early doors. Didn't have a good result from a championship perspective. Quite important that that number 11 Mercedes has a strong result today. Cars arriving on the grid then. Let's head down and join Izzy, who is in amongst all of the action.
Well, a very good morning, everybody, and welcome to the grid for the first time on this beautiful Sunday. Beautiful conditions out here this morning, blue skies, and a great day of racing ahead of us. We have got the GT Winter Series first race of the day coming up, and it is the number 777 yet to roll in once again. They will be on pole position, but I'm actually going to come and speak to someone over here with the SR team. I did see Kenneth, although I'm now... there. Where's Kenneth gone? He's disappeared right as I need to speak to him. There he is, Kenneth. I was wondering where you'd gone for a second. We can't have a winter series without you, can we? I mean, back again, and this time you're with J-Mo once again. You guys won the overall championship in 2024. Back to do it again.
Yeah, best on the paper, so everything's written down for a good season. So yeah, like 2024, J-Mo's really calm guy, super mega talented. So nice for me to supporting him in my last quarter of the career, and he's the first. So it's a very ambitious program again for us. 3 weekends we will be with 2 GT3 cars, so I have a lot of support from the other car as today, as you can see. Moritz is also doing a very well job, and yeah, looking forward for a nice season.
And not only are you the 2024 overall champs, you're also the defending GT3 champs with Moritz, who's in that car. It's kind of interesting because you've sort of raced with both of them, but you're back. Yesterday, a tricky race. Just talk us through kind of what happened.
Yeah, I was a bit too ambitious in the second round. I felt the car was really good, so I want to attack the fourth before me, so I was already on a P4 after starting P7. Yeah, would be a good advice to be a bit more calm in the first 2 or 3 laps, so I spun, and then I have to really collect a lot of cars until I retired. Not retired, I come back to the top 10, but yeah. Not the best start of the season, but it was my own fault, nothing else, and that's it.
Well, another chance today. It's great to see you back on our Winter Series grid. Go well today, and I'm sure you'll want to have a quick chat with J-Mo, so we will let you go and continue up the grid. Great to speak to you, Kenneth. We are going to continue up the grid, though. As you see, right behind the number 11 is the 111, and Moritz Viskirchen will be taking that car this morning. As I say, Kenneth Hyre and him are the defending GT3 champs, but of course in separate cars. cars this year. I am going to try and get a little bit further up the grid though, because it was an exciting race yesterday for the number 67 of Simon Orange. I am actually seeing a lot of wet tyres on the grid. Every car that I have gone past so far is sporting the wet tyres. We've got the 3-minute board though, so I'm going to quickly see if I can jump in with Marcus and have a chat, although the guys, I think, just doing a little bit of last minute work. Can I jump in? Great. Marcus, great to see you on the grid. I mean, Simon had a lively race yesterday. What can you do today?
Well, hopefully we can get a bit higher up the grid than we've qualified. One reason or another, qualifying didn't work out for us yesterday, but we have shown pace over the week, so hopefully we can climb a few positions and make the most of it.
And how do you think the car fares? I mean, we've got a lot of different GT3s on this grid. How does the McLaren fare compared to some of the others?
Yeah, I mean, we're the only McLaren, but we're in the mix. I think the Ferraris are really strong. But, I'd like to say we can be somewhere near them. We'll soon find out.
All right, best of luck. Thank you so much for speaking to us. Just going to dip out and get my head out so I don't get hit by the door. Right, I think we've got a little bit more time, so I am going to continue just to show you tyres, because all of the teams now leaving the grid, but there are a lot of wet tyres, primarily wet tyres actually, on this grid this morning. If I just feel, the track is damp actually, so even though we have beautiful blue skies, it is a damp track, and this race coming up very shortly. So we will go to your commentators, Adam Weller and Andy McEwen.
So then the final personnel leave the grid and we are about to go racing for the first time this morning. The second race of the weekend for the GT Winter Series. I believe the clock should start ticking as soon as these cars depart the grid. So we will maybe have a slightly shortened green flag period in this race. Carol Bash starting from pole position alongside J. Mo Hartling representing Olymp Racing and SR Motorsport by Schnitzelbaum respectively. Row 2 of the grid, Alain Valente in the Haupt Racing Team Ford Mustang GT3. I believe this is Alain Valente's first weekend in the GT Win Series, if I'm not mistaken. Moritz Viskirchen from 4th position in the 111 Mercedes. And then in P5, it is Yaroslav Veselaho in the AF Corsa Ferrari, Arunas Kakaushkash in the Utah Racing number 71 Audi R8 LMS GT3. In P7, another row, all GT3s. Emil Yerdrum, Haupt Racing Team driver, alongside Marcus Clutton, who I expect to come through the field in these conditions that are rather coded for his fancy. Andre Fernandez, P9 in the 991.2 spec Porsche 911 GT3R. Przemysław Bienkowski rounding out the top 10 in the Mercedes from PTT Racing Team. In 11th place is the GTX class BMW Christoph Ernhausen for Classic and Speed, the brilliant Z4 GT3 which has been turning heads all weekends. He is alongside Dexter Muller in the CBRX by SPS Mercedes. Position number 13, Tim Hutter, the Austrian driver who is mentored by Franz Tost, the former Toro Rosso team boss. 13th on the grid for him alongside Alfredo Hernandez of Grupo Prom Racing Team, another Mercedes. Row 8 of the grid, and we have Norikazu Shibata in the AF Corsa Run Noric Racing entry, the Ferrari 296 GT3, and the Olymp Racing number 5 Ferrari of Stanislav Jedlinski. 17th position, Alessio Ruffini, in the first of the Cup cars, only 17th on the grid. Ruffini from P17 alongside Carl Runfeldt, otherwise known as Carl Moon. 19th position is Leandro Martins in the LMR Porsche, the first of the Cup 2 entries. He's joined by Nil Montserrat, a late addition to the entry list in the NM Racing Team Mercedes GT2. 21st place, Lucas Azato in the Cup 1 Ferrari, joined by Alexei Kikareshko of PT Sports by Up to Race. That car was very quick in wet conditions in the practice sessions on Thursday. Sean Ran in 23rd place. He's alongside Friedrich Müller in an all-Cup 1 Ferrari 296 Challenge. Row number 12, Igor Klaya in 25th place alongside Anders Steiner. And then those two, of course, Cup 2 Porsche entries. And then we get to the penultimate row of the grid, row 14, in 27th place, KC King for Nascenti Racing, the number 4 car. Mats Kimby with him on row 14, and taking up the rear of the field will be the Team Steiner Racing Porsche of Ulrich Forsberg. 29 cars set to take the start of this race. We are already seeing the clock tick down, 27 minutes and change left to go in the race. They'll do 2 formation laps. We're just going on to the second of them, and then we will go racing here in the GT Winter Series. Certainly, I think anyone who would have been on slicks would be performing a particular act of bravery, but towards the end of this race, Andy, I think these wet tyres are going to be crying enough.
Yeah, I don't do this often, Adam. I'm going to disagree with you. I actually think I was watching very closely as you were running through the grid at the cars on that first formation lap. The only part of the track that has any sort of standing water is the start-finish area. As soon as they get out of this first sequence of corners, you'll see how much less spray there is. See it here at this part of the circuit into turn 5, not anything like as much spray, and at the top of the hill, where the wind perhaps is helping to dry the track a bit more, it's even drier. Right now, yes, a slick tyre would not be quite as quick as a wet tyre, but in 20 minutes time, I suspect that might be a different story. Now, whether anyone's willing to take that risk is another matter. As we heard, most drivers, certainly everyone we saw on the grid was on wet tyres, but I think by the end, those tyres are going to resemble something a little bit more jelly-like than Pirelli and indeed the drivers would like.
An alarming blend of chalk and chewing gum, I suspect. Now, you see spray there at the top of the hill. Those are the kind of places where you really don't want limited traction. So I do understand why everyone's on the wets at this moment in time. Now, to quickly touch base on the situation for tyre changes, yes, you can. No, they probably won't. It's a 2 minutes mandatory pit delta if you come in for a tyre change. So I very much suspect that no one's going to roll that particular dice. But we will wait and see with bated breath on that one. I think it will become quite clear in these early stages if anyone has gone for slicks. We saw down through most of the GT3 field that none of the GT3 drivers had, courtesy of Izzy down there on the grid. But yes, I think anyone in the early stages who's on slicks will know, because they'll be falling like a stone. But can it come to them later on? It's a compelling little story to keep up with. Carol Bash now takes control of the field in the number 777 Olymp Racing Ferrari 296 GT3. J-Mo Hartling looking to go with him as they come through the 15th and final corner. And Carol Bash just lifting off the throttle a bit on corner exit. And I think that might have been a faux pas, because it's brought the top half dozen together effectively. We go to green flag. Oh, the safety car is still out there. Okay, I think everyone thought that we were going to green that time. No safety car in this lap, says the timing screen, and hopefully everyone has got that memo in the pool of spray.
Someone spun behind the safety car we're hearing, and so they've elected to have another lap. Who it was, I'm not entirely sure. I'd have to scan. Oh, I suspect it was the number 47 Mats Kimby car. Had a very slow first sector, so
out of position.
There
as well.
It is, yeah. So Mats Kimby's had a rotation behind the safety car, so a decision's been taken to postpone the start.
Now he's being very gentle as he goes through those corners. I'm wondering if he might have been the gambler.
I told you they shouldn't be on slick tyres.
Oh, yes,
I said that was the wrong call.
Yes, I remember you advising Marcus Winkelhock to stay out on the slicks in 2007 as well. Excellent. Okay, well that's maybe a case study for the other teams then. But again, we've got 23 minutes out there on the circuit. I think Portimão does take a while to dry in general. We've seen that in previous years, particularly in the cool conditions. Remember, we both had eggs on our faces in the Formula Winter Series a couple of years ago, wondering quite openly why no one was on the slick tyres. But yes, Carol Bash will see the safety car in this lap. We are reliably informed on the live timing. Now I'm interested to see if Mats Kimby, yes, comes into the pits. So again, I suspect quite heavily that he's on slick tyres that he now wants rid of. And I think technically that will have to be a 2-minute stop because the clock is rolling. So that is a big loss for the Team Steiner Racing team in the Cup 2 class. A quick reminder, if you're just joining us for the first time, as we get a replay of the spin. Oh yeah, that's very much slick tyres. And does he get to the barrier as well? Yes, he does. And of course, the Porsche's ultra sensitive on the front end when it comes to the radiator. Didn't look like anything was spewing from the car, so I think he might be safe on that front. But either way, that was definitely a fit of aquaplaning and limited traction. The GT3 class, self-explanatory, they're at the front of the field. In fact, they are dominating the front of the field. 14 of them there, along with the Z4 in the GTX class. Cup 1 for the Ferrari 296 Challenge cars. Cup 2 for the Porsche 992 Cup machinery, and then there's one Cup 4 car. Unfortunately for this weekend, we had a couple of dropouts late on. Alessio Ruffini in the Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo, the only member of his class for this weekend, but he will have competition at Estoril next week. So then, we are underway this time. The safety car is coming in at the end of the lap. In fact, I believe it's already in the pit lane. So Carol Bash can, this time, launch away, and he's got himself a much better advantage than J-Mo Hartling than he did on the first attempt at the start. I think retroactively what Carol Bash was trying to do was say, is that the safety car over the crest of the hill? That's why he was a bit uncertain. We see Emil Yerdrum under threat immediately from Marcus Clutton going around the outside. He's now on the back of Arunas Kakauskis for 6th position as they run through the first corners of the lap. Everyone taking a wide berth, and there goes Clutton to the inside of the 71. The danger man in the orange racing by JMH car, but Arunas Kakauskis not going to take that line down. The Utah Racing Audi was side by side, but Clutton had the torque, had the traction. The top 3 have stayed in this advertised order, but it is Carol Bash leading the way. I dare suggest that number 67 McLaren, as we nearly make contact with the Audi, is the hottest seat out there on the circuit right now.
Well, he's making everyone else look like they are on slicks, isn't he? He's got so much more confidence in these early conditions, and Marcus Clutton is on a tear. Look, on the inside, gains another position. That's for 3 places gained since the start of the race. That is Veselaho in the number 96 Ferrari now losing a position. So Clutton is up to 5th already, having started 8th on the grid. Veselaho will now lose another position. Look, that is Gachauskas, isn't it, coming through in the Audi, sweeping by on the outside. We ride on board then with the Brit, the orange racing by JMH McLaren, already on the tail of Maurice Viskirchen, who is no slouch as we've seen in the past, but Marcus Clutton is absolutely charging towards the front.
Really impressive stuff there, and there was almost a bit of a swap there of the rear end as he was under braking. He was so committed, but he's dancing on that fine line so well. He gained so much in the braking zone to Moritz Viskirchen, and by the time they get to turn 15, he might be on Viskirchen's inside. The question is, does he want to be where the rubber has been laid down, although not much of it has been laid down this weekend. We've had a pretty consistent wash-off of the circuit from rain. In the back of shot there, we saw a Veselaho under pressure from Emil Yerdrum for 7th place as well. We ride on board with Clutton as we approach the first corner. Viskirchen in the periphery at the front of the windscreen, and look at how much closer he got to him as they approached the apex. Clutton, a very confident man on the brakes in these early stages. I dare suggest as he dives to the inside there of the Mercedes, and I think he will have 4th place by the time they get to the crest of the hill. No, Viskirchen holds on, but I was going to say as everyone else's confidence improves, perhaps Marcus's advantage will decrease. It just seems like Marcus gets out of the block really well in these conditions.
Well, and these are conditions in which it's generally quite hard to overtake because there is one definitively quicker line generally in the wet. It's hard, as we just saw, to get up the inside, and in fact now Kachauskas, excuse me, looking to the inside on Clutton because he's been sniffing around on the inside into the tighter corners in an attempt to get past Maurice Viskirchen, but that's not the quicker way through the turns, and on corner exit he's losing out slightly. So Marcus Clutton keen to make the most of this advantage that he seemingly has at this point, but finding out just how tricky it can be to overtake. Has a brilliant run though through the Craig Jones sweeper at turn 9 and up to the top of the hill at turns 10 and 11. Again he goes to the inside. Is there enough grip? He's on the wet painted curve trying to take the shortest way through the corner, but there we got a graphic example of how the outside lane is quicker, and again there so much more grip for Clutton on the outside line, and he is into 4th place already. It did look as well like Jamo Hartling and Alan Valente were scrapping for 2nd too, so Jamo Hartling not able to go after Carol Bash at this stage, instead busy defending 2nd. If they battle, of course, that plays right into the hands of this man.
Yeah, absolutely right. That could be a 3-car skirmish before too long here as we take the final corner, turn 15, giving the Apex a slightly wider berth than you otherwise would, but then getting onto those slippery curbs on the exit of the corner. It's just such supreme confidence to be doing that at those kind of speeds. And Marcus Clutton continues to pressure on. Viskirchen, Kachauskas, Veselaho and Yerdrum, your top 8 or 4th through 8th, all in one fairly long queue, and then behind them is Andre Fernandez, who's always good for some sideways action. Oh, Viskirchen there with a snap at only 30 or 40 miles an hour, and it looks so sketchy and uncomfortable at those kind of speeds where the downforce isn't working. Kachauskas has the inside line then on the approach to the hairpin. Will Viskirchen be able to make it work on the outside line? Will he have the traction advantage? One would suspect yes, but Arunas late on the brakes, and that works for him. Squares the corner. Nicely done by Arunas Kachauskas. The Mercedes has a better run up the hill, but I don't think he'll get close enough. Yeah,
Viskirchen perhaps spooked slightly by that locking of the rear brakes into turn 3. Didn't really have any confidence through 4, and that's what opened the door for Kachauskas to come through down at the bottom of the hill at turn 5. Look at the way, though, that Marcus Clutton has gapped this lot already. A purple first sector for Clutton, faster even than the race leader. What's his middle sector like? That will come momentarily. About a 10th slower than the leader, but bang on the pace of the cars ahead of him. Tight line there for Viskirchen. It's fascinating in these conditions, isn't it, to see drivers as they try and learn where the grip is, which line is quicker, and it might vary from corner to corner. So some drivers just getting to terms with that earlier than others, and Maurice Viskirchen, one of those seemingly who is still struggling a little bit. Jaroslav Veselaho now coming up to challenge in his AF Corsa Ferrari, the black number 96 machine. But having caught the Mercedes, he's now got to go off that ideal outside racing line to try and make the move stick. The final turn, a tricky one at the best of conditions. In these conditions, you can see how wide they have to run to avoid the slippery, rubbered up inside line. And Viskirchen now starts to get into the groove, pulls away ever so slightly. Shouldn't hopefully be under too much threat into turn 1.
Jamo Hartling has managed to get away from Alan Valente, and on the previous lap he was only a few hundredths off the pace of Carol Bash, so perhaps the gap between the top 2 will now stabilise. Meanwhile, we found the Cup 1 leader there, Karl Runefelt, who's just been overtaken, I think, by Leandro Martin, so these two are having a bit of a ding-dong battle at the moment. The Cup 1 Ferraris, the 296 Challenge cars, were supreme in a straight line last year, so I suspect we might see it come flying past. Yes, we do. On the approach to the first corner, the Porsche typically a little bit better on the brakes. He tries to go around the outside as Leandro Martin's a cutback and just avoiding a glancing blow with the rear of the 296 Challenge car. The Ferraris quick in a straight line. They were also quick when they had the wet tyres on last year. We saw an overall victory for one of the 296 Challenges in the 55-minute pit stop race here last year. So I wouldn't be surprised if the Ferraris slowly start to rise up the order in this race, and indeed in our third race later on, if these kind of conditions are a factor then, although the radars suggest we should be clear by that point. But Leandro Martin's very very experienced around this circuit, very experienced in a 992 Cup car, and he is using that to great effect. Look how he's pulled away from Runnefeld there in the first sector.
And look at who's catching. That's Lucas Azato in the second placed Cup 1 Ferrari run by Kessel Racing. So that little scrap there that Karl Runnefeld was having, whilst entertaining, has actually cost him quite a lot of time to the driver. He's really racing for a class victory, so this is now quite a significant battle between the two Ferraris. Of course, and Kessel Racing, two veteran teams of GT racing in general, really, but both with a long and successful history of running Ferraris. And AF Porsche in particular, of course, do immediately spring to mind when you think of one-make Ferrari racing. Can they notch up a victory here, or can Kessel Racing strike back? The gap, as I said, noticeably smaller now than it was a lap ago.
Yeah, Lucas Azato, fairly new to racing, as is Karl Runnefeld. Runnefeld has done a little bit of kind of informal competitive action in his native Scandinavian region. Meanwhile, Lucas Azato, I think his first race was November at Paul Ricard, if my memory serves me correctly. So he's fairly new, both of them fairly new, and they've been presented with difficult conditions, which they are managing extraordinarily well. But I dare suggest that, yes, we might see some exchanges here in the Cup 1 order. Fastest lap of the race last time by came from Jamo Hartling, who took 6/10 out of the lead of Carol Bash, with over a dozen minutes of the race left to go, with another half dozen or so laps left to go. If he can keep that kind of pace going, he'll be there on the back of the Ferrari before the end of the race.
I wonder whether maybe Jamo's just been trying to look after the tyres a little bit in the early stages, knowing that the track will dry as we work through the second half of this 30-minute race. Might that come to his aid in the closing stages? A very tight line taken by Carol Bash there as they went up through the turn 10-11 complex, that was. So there is your race-leading Erlip Racing Ferrari. There is the Mercedes in second position. SR Motorsport by Schnitzel Racing's Jamo Hartling, desperately needing to try and make up for the disaster, really, of a race one that car had in the hands of Kenneth Hire. Kenneth, I'm sure, will be cheering him on from the pit wall. In the sectors on this lap, first sector, 10th.5 quicker was Hartling. Similar sort of margin in the second sector. We'll see what the gap is at the end of the lap. The Ferrari, of course, will break the timing beam first. Fastest lap so far, a 57.294 by Jamo Hartling. What is the time for Carol Bash? It is a 57.6 and a 57.19 for Jamo Hartling. So another half a second or so gained. He is definitely on his way, isn't he?
Really is, yeah. He's charging as Jamo, of course. Like all of the SR Motorsport by Schnitzel drivers, he's a regular at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and I dare suggest that changeable conditions are built in for anyone who frequents Eiffel, Germany, so this perhaps makes a layer of sense. That said, of course, Carol Bash, Polish racer, and sometimes they have some pretty extraordinary weather as well. Of course, Carol Bash, an elite karter well into his 20s. He stayed in karting for a long time, so this kind of weather where you take the so-called karting line, he'll have some good experience of as well. Two very, very quick and potent drivers in leading teams' cars. It's a very interesting situation that we've got here on the circuit. You see there Marcus Clutton's pursuit of Alain Valente continuing within a second now, but I do get the impression that maybe Marcus could have taken the best out of the wet tyres in these greasy conditions. They're quite sensitive, and I wonder if the early heroics may have taken the best of them.
He was still half a second quicker than Valente last time by, though. He's bringing Gachauskas with him, so that's actually developing into a nice three-way battle for third position, worth keeping our eye on. As, of course, is this Cup 1 battle. Karl Runnefeld and Lucas Azato still running pretty much nose to tail. And behind, more Cup 1 and Cup 2 shenanigans. This is Sean Rand trying to keep Alexei Kikireshko, I knew I'd get that wrong, at bay in a fight for overall, if not class position.
I'm afraid it was Eagle Clier as well.
Yeah.
Eagle Clier to the inside line in the PTT Racing Porsche, and gets it done but doesn't get it stopped. So I think Friedrich Müller, with the superior power of the 296, might get the opportunity to fight back. No, wisely folded over there, Igor Clier, making sure the run wasn't going to work for him. The gap down to 1.8 between Carol Bash and Jamo at the front of the field, so not as much of a gain last time by in the fight, or the prospective fight for the overall lead. But we need to go to the first couple of corners now, where the battle for third is getting very intense. Alain Valente and Marcus Clutton side by side, and Clutton breezes through.
Fantastic. This is the sector that the McLaren has been working in so well all race long. In fact, this is about the first lap. He hasn't set a purple first sector. Well, mind you, he's not actually the end of the first sector yet, but in traffic, I suspect that will be the case. So nimble, so agile is that McLaren. And I think that big front-engine Ford Mustang just not getting the rotation through the low-speed corners. And Marcus Clutton has taken full advantage of that. He's into third position. Doubtful, perhaps, that he will catch the leaders, unless, of course, they come to blows in their battle for the victory. But still, this has been a remarkable drive from Marcus from 8th on the grid. The car that Simon Orange was getting stuck into the battles with yesterday. Marcus might now be, 9 minutes away from delivering their first podium of the season.
Yeah, Simon Orange was brewing a difficult qualifying yesterday. Felt like he had the pace to be a little bit further up the field had he started from a more favourable position. But Marcus Clutton doing a great job here in this race, as you say, to get that first podium of the season. Critical for them, of course, because they are one of the teams that we know will be here for the full season. And in fact, the car just ahead of them, of course, up the road, Jamo Hartling, is another one of those full season entries. Not only a full season entry, but a driver pairing and a team that have won the overall title before. So minimising the points lost, Jamo Hartling, in this race is of the utmost importance. We're getting in some lap traffic as well, and that could shake things up a bit for first and second positions. We need to keep an eye on that, because we saw yesterday just how much of an effect catching a back marker in the wrong spot can have on several occasions. Oh, Marcus Clutton on board with it there for a mighty snap. Turn left to go right was the mantra there, but we're down to 1.1 seconds at the front of the field, and we're in the traffic. So the top two is going to be an interesting battle, as is Gakauskas and Valente for 4th place. Marcus Clutton now picking his way through some of the lap traffic there. Casey King, the American racer who routinely races in the GT Challenge de las Americas in Costa Rica and wider Central America, just folding in there, unfortunately, on Alan Valente. This could get quite difficult for the Mustang driver, as Jamo Hartling is now firmly in the mirrors of Carol Bash. And I think Bash there was a bit wide and a bit slow through the hairpin. Hartling is now definitely within a second, I would say, by the eyeball test. In fact, yes, he is. He gained 4/10 in the first sector alone, with 6.5 minutes, or just under 7 minutes of racing left to go. The battle for the lead is on.
This is so difficult, though, for Carol Bash, because he will have seen this gap coming down and down and down incrementally, lap after lap, and the closer Jamo Hartling gets, and the closer to the end of the race we get, the more that pressure starts to build in the cockpit of the Olymp Racing Ferrari. He's now got a real defensive job on his hands to try and keep a fired up and clearly very pacey Jamo Hartling at bay. The Ferrari, though, through this technical middle sector, just seems to settle slightly, runs a bit wide heading into turn 13. May have been a mistake under braking. He may have just been searching for the grip, but either way, the Mercedes was quicker through that corner and should be pretty good through the final couple of turns as well. So is this where Jamo Hartling perhaps starts to build a challenge? Maybe into the first sector. He's very wide over the exit curb through turn 14. Needs a good run through 15, a nice slipstream past the pits, and we know he took a chunk of time out of the Ferrari a lap ago in sector 1. Here we go. He's done parts 1 and 2 of that plan absolutely to perfection. Can, though, he make the move?
We'll see. He's got the slipstream as they run down to the first corner. I don't think he's quite close enough to make the lunge there, but if he sets himself up for a nice run towards turn 2, it could be on. It could be the braking zone for turn 3. Will he get the nose of the big Mercedes in? No, Carol Bash says absolutely not, but that allows Jamo Hartling to set up nicely there for a run up through the slightly off camber turn 4, where Carol Bash is fighting the car. Opposite lock from both parties as they now run to turn 5. I think Hartling got a better run out of the corner, but it's still not quite close enough. Carol Bash is making the car wide. He's determined here to get the win on the board.
Yes, he is, and another good exit for Jamo Hartling from turn 5. Can he make something happen through 7 and 8? Let's see. Slightly defensive on the way up the hill was Carol Bash. He's wide through the first right-hander, but the inside line is not the best way to overtake. We saw that earlier in the race. Jamo Hartling really wants the outside through this next corner, the Craig Jones sweeper, and he has got the outside line. He's got the grippier side of the road. He's got the momentum. Has he got the race lead? He's well over the exit curb, kicks up the spray, and still Carol Bash will not give in. He now has the grippier line, but he's lost the track position. Jamo Hartling gets the lead away. Can Carol Bash fight back? He's trying to, but I think the Mercedes will hold the position. position.
What an exchange between these two, and I'm not sure it's over yet. Karel Bash will be determined to try and win this race, if for no reason other than the fact that his teammate Christian Korzanowski did it yesterday. He dives to the inside at turn 14, can't get it done there. He's not going to have the traction as he's finding swapping ends going around the turn 14 apex. And I think now, with a couple of car lengths in favour of Jamo Hartling, that may well, at least temporarily, settle the battle for a lap or two.
Fantastic racing though, that was brilliant stuff, wasn't it? And a great example there, visual example of the difference between the dry and the wet racing line, and how what a minefield it is when you're battling for position in these conditions, and just how tricky it is to put yourself on the right line at the right time. You've got to think 3 or 4 corners ahead, haven't you, and do things that you wouldn't normally do in the dry just to make sure you're in the right place at the right time to make the move. And Jamo Hartling absolutely nailed that, and now needs to try and get his head down, put in some of the laps that he had been running when he was chasing the Ferrari, and perhaps he can make up a little bit for the disappointment of race 1's result.
Now, while that was going on, I've been continuing to track the Cup 1 lead battle, where Karl Runnefeld is still ahead of Lucas Azato. They're running through turn 13 and 14 at the moment, and Runnefeld doing a good job of holding on, albeit only just. A fairly perilous situation for them at the moment. They'll be coming around the turn 15 sweeper now, so they're a little bit further around the circuit than this that we're seeing at the moment. Dexter Muller just running through turns 1 and 2 in 12th position, as we see there Casey King and Alessio Raffini side by side with a lap between them. Here we are on board with Przemysław Bienkowski in the PTT Racing team number 27. He'll be sharing with Maciej Sazowski in the endurance race later on, and one could expect that car to be a factor in that race. Just ahead is the Christoph Unhausen driven Cup GTX class entry, the BMW Z4 GT3, and just behind this Porsche is the Cup 1 lead battle. So the two Ferraris duking it out for a class lead, 3 tenths between them. If we stay on this shot, we'll see the two Ferrari challenge cars. There they are, Lucas Azato right on the back of Karl Runnefeld as they run down towards turn 5. The two red Ferraris with a GT3 just ahead of them. That's Norikazu Shibata, who is fighting them for overall position, but I think he's going to stay well clear at the fight. I think he recognises he hasn't got a dog in it, or, well, maybe he doesn't. The Norikazu Shibata car under the Noric Racing /AF Corsa banner, and an interesting battle now between two different specs of Ferrari 296.
Yeah, well, this is not helping Lucas Azato, is it? Because he could rather do with getting past this GT3 car, which is now serving as a bit of a buffer, really, between himself and his class leader. Shibata thinking, I've got a Ferrari, I'd like to be a part of this battle, if that's all right with you guys. It's more than all right at the moment with Karl Runnefeld, but Azato, I'm sure, will have a difference of opinion. So 3 Ferraris, 2 different specification of Ferrari, and it's the 2 largely red cars that are fighting for a class win in Cup 1. We're on board with Runnefeld then, who leads the class at the moment, taking a very tight line there into turn 13, perhaps to try and defend from the GT3 example of Shibata behind, except it's no longer Shibata behind because the move has been made by Lucas Azato. So it's game on now as they begin the final lap of the race, I suspect.
Yes, it will be the it'll be the penultimate lap of the race, actually, for the race leaders who are already up at turn 10, turn 11. So they've got 2 laps to go, and Lucas Azato with Karl Runnefeld on his back. We need to see that battle for the lead. We've got another lap yet to do, so we need to stay with that Cup 1 battle for the time being. And will Azato make the move into the first corner? The answer is no. Will Karl Runnefeld have to defend over the course of the next 2 laps? The answer is yes.
Well, Karl, remember, was the class winner yesterday, would love to make this a double, but having much more of a battle on his hands this time. Defends heavily into turn 3. That covers the position on the way in, but look at the run Azato should get up the hill. This is the key corner, turn number 4. Get the power down, control the rear end, which Runnefeld does not do, and that gives Lucas Azato the momentum. They should be side by side. They are side by side as they approach the braking zone at turn number 5. Desperately late on the brakes for Azato. Can he get the car stopped? Just about, but for now, Runnefeld hangs on. No, on corner exit, the momentum is with the second place car, which is now, I believe, the first place car in Cup 1. Lucas Azato using the outside line to perfection, and I believe has gone through, yes he has, into the lead of Cup 1.
What a move there from Lucas Azato, set that up perfectly, but Karl Runnefelt won't let that one slide. He was doing handstands on the podium yesterday. He loves a race victory, clearly, and he'll want another one if he possibly can, but he's not looking so confident there through the second sector. Meanwhile, the race leader is on the final lap, just approaching turn 7, turn 8 at the moment, and the gap between JMO and Karel Bash in P1 and P2 has only extended outwards to 2.6 seconds. So for this man, JMO Hartling, it's now just a matter of doing clean half a lap, and then the first checkered flag of the season for SR Motorsport by Schnitzelau will be claimed.
Yeah, brilliant drive this from J-Mar Hartling. Brilliant race, actually. Quite a few drivers who I think did protect their tyres maybe in the early stages. I'd be interested to hear, actually, if Izzy can maybe pose this question to J-Mo, because his pace got definitely stronger as the race went on, whereas Karel Bash and a couple of others perhaps faded slightly as we got into the second half of the race. Brilliant drive this from J-Mar Hartling, and some crucial points about to be on the board.
Yes, and I will quickly acknowledge as well, Alessio Raffini's got himself up to 11th place. He's been doing some GT3 slaying further back in the field, but J-Mo Hartling runs out of turn 14 for what will be the final time in this race, and we need to catch him across the line. The number 11 car, the Mercedes AMG GT3, over the crest of the hill. He is your race winner in the GT Winter Series for the first time this season. The 11 takes it for SR Motorsport by Schnitzelau. What a drive from JMO, 4.1 seconds clear of Karel Bash ultimately. And Marcus Clutton, I don't think it's really a Rainmeister, maybe he's the Greasemeister, because he seems to do well in these halfway conditions. A podium for him from 8th on the grid. Arunas Gakauskas in 4th place ahead of Alain Valente, rounding out the top 5 just there crossing the line. Then Veselaho and Maurice Viskirchen both crossing the line there for 6th and 7th places. In 8th position, Emil Yerdrum in the number 64 Ford Mustang GT3. In 9th place, Tim Hutter, and then Andre Fernandez rounding out the top 10. Andre Fernandez rounding out the top 10 there, crossing the line ahead of Alessio Raffini. And now Andy gets himself out of the car. Off camera there, we've just had Andy fighting a door for about a minute and a half, but he's now managed to run down to the podiums where he needs to be. The Cup 2 leader just going to come across the line in a few moments here, the LMR Motorsport Leandro Martins entry, so he'll win the Cup 2 class fairly comfortably. And then just behind him was that Cup 1 battle, of course, and it will be Lucas Azato across the line to win there. And here is that battle coming across the line. The Cup 2 winner, Leandro Martins, crosses the line, and just behind him, Lucas Azato, who we saw make that definitive move for the Cup 1 lead, has just crossed the line to win the Cup 1 division and take 19th over 18th overall. Lucas Azato for Kessel Racing winning in Cup 1, and we saw the Cup 2 across the line there as well for Leandro Martins, the winner in that class. But there are our overall top 2, Karel Bash and J-Mo Hartling. J-Mo Hartling with a brilliant drive in the Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo. Karel Bash will be the first one though into the paddock, slightly pacier on his in-lap. I think J-Mo will be smiling ear to ear with that race. He did everything right there and seemed to be thriving in those conditions. They pull up then under the podium, and we will shortly hear from J-Mo with Izzy Browning once he's celebrated with the team. The Olymp Racing guys will need to shut that door, I think, just so that they can get the car parked up for J-Mo. We'll now just move the P1 slot just slightly, and J-Mo gets to get himself parked up. Marcus Clutton joins as the 3rd place finisher. Of course, the number 67 Orange Racing by JMH car. First podium of the season for Clutton, and he and Simon Orange will be podium and victory hunting all year long with us in the GEDLICH Racing GT Winter Series. The rest of the field streaming through, of course. And there you go. J-Mo says P1, and exactly right. A great result from him. JMO, often quite a relaxed individual and quite reserved in his celebrations, but I'm sure there will be a wry smile under the helmet, courtesy of that race result. Just greeting Emilio Petrovic there, the videographer for the Winter Series. If you ever wonder who's shooting some of the great social media content on the Winter Series Instagram and Facebook feeds and YouTube feeds, that is Emilio's doing. Of course, we're live with you here along with the Alpha Live team, who are doing a great work once again. We've got enhanced coverage and lovely new graphics, as you've seen, for this year, and the broadcast looking spectacular. And we've been delighted to bring you what has been a sensational first race of the day from the GT Winter Series. JMO there just debriefing with Kenneth Tyre, who will be very proud, I'm sure, of the young man that he somewhat mentors there at SR Motorsport by Schnitzel-Aum. And it's a team where everyone kind of gets mucked in and stuck in. You'll often see JMO under the bonnet of his own car doing some work. Fabulous stuff from JMO. Carol Bash, the 777 car, in second place. Of course, the Olymp Racing team, we're not expecting them here all year, but hopefully we get them for a couple of more events later on. I think Portimao currently the plan, just Portimao, but I suspect they might be tempted to come along and play again later on in the year. Let's go down to Izzy. She is with our winner, JMO Hartling.
I am indeed, and with our winner JMO Hartling, he is alongside me. JMO, wow. I mean, you put on quite the show out there. Incredible performance. You must be so pleased with that.
Yeah, at first, thank you. The first race in 2026 was, yeah, very, very good. And we're very happy about that. The car was amazing. It felt great to the end. At the beginning, we take a little bit slower for the tire pressure. But in the end, it was, yeah, slightly perfect.
Exactly what I was going to ask. You saved your tyres, protected your tyres a little bit at the start, and then in the second half of the race, you just absolutely came alive.
Managed it a little bit over the 20 minutes. Yes, at the beginning a little bit slowly to don't over push the tires, and in the end, yeah, it shows up. It is the first place. It was very good.
Yeah, first time of asking, and you've got the win. I mean, you and Kenneth back together as well. You're obviously the 2024 overall champions. How good is it to be back in this car?
It's very good. Kenneth is a very, very good friend. The work together is incredible. I like him. It's very, very funny, and yeah, we see what about to happen in the GT Winter Series.
Congratulations, JMO. Incredible race. We'll let you get up to the podium and celebrate. There is our first winner of the day, JMO Hartling, in the GT Winter Series.
Thank you very much, Izzy. What a race that was in the GT Winter Series. Battles at the front, battles in amongst the classes as well. What a way to kick off Sunday here at Portimao. The race started under safety car, and there was one brave individual who I think may have been on slicks in greasy conditions. Mats Kimby finding the Armco on the exit of turn 3 would ultimately withdraw from the race. The third lap of the race marked the start of green flag proceedings, and it was Marcus Clutton immediately on the move from 8th on the grid, immediately swept around the outside of Emil Jerdrup. Arunas Kakauskas fell at the following corner, and the 67 McLaren wasting no time early on, shifting up through the field, although perhaps taking the best out of the tyres in the early stages of the race. Jaroslav Veselaho in a battle there as well with the big Mustang. Moritz Viskirchen side by side with Simon Orange, as Przemysław Bienkowski had a bit of a spin further back, sorry, with Marcus Clutton, not Simon Orange, of course, in the 67 car. But Marcus Clutton was on the move. He was looking to try and get himself up to the rear of the Ford Mustang of Alain Valente. Meanwhile, Karl Runefelt, the Cup 1 leader, overtaken by the Cup 2 leader, Leandro Martins. And as these two fought for position, it was allowing Lucas Azato in the back of shot there in the Kessel Racing Ferrari to close in for the class lead. An interesting battle was afoot there for sure. Lots of intermingling between the Cup classes, as is always the case in the GT Winter Series, and indeed among the Cup 2 Porsches some good fighting to be had as well. This was the moment where Marcus Clutton moved up into a podium place, just out-dragging massively the Mustang under traction coming out of the first corner. Dexter Muller was having a good scrap with Christoph Unhausen as well. And did they maybe make contact there? It was very close if not. But the ambitious young German Christoph Unhausen really getting stuck in. He only did his first race back in August. This was the move for the lead. Jamo Hartling closed in on Carol Bash. And as they came through turn 10 and turn 11, despite Carol Bash trying to squeeze him out, it was Jamo to the inside line and into the race lead. Lucas Azato got a great run out of the hairpin, having caught up to the rear of Karl Rudefelt, and this would prove to be the move for the Cup 1 win. Jamo Hartling built himself a nice 4-second buffer before the end of the race to beat Carol Bash to the line. A first win of the season from the SR Motorsport number 11 car, the defending GT3 class champions. Carol Bash second, Marcus Clutton third, and Lucas Azato there holding on to take the Cup 1 win. He finished just behind Cup 2 winner Leandro Martins in the overall order as well. What a race that was in the GT Winter Series, and we're going to go back down, I understand, to Marcus Clutton.
Yeah, Adam, I thought I would come and grab our P3 driver as well, Marcus Clutton, alongside me, because that was quite the exciting race. I mean, you were quite modest on the grid, I have to say. You were absolutely flying out there, just tearing through the field, P8 to P3.
Yeah, you know, it was made up for what was a poor qualifying from us yesterday, unfortunately, and, you know, we made a bit of a wrong call there, and it didn't work out. So, yeah, made up for that. Nice to be on the podium. I said I needed to make up a few places. Probably made up a few more than I anticipated, but that's racing. Just make the best of what you've got, isn't it?
And you were already straight into a debrief, just saying it's definitely not slicks out there. What were the conditions like?
Yeah, it's just really greasy out there. Ironically, the curbs are dry and the track's still wet. Turn 1's dry in, the last corners there's a dry line. It was just about investigating, you know, looking for the grip, trying different lines. And you know, hopefully make some good moves, and I seem to have done that, and no contact, which is nice. I'm a bit notorious for a bit of contact, so it's yeah, it's good for the team. It gets us back where we want to be, really.
Yeah, well, you kept it clean, and obviously Simon had a great race yesterday. You just pulled out this performance. You guys are going to be a bit of a formidable duo in this Winter Series, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, that's the idea. That's what we came here to do. You know, it's not all about winning every race, but if we can keep up there, there's a good chance of the championship, and that's what we're targeting.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Congratulations, great performance. Our P3, Marcus Clutton.
Thank you very much, Izzy. Good to get some insights there from Marcus Clutton. Let's run through the overall standings then in this race in totality. Jamo Hartling, our race winner for SR Motorsport by Schnitzellaum, ahead of Carol Bash in the Olymp Ferrari 296. Marcus Clutton, who we just heard from, of course, third overall, ultimately in a strong race from him. Arūnas Kakauskas in fourth place in the Audi RS R8 LMS Evo 2, sorry, I'm getting my blends all mixed up. Alan Valente in the 74 car in 5th place, ahead of Jaroslav Veselaho in the AF Corsa, the carbon black car. Moritz Viskirchen taking 7th overall, ahead of Emil Yerdrum in the number 64 Ford Mustang. Tim Hutter had a pretty good race, got himself up into 9th position, ahead of Andre Fernandez in the AF Motorsport Porsche 991.2. Alessio Ruffini, the Cup 4 winner, in 11th place overall, did some GT3 overtaking over the course of the race, ahead of Dexter Muller in 12th and Christoph Unhausen in the spectacular Z4 in 13th. Przemysław Bienkowski in 14th place, ahead of Neil Montserrat in the GT2 Mercedes AMG GT2. Alfredo Hernandez in 16th position, ahead of Cup 2 winner Leandro Martins in 17th place. Lucas Azato in 18th position, the Cup 1 winner after that great battle with Karl Rudefelt and Norikazu Shibata, rounding out the overall top 20. Sean Ran in 21st place, ahead of Friedrich Muller, who managed to eventually find his way past Igor Klaya for that 22nd overall. Alexei Kikoreshko in 24th, Anders Steiner in 25th position. Casey King, Ulrich Forsberg rounding out the finishing order, and one car that we didn't get to see properly race, Mats Kimby, unfortunately, who had that slight spin earlier on in the race. Well, an exciting motor race for sure here at the Autódromo Internacional do Algarve. The GT Wind Series once again delivering. We've got our biggest ever GT3 class this weekend, and we're showing exactly how exciting that can be with the intermingling of the Cup classes and the GT3s. Really high quality field that we have here today at Portimão. The GT4s will be up next, of course, with some racing action, but for now the podium is ready and Andy McEwen will present the GT Winter Series podiums.
Well, what a fantastic second race of the weekend for the GT Winter Series. Let's get our drivers out onto the podium then, and we'll start with the GTX class, and it's a second victory of the weekend for Christoph Ernhausen. Christoph is hiding, I think. Christoph, go on, it's your moment in the spotlight. Out he comes. Big cheer from the crowd down below. And Christoph, as often it seems to be the case with Christoph, was busy having a deep discussion in the room behind the podium, but now does get a handshake from Mark, raises the trophy aloft, and will pose for the photos down below. A second winner. Yes, it's only the only car in the class, but great to have the BMW Z4 out on circuit with us, and for us to enjoy the sights and sounds of that stunning vehicle. Photos taken. We'll dive in for another quick chat with Christoph. No competition in your class, of course, but still, I'm sure, an enormous pleasure to be out there behind the wheel. How was it today in these conditions?
Oh, it was super sketchy. I had some nice battles with the Mercedeses. I had a close call in turn 1. But, I mean, I tried to overtake on the Ideallinie, but it's no chance because it's so slippery. But it was a lot of fun. I mean, I'm struggling a bit with the traction. And the new ones, I think they have a bit of an easier way, but it's just nice. Also, the weather and everything is super lovely.
Another race to come later on today as well. Are you looking forward to that one?
Yeah, it's going to be fun. I'm going to be racing with my dad, and I hope he's going to make a good impression as well. And let's hope we can also make a good position.
Looking forward to it. Thank you for having a chat. Christoph Ernhausen then, the winner in the GTX category, gets another round of applause from the crowd below. We move on now to our Cup 4 class, and it's a second visit to the top step of the podium for Alessio Ruffini. Out comes Alessio, and always a cool, calm character is Alessio Ruffini. A drama-free race this time. Had that spin yesterday, remember, in race number 1. But this one was a much cleaner race. No problems at all for the Lamborghini driver. And he claims the win again in Cup 4. Let's get his thoughts on the conditions out there. Alessio, tough conditions today with the wet weather. Do you feel like you had the setup right for the weather?
Yeah, I think it was great. The car was perfect. I had a lot of fun. I think I did well. I kept my position in the Cup category, and I also did some good overtake of GT3 cars. So it was really funny and enjoying.
Excellent stuff. Thank you. Alessio Ruffini then, our Cup 4 winner. And now we move on to Cup 2 for the Porsche 992 Cup cars. 3 drivers to welcome to the podium. And it's the first time this weekend that we see on the podium our third place driver, Alexei Kikireshko. Out comes Alexei onto the third step of the podium, then the PT Sports by Up2 Race team driver. It is a second place finish of the weekend so far for our second place driver, Igor Klyer. Runners-up spot yesterday, and once again the PTT Racing team celebrate a second place finish. The win, though, goes this time to the same car that won yesterday, but a different driver. It was Pablo Brash who won yesterday's Cup 2 race, but LMR Motorsport celebrate another race win thanks to Leandro Martins. And he is very, very pleased with that. A double race victory for the LMR Motorsport team. Both of their drivers are operating at the highest level and claiming 2 trophies and some good points in the class here at this season opening weekend. Some good battles as well with the Cup 2 drivers in that race, and we look forward to more of the same tomorrow. They're tricky cars to drive in the wet, the Porsche 992 Cup cars, but Leandro Martins managing to get on top of the conditions and claim a second victory of the weekend for the LMR Motorsport squad. So our Cup 2 drivers celebrate on the podium with the trophies. Leandro has politely declined an interview, so we'll let them go and celebrate with the teams down below, and we'll move on momentarily to our Cup 1 podium finishers. And this was one of the most exciting battles in the race, wasn't it, particularly for the race win. It is a second podium of the weekend, though, for our third place driver, Sean Ran. Out comes Sean. He was second in yesterday's first race. The AF Corsa driver makes his way to the third step of the podium this time. What a dramatic finish it was, though, having led much of the race. It is second place for Karl Runnefeld. A fantastic battle. Okay, he has to settle for second place, but I'm sure he enjoyed the fight that he had with our eventual race winner. It is the first win of the season for Kessel Racing and for Lucas Azarto. And Lucas strolls out onto the podium to join Karl Runnefeld and Sean Ran. A brilliant battle. He chased down Karl in the closing stages and eventually managed to make his move with only a lap or so to go, making the most of the wet conditions to find a way through and claim the race win. AF Corsa then will have to focus on race 3 if they're going to take their second win of the weekend. It is Kessel Racing who celebrate in race number 2. Drivers again gather on the top step of the podium, and we will try and have a chat with Lucas Azarto. I'd love to know his thoughts on that battle, and I wonder just how nervous he was feeling in the closing stages. Photos, I think, are done. Lucas, can we have a chat with you if that's okay? You'll definitely have to come down the stairs. You're a bit taller than me. Lucas, fantastic race, great battle at the end there. How confident were you that you could catch and get past him?
Yeah, I was actually very comfortable to pass him. I just had to wait for the right moment.
And the conditions, you were obviously quite comfortable in the conditions. And how hard was it to look after the tyres as the track got drier?
It was very slippery. I slept. I had a lot of understeer. I was many times with the ass slipping. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, you got the lead in the end. Congratulations on the race win. Lucas Azarto gets the win in Cup 1. And we move on to our final podium of race number 2, and it is the GT3 class. And we welcome first our third placed podium finisher, Marcus Clutton. Marcus using all of those years of wet weather driving experience in the UK to charge from 8th on the grid to claim a podium. Second position, the car that won yesterday in the hands of Christian Korzanowski. It is the second step of the podium today for Karel Bash. The Olymp Racing Ferrari, which led much of the race, the team having to settle for second today because it was a charging drive to victory for SR Motorsport by Schnitzelarm Racing's Jamo Hartling. Jamo punches the air in delight. The SR team down below celebrate, and rightly so. It was a charging drive again, similar really to Lucas Azarto's performance in Cup 1. He had a lot of ground to make up after the early battles, but once he got his head down and found the groove, he was able to chase down Karel Bash and make that decisive move in the closing stages of the race. So, 2 races down, 2 different winners in the GT3 class in the GT Winter Series, and we look forward now to the third race later on today to see whether we get a third different winner from as many races. Up next on track, we have the GT4 Winter Series. Cars will be released from the pit lane in the next few moments. Before that, though, early on in the weekend, we were able to catch up with one of the drivers who I suspect will have a starring role in this second GT4 race of the weekend. Mattis Plushkel starting 4th on the grid in the Aston Martin. We were able to catch up with him a little earlier in the weekend.
We welcome Mattis Plushkel back into the Muka Motorsport fold for 2026 and back into the GT4 Winter Series. But I think it's an interesting proposition that you have this weekend, Mattis, because you're in the club class in Thilo's first generation Aston Martin. What have you made of that car? Obviously, it's a bit different from the Mercedes, I imagine.
I mean, yes. The last time I really drove a GT4 car was 2 years ago already. So I drove the 2024 GT4 Germany season and also GT4 Winter Series, a couple of races. So it's a bit of a long time ago. But no, the Aston Martin is a great car. I mean, the sound is really amazing. I mean, it's, in my opinion, the best sound in the paddock. But other than that, it's a proper race car. You really have to push it. it's quite a handful, especially in the wet. But yeah, Tilo learns a lot with this car, and I'm happy to support him in his races here in the Winter Series.
And you're obviously in a club class car, a few years older, the BOP is a little bit slower, so it's unrealistic to, you know, think about the very front of the overall field. But I imagine that when you're in the car, you are going to be thinking about trying to humble some people in some newer cars, right?
I mean, I will try, of course, but yeah, we are a bit handicapped with the older generation GT4 car. But in the dry, it's quite quick anyway. But in the wet, we will see our limitations. It's a bit more of a gap in the wet. But in the dry, I think we can maybe disturb a couple of newer GT4 cars.
Excellent. And obviously, Portimão circuit, you've done quite a lot of driving here and quite a few different types of car at this point, with Muka specifically. Where does it rate on your list?
I mean, to be really honest, I'm not a huge fan of Portimão, to be honest. I just don't... I mean, it's a roller coaster track. It goes up and down and everywhere, but it's not really my type of circuit. We tested here with LMP3 car 2 days ago. With that, it was a bit more fun because it's more aerodynamic and everything. But with a GT4 car, it's also great, but it's not on top of my list in terms of tracks. But I'm looking forward to some different tracks in the Winter Series.
That's interesting. So I feel like that leads me to the question of what is your top track?
To be honest, Motorland Aragon. When we stay in the Winter Series calendar, of course. In general, it's Spa, but in the Winter Series calendar, for me, it's Motorland.
Two very respectable choices. We very much looking forward to seeing you out there on the grid in the big and very loud Aston Martin. Thanks for coming back, and good luck.
Thank you, my pleasure.
Nexano, on the path to becoming the world's largest independent business community. We connect entrepreneurs, experts, and decision makers across industries and across borders. In our digital ecosystem, people share knowledge, learn from each other, and grow together. Companies and talents gain access to relevant contacts, resources, and innovative projects. Our community stands for transparency, trust, and sustainable economic success. We create space for inspiration, collaboration, and new business models. Nexano, shaping the future of business networking, global, digital, and accessible to everyone.
We are racing in the Formula Winter Series for the second weekend. 1.3 seconds. Oh, it does get a mighty run outside of the final corner. Oh, Danny Sufi loses it into the first corner. So then next up is the GT4 Winter Series, and the cars will be getting released from the grid in the next few minutes at 10:15. We're expected to see the cars out, so about 5 minutes before we go to see the cars out there on track. But I understand Izzy is down in the pits at the moment. She's got some information to bring us.
Yeah, hi everyone. I wanted to give you a little bit of tyre chat because, as you will have just seen, the track was very, very wet during that GT Winter Series race. Of course, it was evidently wet tyres to go for, but there is a bit of chat up and down the pit lane as to what the GT4s will do. I know a lot of the teams just coming out into the pit lane just to kind of have a little look at the track and see what they might do, what decision they might make. As you can see, the car behind me, the number 24, is on the wet tyres. Now, understandably, these teams will take the cars to the grid on the wet tyres, do the outlap on the wet tyres to the grid, and then once they get to the grid, they will make a decision as to whether they switch to slicks based on driver feedback, driver feel as to how that lap to the grid felt. But this track, it is very sunny here today, but it is very cold, and this track takes a while to drive, so we could see the wet tyres throughout the whole of this next GT4 race. But I will give you an update once again on the grid once I see if there are any tyre changes going on. But for now, we expect it to be wet tyres for this race.
Yeah, that tracks with about what I was expecting. Thank you very much for the update, Izzy. I was wondering if anyone would be brave, but it's, I think, maybe slightly relieving to hear that no one's taking the cavalier approach, at least for the outlap. We'll see if anyone maybe is inspired by what they find out on the circuit to make a roll of the dice. Andy, the GT4 is always a lot of fun to watch anyway, and in these wet conditions, I'd suggest that the form book shifts just a little bit. I once again looked at people like Joachim Bulting potentially for a move up the field as this race rolls on, but in general I think it's going to be very exciting times.
Yeah, quite a few drivers who I think could go well in this one. Charlie Robertson, another that I look to in the L'Espace Bienvenu BMW. We saw him really go well in the wet last year. In fact, he and Ravi both good in the wet. Ravi Ramid, a starring role he took yesterday, winning Pro-Am, finishing 3rd overall. Charlie Robertson, his pro co-driver, should now be able to do well from 6th on the grid too. It was a good race yesterday. Lucas Cartel looked strong, didn't he, in the Speedy Motorsports Toyota, claiming Toyota's first ever GT4 Winter Series victory. That car today, though, starts 2nd on the grid, and it's that number 30 WNS Motorsport Porsche that starts alongside. That, remember, was driven by Tim Horrell yesterday. It is Frederick Zabis in the car today. It looked as though Tim was on for a real fairy tale result yesterday, but an issue, I believe you told me, a wishbone failure on the Porsche, unfortunately took him out.
Yeah, that's what WNS Motorsport let me know last night, that it was actually a wishbone that went on the front left of the car, unfortunately, and Tim Horrell's charge through the field came to a slightly earlier close than we thought. Interesting to see Hudson Schwartz up there, of course, because he's a very experienced driver. However, he is still fairly new to the world of GT racing, just 16 years of age, but in America you can kind of get away with doing some more racing a bit earlier on, so he's got several years of single-seaters behind him, and I think the last 18 months or so has based himself in Europe, got himself a couple of podiums in the Spanish F4 Championship last year, and is now shifting his focus towards GTs. One of the many drivers, many young drivers that I come across these days who takes a pragmatic approach. You know, I can burn, frankly, millions of other people's money to try and get up the Formula ladder, or I can try and get myself a professional motorsport contract by impressing people in GT racing and trying to become a factory driver, and that's exactly what Hudson Schwartz is trying to do, and that's a really mature decision to take at the tender age of 16.
Absolutely so, and GT4 is such a great category for that. It really has, I think, been a large part of the boom in GT4 competition. It's found its place now, hasn't it, GT4, as this fantastic place for young, up-and-coming drivers who maybe aren't wanting to go down the single-seater route to come and prove their worth in a GT car. I've long said that if you want to make money as a racing driver, realistically, GT racing and endurance racing in general is the place to go, isn't it, as a young pro? And we see so many of these youngsters now, the Cronins in the Race Lab car coming into GT racing and trying to prove their worth here. It's a great way to advertise your talent, and the cars that are reasonably user-friendly but still require a lot of skill to get the absolute most out of them. And as we touched upon yesterday, it doesn't seem to matter really in GT4 what car you're in, you've got half a chance of being near the front, so the driver really does have a chance to take that starring role.
Absolutely right. You can see some puddles there on the pit exit on some of the painted stuff. Puddles can be a good thing. There's a wonderful cat on Instagram called Puddles, I must say. But in racing context, puddles are a bit difficult to contend with because they're all going out on wets now, but there's going to be, especially the more experienced drivers, just gauging everything, gauging every corner. You'll see them testing the grip around the turns on this sighting lap, trying to figure out if the presence of the wet weather is too much for the slicks or whether they make that last minute call. I really don't envy anyone to do that because, of course, it's so much deeper than just I'm going to have a spin or whatever. It's a piece of carbon fiber and metal that usually, if you're a pro class driver, you don't own, that you are risking as well as your own neck as well. But we ride on board at the moment with the 96 car. This is one of the McLaren 570S GT4s from the Zone Racing team. Another very interesting story from the paddock. Caterham team moving up into the world of GT4s, having taken on the 570S fleet previously owned by the SMC squad, who race in the Iberian supercars, and they've decided to give them a debut outing here in the GT4 Win Series in the club class. And the club class, I think, has some of the most interesting stories in this race. In general, that 96 car that we were riding on board with, Rafael Riani, who was racing this time, there was a transponder issue yesterday that made us think Rafael was in the car. He's in it for today instead. But that car, two young Silvers graduating from the world of karting, I suspect that will be a factor in the race as well. But then also in the club class, of course, we've got the Aston Martin of Mattis Buschkel, and he's starting all the way up in 4th place. It was a very wet qualifying session yesterday, and he took advantage. Now, in the greasy conditions, in equal conditions in a race, I don't know if he'll be able to quite stay there, but I suspect Thilo Goss, who is A racer's racer, he's probably at a track 35 weekends a year, B, has a spare car in the garage, is going to say, you know what, Mattis, go for it. Let's see what kind of result we can get.
Well, you know, they don't know when they'll next get this opportunity to start so close towards the pointy end of the grid. So, yeah, I would be, again, easy for me to say, but I'd be tempted to really get stuck in here. It's going to be great to see that car near the front anyway, and give it a little bit of screen time. Grid then starting to form, and there were definitely some dry patches, weren't there, as the cars came around on that green flag lap, or the outlet from the pit lane, I should say. But I'm not convinced we'll see too many drivers taking that risk, having been proven completely wrong when it came to track conditions in the GT Winter Series race. I think I'm going to hedge my bets and play it safe here if I were a team manager. But we will see. We've seen people take gambles before in Winter Series and come out with a race victory.
Yes, we've seen it go both ways on many occasions, haven't we, when it comes to the rolls of the dice. We'll see what happens. The front row of the grid then will be a Porsche and Toyota affair. We'll talk a bit more about that, of course, with Izzy down on the grid. But the Porsche mark with W&S, a team that, of course, has won just about every GT4 competition there is domestically in Europe, even in Asia last year in the SRO GT4 Cup. And a great team to watch. But Speedy Motorsport, one of Portugal's leading teams and a leading team now in Europe as well, on the front row. I think, Izzy Browning, we have quite a good story to tell down there at the sharp end of the field.
We do indeed. Welcome back down to the grid for the second GT4 race. I'm going to dive straight in and waste no time with trying to speak to drivers. They've just shut the door on the number 30. I am going to cheekily jump in and grab a word though with Frederick. Frederick, of course, Tim had the issue yesterday, but everything all fixed today. How was the car feeling on the way to the grid?
Well, how it should, I guess. We'll see now in the race how they fixed it from yesterday.
And the conditions, is it wet tyres or slick tyres in your opinion?
Well, right now it's hard to say what to pick, so right now it's just gambling.
All right, wish you best of luck. Have fun out there. Right, we're going to continue to the number 26. Of course, this car won the race yesterday, but it will be in the hands of Hudson Schwartz today. They are just speaking to him. I'm going to see if I can and dive in. Maybe not, because they are just discussing tyres. I tell you what I'll do. Instead, I'm going to go and have a look at tyres because there are tyre changes going on the grid. So the number 30 that we just spoke to is on wet tyres. They are putting Hudson Schwartz on the slick tyres. This car here, the number 700 club entry with Matthias Pluckschel at the wheel. He is on the wet tyres. Jaden Kelly, however, has gone for the slick tyres, so it is a little bit of a mix. Slick tyres on the big BMW of Charlie Robertson. I'm going to dive in if I can grab a quick word with Charlie, see what he's thinking for this race. Charlie, I mean, you've gone for the slick tyres. How's it looking out there?
It's better than qualifying, and qualifying, well, my last lap on the way into the pits would have been P1 in the session, so I'm confident that. So I think the first 5 minutes we might move backwards a little bit, but anyone on wets about 10 minutes in is going to start struggling. So we're playing the long game. We had a good points haul yesterday, so just got to stay out of trouble at the start and then try and pick my way through.
Great insight for us, as you say, a couple ahead of you on wet tyres, but yeah, it might fall your way in the end. I mean, Ravi had a great race yesterday. There's pace in this car.
Yeah, we had a great race yesterday. Ravi drove really well. Pulled some great moves on the Schnitzel Merc and on the McLaren next to us. So I'm starting in a very similar position today. So just got to think about the long game. Try and replicate what Ravi done, but he set the bar pretty high.
Think about the long game. Thanks for speaking to us. Right, we will continue up the grid. We've got a little bit more time and I'm keen to show you as many tyres as possible. So we may even get all the way up the grid. It's an all SR Motorsport row 4. They are on the wet tyres in the 111. The other 11 car has gone for the slick tyres though, so a difference in strategy within that team. Further back, the 144 is on the wet tyres, and the car alongside the 007 is on the slick tyres. We are going to continue back. I am going to try and get all the way up the grid, lads, to give you the insight on the tyres. The number 18 is on the slick tyres, the number 96 on the wet tyres, and we are now nearly at the back of the grid. The number 24 on the wet tyres, the number 95 on the wet tyres. And the last two cars, this car, the number 8 on the wet tyres, the number 32 on the wet tyres. So a real mixed bag down here on the grid. And as Charlie said, he expects it to fall their way towards the end of the race. We'll wait and see.
Nexano, on the path to becoming the world's largest independent business community. We connect entrepreneurs, experts, and decision makers across industries and across borders. In our digital ecosystem, people share knowledge, learn from each other, and grow together. Companies and talents gain access to relevant contacts, resources, and innovative projects. Our community stands for transparency, trust, and sustainable economic success. We create space for inspiration, collaboration, and new business models. Nexano, shaping the future of business networking. Global, digital, and accessible to everyone.
Well, a very compelling race in prospect here then at the Autódromo Internacional do Algarve, the GT4 Winter Series race number 2, and it's coming to you in greasy conditions, and there's a split in philosophies between slicks and wets. Our pole sitter, Frederick Zebis in the Porsche Cayman from WNS Motorsport, he is a wet shod driver. Alongside him, Hudson Schwartz in the Speedy Motorsport Toyota is on slicks. That might not be the move for the first few laps, but towards the end of the race it could come good. That was Charlie Robertson's analysis. Jaden Kelly on the second row of the grid, he is on slicks on the inside in the McLaren, and then Mattis Pushkel on wets in the first generation club class Aston Martin V8 Vantage GT4, taking advantage of a wet qualifying to move up the field. Fifth position is Colin Cronin. The rally family lineage has not convinced him to go for slicks. I thought maybe the sideways would be comfortable for Colin Cronin, but he's elected to go for the wets in this one, and he's alongside L'Espace Bienvenue, Charlie Robertson, Slick Tyre BMW. Keep laughing, Andy. In 7th position, the SR Motorsport by Schnitzelam Cedric Fuchs car. That will be on wets, as will Joao Mesh will be on slicks in the SR Motorsport by Schnitzelam Mercedes. So that one is going to be maybe falling a little bit in the early stages as well. Federico Peters in the Arario Competição car, late entry actually, was originally meant to be a different driver in that car. He's alongside Troy Savicka for Blue Garage Racing. Troy has stayed on the wet, so I expect that car to move forward. He's pretty good in the wet from memory. Alexander Bobrovs in 11th place, the AM class car alongside Luis Aguirre. In fact, no, I think that's going to be Rafael Riani, because yes, it will be Riani because he's doing race 2. That's a bit of an error in the timing. 13th position, Antonio Duarte. Graciela in 14th, Juana Graciela. She'll be on the wets as well. And then the back row of the grid will be Joachim Bulting in 15th place. He is on the wets, and he will most likely be shifting through the field. He likes greasy conditions. And Roy Schwartz, yes, the father of Hudson Schwartz on the front row, starts from the back of the grid in the other Speedy Motorsport Toyota. They didn't get to take the start yesterday. They had an accident in qualifying and some damage to the car, but now they take the start. So Roy Schwartz getting his opportunity to go racing, and we'll see how he performs at the rear of the pack. The clock has started ticking on this race, incidentally, but we are going to have a couple of laps yet behind the safety car, of course. Now, we'll have to keep an eye out here on whether anyone bails or changes their minds. Again, there's a 2-minute minimum on a tyre change pit stop, so if you are going to do it, you do it now, quite frankly, because you'll at least stay on the lead lap.
You wouldn't really have time to then catch up to the back of the pack, but you would hope, of course, to make that time up against a wet-tired car over the course of 25 minutes or so of green flag running. I didn't see anybody diving for the pit lane there, though, so I think most drivers committed now to what they've got. These couple of laps behind the safety car, it's good news, bad news, really, for those on slicks. It's good news in that it's a couple of laps where they won't lose any track position to those on the wets, because that is what we expect to happen. We expect those cars on the slick tyres, 6 of them we believe, to really struggle for the opening couple of laps or so. So the fact that these first couple of laps are behind safety car is good, but of course the longer the race goes on at full speed, the more of an advantage those slick tyred cars will have in the latter stages as the wet tyres start to overheat and wear off. So it's going to be an interesting situation. It's all about when is that crossover point. When do the slick tyred cars get enough heat in the tyres, get enough of that surface water off the track, that tyre starts to become the quickest, and that will then determine just whether they've got enough time, basically, to get to the front of the field. I suspect they will, but I've been confidently wrong on my tyre predictions so far this morning, so we'll wait and see.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I think we're already almost at that crossover point at certain parts of the circuit, but others less so, and the main straight particularly a little bit sheltered, of course, by both the garage building and the grandstand, still looking a bit greasy. So I suspect that off the line, at the very least, the slicks will suffer in the early stages. Frederick Zabis then getting lined up here for what I believe is his first ever car race. He is a karting graduate, a race winning karter in the Benelux region, the Danish racer, but yeah, I think this is his first ever race in a GT car or in a car full stop, per everything I could find out, and he's starting it from pole position. Not the first time we've seen W&S debut a driver into the world of car racing, and that driver then doing incredibly well, but let's see how he performs in some of the most difficult conditions that a driver can really come into.
Quick point on some of the classes as well. In both Pro-Am and Am, there is only one car, we believe, on slick tyres. Charlie Robertson, the only Pro-Am car, and in Am, it is the number 18 Team VRT Alexander Bobrov's car. So if slick tyres are the way to go, at least as far as the class victories are concerned, that could be pivotal.
Yeah, that really could be. We're right on board with Hudson Schwartz in the number 26 Speedy Motorsport Toyota Supra, the GR Supra GT4, the number 26. You can see there just how high that Supra always rides. There are mandated minimum ride heights, of course, in the SRO GT4 BOP, and that means that some cars that are already low-slung look even lower, and some cars that are slightly bulkier sometimes look even more bulky. Didn't know Toyota built a crossover coupe, but there we go. In fact, yes, they do. It's CHR. Anyway, Frederick Zabis coming out of the penultimate corner. The W&S Motorsport machine will lead them away then for this second race of the weekend in the GT4 Winter Series. On slick tyres, in second place will be Hudson Schwartz. Slick tyres also on Jaden Kelly, third in the queue. Both Frederick Zabis and Mattis Plushkel on wets among the first two rows of the grid. Colin Croning on wets in fifth place. Charlie Robertson on slicks in sixth. Whose gamble will pay off then in the early stages of this race? Frederick Zabis will have a clean run down to the first corner. He's timed that start very well indeed, and Mattis Plushkel immediately on the offensive on the slick tyres. He'll have heated the tyres early on, of course. With a treaded tyre, it will generate heat quicker on the contact patch, and Plushkel, I think, maybe was a bit ambitious there on the apex speed, but he got it stopped, and he is up to third place. The first generation old school Aston Martin V8 Vantage up into third place. Jaden Kelly, of course, a slick shod driver, having the wet shod Colin Cronin in the similar McLaren Artura now attacking him, and the slicks definitely are falling a little bit early on, but it's not a seismic difference, and it's only going to get drier from here.
Yeah, that's exactly what I thought. It's not like they look completely out of their depth out there, do they, the slick shod tyres? Cronin there peeking to the inside of Jaden Kelly's similar McLaren Artura. We ride on board with Colin Cronin's Race Lab example, which isn't quite able ultimately to make that move stick. This is a wet tyre McLaren trying to overtake a slick-tyred McLaren, the slick-tyred car, actually with a bit more commitment through the quick right-hander there. This is a car that's been on the move, though. That is one of the two SR Motorsport by Schnitzelau Mercedes, Cedric Fuchs's 111 car. Interestingly, SR Motorsport splitting the strategy. Cedric on wets, Yelmesh on slicks. At the moment, of course, Cedric the one on the move.
Yeah, Cedric Fuchs, who was the rookie champion in last year's ADAC GT4 Germany, and of course was a leading light in the Cayman Trophy in the GT4 Wind Series last year. We ride on board with the 11 of Joel Metsch. He's got Troy Savicka up ahead of him. Savicka's made up some places as well. Another of the drivers, of course, on the wets. And Charlie Robertson just lurking behind Cedric Fuchs at the moment. But yeah, really interesting first lap, and very compelling to see that the wet shod cars are, yes, going a bit quicker, but only a bit, and they've got 22 minutes to last on what could end up being the wrong rubber later on.
Well, and Hudson Schwartz, purple middle sector, we believe, on slick tyres. A poor run out of the final turn there for Cronin opens the door for not only the SR Motorsport by Schnitzelau Mercedes to come through, but also Charlie Robertson's BMW. So a couple of places lost there. Fuchs and Robertson both getting past Cronin, and Cronin does seem to be struggling out there a little bit. Getting used to the McLaren, of course. He's had very limited running in this GT4 spec car. This, though, is the battle for the lead. In the first sector on that first flying lap, it was the wet shod Porsche that was quickest, but in sectors 2 and 3, the slick-tyred Toyota was quite comprehensively faster. 9/10 faster in sector 3 alone. So that crossover point, Adam, I think, has come much sooner than expected.
Crossover point and also overtaking point. I don't think it's going to be long at all before Hudson Schwartz is attacking now that he's into sector 2 and 3 in that Toyota. So we need to keep an eye on the very front of the field for the time being. Mattis Plushkel up in third overall in the club class Aston, of course, holding on to Jaden Kelly for now. But interesting that Jaden is fighting back. And look at Hudson Schwartz all over the back of Frederick Zabis. Two T-Day teenagers in very fast cars, and they're looking to put on a show here and prove a point early doors in the GT4 Winter Series. Hudson Schwartz to the outside, then trying to arc to the inside line at turn 10, turn 11, but Zabis there kind of picking almost a bit of a middle ground to make sure he could cover it off one way or the other, but Hudson looks determined.
Yes, he does. Peeks to the inside. Behind, look at Jaden Kelly. Is that third place now for the McLaren driver? I think it is. Matis Pushkal's Aston Martin, yes, just doesn't have the grip to fight back, or does he? We'll find out in a moment. Zabis were on board with the race leader, and he just doesn't have the rotation, does he, of the cars on slick tyres? And look at that, right round the outside goes Hudson Schwartz. I didn't even see him coming. I'm not convinced that Frederick Zabis knew that was coming. It was only a matter of time, I suppose, but that was a graphic illustration of the advantage of slick tyres. Toyota, for the second race in a row, hits the front.
There you go, Hudson Schwartz trying to follow in the footsteps, of course, of what we saw yesterday in the first race of the GT4 Winter Series of 2026. Troy Savicka on the move, again on the wet shod Lotus Emira, and you see there, a bit of a bucking Broncos situation there for Joel Mesh. Of course, he is on the slicks as well, surrounded by cars on wets at the moment. Now, the Mercedes GT4 car has historically been a bit iffy in these greasy conditions anyway, so maybe just struggling a little bit in the early going. Maybe the race will come to him as we get further into dry conditions. Jaden Kelly there, brave on the brakes, on slicks, on the curb, and that tells me he's feeling a lot of confidence in the car. We of course observed that he was more confident around corners than some of those on wets, even on the first lap of the race. A proper scrum going on for 7th position, and here comes Jaden Kelly for 2nd position. So position shifting everywhere we look at the moment. Zabis demoted then by Jaden Kelly. Matis Plushkel under threat from Charlie Robertson, and then we see over the crest of the hill a move from Joel Mesh. He's up to P7.
Yep, Joel Mesh then gaining a position. Interestingly, Zabis still leads Pro-Am in that Porsche. He may be slipping down the order to 3rd overall, but Charlie Robertson, his Pro-Am rival, set the fastest lap last time by on his slick-tyred BMW. Riding on board here then with the number 11 SR Motorsport by Schnitzelalm Racing Mercedes. It's a teammate car that we're chasing, and that car, remember, is on wet. So you can see again as the gap diminishes so rapidly between those identically liveried cars, the advantage of being on the dry weather tyre. I suspect Hudson Schwartz is about to better that effort that Charlie Robertson set a lap ago. A 2 minute 0.501 was the fastest lap of the race. It is now a 1:57.6 for Hudson Schwartz, several seconds quicker than anybody else is going right now. It is Jaden Kelly in 2nd, Charlie Robertson up to 3rd, interestingly, and now in the Pro-Am lead, so he's ahead of Frederick Zabis. And we did say that within the classes particularly, the tyre situation could be very interesting. This is very interesting as well. Adam 3 abreast into turn 1.
Colin Cronin having to make that car ultra wide. The McLaren Artura GT4, and holding on for the time being, but we have to keep an eye on Savicka, who seems to be particularly racy. However, he has lost out there to Federico Peters, so while he's looking racy, he's not necessarily making a lot of ground. We get another look here now at how Hudson Schwartz claimed that race lead. He wasn't even really alongside coming around the first element of the corner, but just look at that power and look at that grip and traction. Hudson Schwartz with all the confidence in the world there, sweeping around the outside.
Yeah, and well, sweeping up the inside here perhaps is the little Lotus. Troy Savicka trying to gain a position, in fact trying to defend a position, isn't he, from Federico Peters' Aston Martin, which does sweep through on the outside line. Car 26 drive through for a grid procedure infringement. That's the race leading Toyota. Now I reckon they were changing tyres on the grid, weren't they? Izzy Browning said that to us. I wonder if they were a little bit too slow getting those slick tyres on, and that gamble now really not paying off. Yes, he's got the lead, but we'll have to pit for a drive-through.
A big twist then in this race. The race leader, the victor apparent, who'd already built 3.2 seconds worth of advantage, is going to drop somewhere in the region of 30-35 seconds going through the pit lane at, of course, pit lane limiter speed. That's a huge shame then for Hudson Schwartz and Speedy Motorsport. He's continued on for another lap for now as we watch Joel Mesh stream around the outside of Mattis Plushkel for 6th overall. But has the Aston still got some life in the old dog? It's quick in a straight line. It's certainly loud in a straight line. And sure enough, yes, it is a bit of a drag race. Naturally aspirated versus turbocharged as they run down to the first corner. And the Aston holds on for the time being. And look how small the Vantage, the first generation car, looks in comparison to the 10-year younger design that is the Mercedes-AMG GT4. Great racing between the two of them as we see a change ongoing. The number 30 W&S car, Frederick Zabis, is in. That's interesting. Didn't think then that the tyres were going to last the distance, and Colin Cronin has also come in to switch over to the slick tyres. 2 minutes it will take them. They have to be 2 minutes held in the pits. I don't see that that's going to profit, but maybe it will stop an incident taking place, and that's a bigger picture move.
I guess so. I mean, some of the wet-tired cars are running 5 or 6 seconds a lap slower than the cars on slicks, but yeah, 2 minutes would take quite an effort, wouldn't it, to lose 2 minutes on track? Anyway, decision made. They've pitted for a change of tyres. Jaden Kelly, then, to his credit, will inherit the race lead, of course, once Hudson Schwartz pits for the drive-through, but actually, he's going quicker than the race leader anyway, to set the fastest lap last time by, and he's going quicker again on this particular lap. We check back in on this Lotus and Mercedes scrap going on. This is for 9th position overall, and it is Troy Savitska ahead of Alexander's Bobrovs, the AM leader Bobrovs, and again he took, did he not, slick tyres? Yes, he did. He was the only AM driver to take the gamble. It's paid off. He's got the class lead already and might now be about to gain another overall position.
Yeah, great stuff between these two, and here comes Bobrovs right back at Troy Savitska. A nice little dice between them. Good to see Bobrovs in amongst this scrap. I think he was a little bit more lonely yesterday as we see Frederick Zabis coming back out onto the circuit. I should be saying Zebis, I did ask him this. I'm sorry. Frederick Zabis coming back out onto the circuit. Mattis Plushkel, meanwhile, taking that line, trying to find some wet patches on the circuit as Colin Cronin returns to the circuit, also now on the slicks, but a lap down. It's going to be hard to do anything from there.
Yeah, and of course he's now got to go through that whole tyre warming process, which all of the other slick-tyred cars were able to do behind the safety car for 2 laps. So this is a nightmare scenario, really, for Cronin. You can see he just doesn't have the car, won't turn into the corner at all at turn 3. He turned in an age before the apex, and the car just kept going straight. Now it wants to swap ends on him through turn 4. This is a great example of what a cold, slick tyre is like on a damp and still quite cool racetrack. And, well, Cronin will now be drawing upon all of the rallying experience in his family, all of the lessons that have trickled down from generation to generation of the Cronin family on car control, very much coming in handy now.
Absolutely right. So then, we are still yet to see Hudson Schwartz in for that drive-through. I suspect that we might see it in this time by, and we'll have to see where Hudson Schwartz comes back out. Here are some of the drivers on the slicks now. Of course, this is, Frederick Zabis getting a bit wiggly there, trying to get some temperature, of course, into his slick tyres that he's now switched to, and that is a move for position on Oana Graciela. In fact, no, Oana is a further lap down on that car. Now, coming around the final corner now is Hudson Schwartz. Hudson Schwartz, will he come into the pits this time? The answer is yes. He's come into the pit lane, so our race leader is in the pits for the drive-through penalty, and the number 26 car will lose the lead. Speedy Motorsport will be coaching their young man through it, saying, don't worry, don't sweat it, let's try and fight back up to the podium. He might not even be off the podium. Mesh is coming around the final corner now onto the main straight. He should fall back to 5th or 6th position, I think, Hudson Schwartz, but he can still salvage some good points and a good result from there.
Yeah, interesting, isn't it, how some drivers were more confident on those slick tyres than others. Charlie Robertson started only 1 row in front of Jarl Mesh. They're both on slick tyres, yet they're separated by 10 seconds and around. Oh, goes Hutch and Schwartz. That was a little bit of frustration, and the fact that he was on that wet inside line, having exited the pit lane, and it was not a good combo in the end. Around he goes, he smokes the tyres. The rear tyres will be right back up to temperature now, but unfortunately even more ground lost, and that was a costly error that he'll already be kicking himself for, I'm sure.
Yeah, that wasn't so much a low and slow for the rear tyres, that was a flash fry, but now they will be up to temp, and he will now rejoin the race in, that will be 8th position. That's unfortunate for Hudson Schwartz, but we'll see where he can go from there. Meanwhile, we see Cedric Fuchs here in 6th position. He's been closed in upon at a rate of knots by Bobrovs. They were 3 seconds apart at the line. The wet shod drivers are losing so much time at this juncture.
Yeah, you can see clearly the difference there. Bobrovs able to get on the power earlier, able to rotate the car better. His body language of the two cars, it looks like they're running in different classes, doesn't it? But the SR Motorsport by Schnitzelarm Racing Mercedes, I think, likely to lose that position soon. It's a much lonelier race for the other SR car, isn't it? Mesh in 3rd position now, of course, with the drive-through penalty now served by the erstwhile race leader. And so Mesh up into 3rd, but several seconds behind Charlie Robertson, and quite comfortably ahead of the 007 Aston Martin Vantage of Federico Peters, who moved up into 4th position. So finally, 20 minutes in, things, dare I say it, start to calm down, but of course we've still got some slick-shod drivers a little bit out of position, and will be particularly interesting to see what sort of recovery drive we get now from the man who led much of the race.
Yeah, now last time by, this BMW, Charlie Robertson, half a second quicker. He is chipping away at the gap between himself and Jaden Kelly. It's going to take a few laps, if at all, if he can get there, but the time delta suggests he might be onto something. Only a few hundredths quicker that time through the first sector, but Charlie looking confident. Of course, we saw Charlie Robertson last year in the GT4 Winter Series. We know what he's capable of, and we saw Jaden Kelly in the GT Winter Series last year in a trophy spec McLaren Artura, and he really showed up and showed out at Barcelona, getting an overall top 10 finish, beating some GT3 cars to the post. So we know both of these drivers have a lot of potential, and of course in Charlie's case quite the glittering extensive resume as well, being the older of the two drivers, having raced LMP1s at Le Mans. Jaden Kelly in the race lead for now, but I think before the end of the race that BMW is going to be large in the mirrors, and not just because of its stature.
Yeah, Jaden responding slightly now though, purple middle sector. I wonder whether he had a mistake on the previous lap, Jaden Kelly, because he'd set a purple first sector on that lap, but then lost quite a chunk of time by the end of the lap, as you quite rightly pointed out. Car 96 there being warned about track limits infringements. That's the Rafael Rayani Zone Racing McLaren, the 570S, which runs 2nd in club class. Club led still by Matis Plushkel as Alexander Bobrovs explores the outer extremities of the circuit up at the top of the hill at turn 11 there, and that was definitely a track limits infringement. Side by side here, Plushkel losing out to the recovering Toyota number 26, and Hudson Schwartz claims that position. So that, I believe, is a position back inside the top 5 now for the Toyota driver. I think I'm right in saying everyone in front of him is on slick tyres though, so whether he can make any more progress waits to be seen.
Yeah, he'll have to work quite hard to rope in Federico Peters, who'll be I think about 10 seconds up the road from the Toyota, so that's going to be hard work indeed. We've seen a change of position there. Bobrovs over Matis Plushkel, who's really struggling on those wet tyres. He's doing better than anyone else among the wets, isn't he, at this point? So doff of the cap to Matis Plushkel. He maybe would have hoped for a bit more from this race in general, but he's still running in P7. We see there Roy Schwartz, who will have just been lapped by his son, just picking and carefully choosing his opportunities. I think both drivers haven't had much mileage in that number 8 car over the course of the weekend. Every time they seem to roll the car out of the garage, there'd be a yellow flag or a red flag or something going wrong, so they had a bit of an uphill battle, it felt like. We saw there Colin Cronin on the offensive against Cedric Fuchs, not for position of course, because Cronin is a lap down, but he's looking confident and up to speed now on the slicks as well. And again, just from the perspective of not risking it and not pushing those wets too far, the last thing you want to do is really chew them up, spit them out, and then have a tyre failure or something like that. So I do understand why they would switch to slicks, but from a competitive standpoint, once you're on the wets, hanging on by the skin of your teeth was really the only option.
Well, and you're also going to learn a lot more if you're out there on the right tyre, and that's a big part of Cronin's appearance in the Winter Series this year, is to get some mileage in that McLaren GT4. Hasn't driven the car before this year, of course, so yeah, there's no point really sliding around out there for half an hour on the wrong tyre when a good result probably wasn't going to come your way anyway. Tell the track conditions are improving, because we've got purple sectors all over and a new fastest lap set by Jaden Kelly, the race leader, so that gap is back up to closer now to 4 seconds, but then Charlie Robertson has the fastest first sector time, Hudson Schwartz the fastest second sector time, and fastest in sector 3, Jarmesh. So all different cars, all different drivers finding time now as the grip levels increase.
Yeah, fascinating dynamic in this race as we watch the Hudson Schwartz car coming across the line in P5 overall, 10 seconds back from Federico Peters still. He took out about a second from the gap, but it's not going to, oh goodness me, a bit of lock up there into turn 3, but he's not going to be able to catch up in the 5 minutes and 22 seconds that we have left to run. Of course, 5th overall, there is an overall championship. There's also the Pro Championship where they'll score points for 4th position. Now, Speedy Motorsport aren't currently set to do the full season, but if the drivers say, you know what, that was fun, let's keep going, and that's exactly what happened with Elite Motorsport, of course, last year, who eventually became champions. We could well see more of the same. Speaking of Elite Motorsport, as we look at the Greystone McLaren Artura, the Elite team are on the entry list for Estoril, so that could be a compelling factor next week. Drivers TBC, we'll see who hops behind the wheel. Jaden Kelly, though, back with Greystone GT for this year. Their first appearance in the GT Winter Series came last year. This is their first weekend within the GT4 Championship, and Jaden Kelly would love to clinch an overall victory for them. Right now, it looks like he's forging a pretty clear path.
Yep, seems to be the case, doesn't it, as we wind down towards the closing stages of this race. There's your gap at the front of the field then. 4.9 seconds now, the margin. A full second quicker last time was Jaden Kelly than Charlie Robertson. And I think now we're starting to see really the pace of the McLaren versus the BMW to some extent. It's a good circuit this for a McLaren. Rotates well through those tight corners, changes direction well over the top of the hill, and well, Jaden Kelly really taking full advantage of that right now. In the classes then, Kelly leads Pro, Robertson leads Pro-Am. Am still led by Alexander Bobrovs, the lone slick-tyred car in that class, and Matis Pushkel leads in the club category very handsomely, it has to be said, in 7th overall. They're your class leaders as we zoom in on the 95 car, the Zone Racing car of Antonio Duarte, who has just lost out to WNS Motorsports' Frederick Debis, who of course is on the slick tyres. He's now up to 12th place.
Yeah, no, great from Zabis, one of the first driver in to make that change. And he'll be ruing that they didn't do it from the start, of course, as we see there a lap put on the 95 Zone Racing car of Antonio Duarte by the Araujo Competición car of Federico Peters. I like the sponsor on the side of that car, Growing Asphalt. How, sir? The 007 machine. Great to see Araujo back, and of course not just in the GT4s, but in the GTs with the Ferrari 296 Challenge car as well, although I don't think that was out for the GT Win Series race previous, so hopefully we get to see Alvaro Ramos out for race number 3. Looks like the 95 might be struggling a little bit. That is, of course, on the wets, and I think that's just the reality of the wet shod driver's race at this point. It's nursing tyres that cried enough a good 15 minutes ago.
I panicked at first when I saw a lap time of 2:15 compared to 1:54 for the car immediately ahead of Antonio Duarte, but then I realised the car ahead was on slick tyres, so that explains that.
And of course that was a Gulf liveried car on Antonio Duarte, and Gulf is now our new fuel partner for the GT4 and indeed the GT Win Series, all of the Winter Series championships. I'd love to take credit for that tie-in, but that was Mark Hilgenberg, our marketing manager, speaking through me. But yeah, really good to see those historic colours on that McLaren and indeed in our paddock this year. That's a move for position. Joachim Bolting up to 9th overall. Troy Savicka falling down a position, of course, in different classes. Am for Bolting, Pro-Am for Troy Savicka, Savicka, but still, of course, both wedge shot cars as well, but they're still fighting for position, at least those that have the confidence too. Some of them have really been psyched out at this point by the condition of their tyres, and I completely understand that. We're on to the penultimate lap of the race then. Jaden Kelly will be making his penultimate tour of the circuit. Last lap begins next time across the line. He'll be hoping to just make it work nicely from here on out. Of course, Troy Savicka, great story with him. He will be at this circuit at the end of March, also racing. But he's going to have 2 fewer wheels. He'll be in the World Sport Bike Championship season opener. He's I was going to say multilingual, that's not quite right, but a multifaceted motorsport competitor. He will be in the World Sport Bike Championship, and he's getting his eye in at Portimão, albeit not with much usable data, in the Lotus Emira GT4 car. They come up there on the back marker, Roy Schwartz entry into the first corner. They both have to stray onto the puddles, although perhaps they should be, because of course they are on the wets. Doesn't look like Savicka is going to be able to fight back here.
No, one gap that I've been monitoring is the gap between 4th place Federico Peters and 5th Hudson Schwartz. I was about to say at the start of the lap that I don't think Hudson's going to get there, but he's taken 2 seconds nearly out of Federico on this lap alone. It was 4.2 seconds the gap at the start of the lap, and that has nearly halved in just the first 2 sectors. They will have one more lap after this one as well, so that's going to be a perhaps now the battle to focus in on the final lap between the Arario Competition Aston Martin and the Speedy Motorsport Toyota, which remember pitted for slick tyres and dropped a huge amount of tyre. Sorry, no, excuse me, had a drive-through penalty, didn't they? Not slick tyres, but they still dropped a huge amount of time with that visit to the pit lane. They come across the line separated now by just 1.7 seconds, and that means that the move could well be on between these 2 cars on your screen. The white and black Aston Martin, the yellow and black Toyota. I can't quite believe the amount of time that Hudson Schwartz took out of Peters on the last lap. He did set the fastest lap and was 2.5 seconds quicker than the car he's pursuing.
Bit between the teeth, undoubtedly, after the frustration of that drive-through penalty. But the 007 car, I'm sure Federico Peters will get the elbows out as best he can, but Hudson firmly on the charge. Meanwhile, race leader Jaden Kelly approaches the final 3 corners of the lap. He will be across the line in just a few moments from now, I do apologise, and we'll see him across the line in a moment. But will we see Hudson Schwartz get through? There's some lap traffic up ahead. This could be the moment. We'll stick with it as long as we can. Can Hudson Schwartz get through? Oh, they go either side of the Cayman. There's contact, but we need to see the leader across the line. He comes across the line now. The McLaren Artura GT4 emerges for the 4th one over the crest, and it is Jaden Kelly that claims the race win. But we saw Hudson Schwartz there into the back of Oana Graciela. She kept the car in a straight line. Hopefully she will get to cross the line, but a moment there for Hudson Schwartz. We should really see if Hudson's still there with Peters or not, of course. Joel Mesh comes across the line in 3rd place, and where are the 4th and 5th place cars? They're coming around the final corner. Who will emerge over the crest in 4th place? Hudson Schwartz will have damage now. Will he still be pushing for the position? We'll see them come across the line in just a moment. It's going to be very close, but it is going to be Federico Peters that holds on by 0.3 of a second. And Hudson Schwartz, I think there was not very happy in the cockpit of the car. I think he was not best pleased with how that race went down, and I do feel for him again. A cruel fate there with the drive-through penalty, just slightly too late on the change to slick tyres from wets, which he took out on the sighting lap. Speedy Motorsport then in 5th place, then the Team VRT car of Alexander Bobrovs, who finishes in 6th overall. That's the club class winner just across the line. Mattis Plushkel in the 1st generation Aston Martin Vantage with 7th overall. Still a very impressive result really for an older generation car. And then across the line in 8th place to come 2nd in Pro-Am was Cedric Fuchs. We get a replay here on board with oh, goodness me, with Hudson Schwartz. That was an onboard. And Oana Graciela there, I think, was just caught out. The Toyota driver wasn't expecting that car to be quite so slow at the apex, and a big moment between the two. Graciela incidentally, I think did manage to cross the line. Have we seen Oana across the line yet? No, actually, but we'll have to wait and see whether that car does make it to the flag. Either way, your overall winner, your Pro Class winner, Jaden Kelly. Pro-Am going to Charlie Robertson, as well as second overall, of course. Sixth overall for the Am Class winner, Alexander Bobrovs, and Matis Plushkel winning the Club Class in 7th place. Joachim Bolting held on to 9th place, although Troy Savicka was hustling. That Lotus Emira GT4 didn't drop back at all, really, from the Cayman at the end of the race, and just behind the overall top 10 in 11th place was Rafael Riani in the Zome Racing McLaren 570S GT4. Frederick Zebis, of course, the driver that switched over to slicks first among those that did it in the race, only finishing 12th, so not profiting at all off of the switch, but I think learning the track, as Andy's point was, learning the track and learning to drive in these conditions as a first-time GT racer, probably more beneficial than skating around on the wrong rubber for the Danish competitor. Jaden Kelly pulls up to victory lane. Of course, we spoke about it yesterday with Hugo back on the podium, the effort that Greystone put in to the process of getting the car back out there on the circuit, and I must thank their social media manager Joe, who confirmed for me that yes, Friday was a very late night, and they did a very good job to get that car ready. I think there was a lot of radio silence though from the garage. They were a bit too busy to be feeding back to those working in the UK, but Joe will have her victory graphic good and ready to go, I'm sure. If it's not already been posted, she'll be doing it as I'm talking. But Greystone GT with their first ever GT4 Winter Series win, of course. Jaden Kelly, a champion in McLarens in different specifications in the trophy spec, and clearly taking that knowledge and that speed into the GT4 spec car. He is the 2025 McLaren Trophy Europe champion, just 18 years of age, and at a very young age he's already got a lot of racing experience, and I'm really seeing him as someone where the sky could well be the limit. Jaden Kelly, the Australian competitor, will be interviewed in a few moments' time by Izzy. I saw Izzy looking expectant with a microphone, so I think we'll be just a few moments away from hearing from the young Australian, and I'm sure there'll be a big smile on his face. That race went just about to his script. Lost a position or two early on, of course, but very quickly the balance of the race switched in favour of the slick-shod cars and the drivers that made the call to go with the slicks. It was a gamble of sorts, and it was a gamble that paid off for Greystone GT, and Jaden Kelly, the number 17 car, will be victorious, will go down in the record books as a winner for the first time in the GT4 Winter Series. Of course, Charlie Robertson with second overall, the Pro-Am winner, following on from Ravi Ramyid, who managed to achieve the same thing in yesterday's race. So Ravi and Charlie in the early stages of the season putting in a big shift in the Pro-Am classification, and again really getting to grips with this M4 GT4 Evo. It's a different chassis than they had last year. This is the L'espace Bienvenu team, which of course they didn't race with last year. Last year at Century Motorsport, but as they move into GT4 Europe for 2026, they've moved to the French outfit. Let's go down under the podium where Jaden Kelly is with Izzy.
He is indeed with me. Jaden, congratulations. I mean, slicks was the way to go, wasn't it? You survived the start and then it came to you.
Yeah, the start was definitely a bit sketchy. The formation lap, it was just constantly slipping away, but you know, some of us took a gamble and it turned out to just be right. Lap kind of 2, the track started to come to us and we started to find that kind of dry line and dry pace, but the team's done a mega job. We had an incident in testing on the Friday, and to get the car back in one piece and performing as good as it did, they've done an amazing job. It was a bit of a shame not to get to race against the Toyota guys with the drive-through, but ultimately great race, very happy.
Yeah, definitely. And as you say, I just spoke to one of your mechanics who said the car was pretty much completely destroyed. So a bit of redemption for that, because I think it was a late Friday night for them.
Yeah, the guys have worked really, really hard. So honestly, my heart goes out to them. Thank you guys so much. But yeah, we've done it. We've won.
You have indeed. In one more race later today. What's possible in that?
we will see. Hopefully it stays dry and we have a little less stress at the start, but I think it'll be good.
All right, best of luck for later on today, and congratulations for this. We'll let you get up to the podium and celebrate. A first win in the GT4 Winter Series for Jaden Kelly.
Yeah, what a race that was, especially in the early stages. That crossover point always delivers intrigue in a race of mixed conditions. Let's take a look back at race number 2 for the GT4 Winter Series. As the race got underway, single file start, it was the wedge-shod Frederik Zebis at the front of the field, and Hudson Schwartz in second position was on slicks. A big mix-up of wet and slick-shod cars at the front of the field. And around the third corner, Zebis was building a lead, but within a couple of laps' time, he'd start falling through the field, and sure enough, a very determined Hudson Schwartz would be on the back of the W&S Porsche within a matter of moments, and this was the moment that the race lead went in favour of Hudson Schwartz. Around the outside, utilising the great traction he was getting out of the slicks on just the second or third lap. That was the biggest indicator of all that the slicks were coming to the fore. However, unfortunately for Hudson Schwartz, he would get a drive-through penalty, and as this move for second place for Jaden Kelly would soon be the lead, of course, because Hudson Schwartz had a drive-through. That was for getting the tyres on the car too late on the grid. The late decision to switch to slicks for Hudson Schwartz did not pay off. Some great battling all through the field, of course. This is Zebis on slicks, losing out to Mattis Plutschkel as he was getting the tyres up to temp. Plutschkel was one of those who elected to stay on the wets, and the wet drivers, though, the wet shod tyres, really were not the ones to have, and that was becoming more and more clear. Hudson Schwartz served his drive-through meanwhile, and even though he was on the slicks, he lost out. He was on a damp patch, and that unfortunately sent the car into a spin, which cost him even more time, and the frustration for Hudson only deepened. Unfortunately, he'll be looking to bounce back, of course, in race number 3 with a bit of a reset over the lunch break. Schwartz would soon be on the attack, though, getting himself past the eventual AM class winner, Team VRT's Alexander Bobrovs. But Bobrovs wasn't going down without a fight. He would try and fight back. However, Schwartz would soon get past him, and also Mattis Plutschkel. That was a move back up into the overall top 5. We didn't see that on the live pictures, I don't think. Mattis Plutschkel was getting a bit wiggly on the wets as they started to really fall apart underneath him. Hudson Schwartz was tripped up on the final lap by Joanna Graciela while trying to race Federico Peters for 4th position. An unfortunate end to his race. Meanwhile, the Greystone McLaren came across the line to win the race with a 6-second advantage over the Pro-Am winner Charlie Robertson. Jaden Kelly is a GT4 Winter Series race winner, greeted by his Greystone team. And let's take a look at the order in full. Greystone GT's Jaden Kelly winning the race. 15 laps in the books for him, and he was 6.3 seconds clear of Charlie Robertson, the Pro-Am class winner. Of course, he's the pro element of that lineup in the L'Espace Bienvenue BMW M4 GT4. Joel Mesh in 3rd place in the Pro Class Mercedes SR Motorsport entry. Aurelio Competición in 4th place with Federico Peters, and Hudson Schwartz wondering what might have been in that race. 5th overall, ultimately ahead of the AM class winner Alexander Bobrovs. Mattis Plutschkel in 7th position. He actually set his fastest lap of the race on the last lap, despite the tyres disintegrating underneath him. He finished ahead of Cedric Fuchs, who was the Pro-Am runner-up. Joachim Bolting in 9th place, and Troy Savicka rounding out the overall top 10 in the Blue Garage Racing Lotus Emira GT4. Rafael Riani in 11th place in the Zone Racing McLaren. W&S Motorsports Frederik Zebis in 12th position, ahead of Colin Cronin, Antonio Duarte, Roy Schwartz, and Joanna Graciela. Of course, Zebis, Colin Cronin among those who switched over to slicks in the race, and thus cost themselves time with the 2-minute mandatory stop. They'll be looking to bounce back and fight for overall positions in the 1-hour pit stop race a little bit later on, of course, especially for Frederik Zebis, who knows that his teammate Tim Horrell is extraordinarily fast for a bronze-rated driver. He will have his eyes on an overall podium, as well as potentially fighting Ramid and Robertson for the Pro-Am win. I think that's going to be one of the most intriguing stories of race number 3, which of course will be our closing race of the broadcast in a few hours' time. The podium ceremony will be underway in a few moments with Andy McEwen once he's done the always unenviable task of herding the drivers up the stairs and into the room ready to receive their trophies in the presentation. And then we'll be going into our lunch break where Izzy Browning will be roving the pits, getting some insights and information from around the paddock. And following that, and in amongst that as well, we'll have some great features and interviews from our drivers who are very generous with their time and with us in the Winter Series, answering our questions, letting us know how to say their names in some instances. We always thank them for their time. And we've got a bit of insight as well on the BMW Z4 that everyone has been craning their necks to take a look at this weekend. We spoke to the von Unhausens and got some interesting interviews up and down the paddock. So do stay with us to hear all of the insights and also to see who Izzy finds on her adventures on the pit lane, because you never know quite who you might bump into on the lunch break walk. The circuit here at Portimão is 90% dry by the time we wait an hour, or just about an hour, and then go racing for the GTs. I do suspect that we will have a fully dry circuit, and certainly everyone will be on the slicks. The day has blossomed from a fairly mediocre start from a weather perspective to a very sunny late morning. Let's go down to Andy McEwen. He's ready with our drivers.
GT4 Winter Series podium about to get underway, and we will start with the club class. We introduce first our race winning team from yesterday. It's third place today though for Antonio Duarte. Well done, Antonio. Onto the third step of the podium he goes. Breno Arruda, his teammate, the winner in race one yesterday. It's another Zone Racing car that finished second, Rafael Rayani. Congratulations, Rafael. Third place yesterday, that car, in the hands of Luis Aguiar, but it is second place for Rafael today. The race win in the club class, though, goes to the BWT Muka Motorsports squad and Mattis Pluschkel. Well done, Mattis. Onto the top step. Thilo Goss took that car to second place yesterday, but it is a race win this time for Mattis, and we'll have a word with him in a moment. The fan favourite Aston Martin with another strong result, and one of the highest placed of the cars that were on wet tyres in that race as well, which was particularly impressive. In a race where the wet tyres really after the first 5 or 6 minutes were quite clearly not the tyre to have, but Mattis was able to drag the Aston Martin to not only a class win but a strong overall position. So congratulations then to our podium finishers. Mattis, we're going to have a quick chat with you if that's okay. A class win but a gamble on tyres at the start of the race. The wets perhaps weren't the fastest, but you seemed faster than the other wet tyred cars.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a shame. I think we had a good chance. We put it on P4 in qualifying yesterday, so we didn't want to take the risk, so changed to wet, but it was the wrong decision in hindsight. But anyway, I mean, I think it's a good race. We could disturb some of the newer GT4 cars, so it's always good fun to do that.
We enjoyed watching it. Congratulations, Mattis Pluschkel then, our club class winner in the second GT4 Winter Series race of the weekend. We move on now to the AM class, and again the same 3 cars that were on the podium yesterday, but all with different results in race number 2. It is third place in the AM class for yesterday's winner, Roy Schwartz. Well done, Roy. Onto the third step of the podium for Speedy Motorsport. It's W&S Motorsport who celebrates second place. Yesterday's winner, Joachim Bolting. Well done, Joachim. Onto the second step with a spring in his step, as always. The win, though, again, it all came down to the tyre gamble. A decision to start on slick tyres by Team VRT hands the race victory to Alexander Bobrovs. Congratulations, Alexander's top step of the podium for you, and the only AM driver to take the gamble to start on slick tyres, and it yielded a race win. In the end, a pretty comfortable race win, with Joachim Bolting moving forward into second place in class in the latter running. Handshakes all round. We've got Mark and Sergio from GEDLICH Racing on hand for trophy duties, along with Oleg from Pirelli, who hands out our second placed trophies for this particular podium. Great to have the ongoing support from Pirelli with the Winter Series in 2026. And it was all about Pirelli tyres in that race, really, wasn't it? Let's have a word with Alexander, if that's okay. Congratulations on the race win. It was all about tyre choice. You were the only AM driver to take that slick tyre call. Was that your decision or the team's?
No, that was the team manager decision. He insisted to choose the slick. I followed him, and it was the game changer.
Were you happy with that suggestion, or were you a little unsure?
Absolutely.
Well, congratulations. It worked perfectly. A race win for Alexander Bobrovs in the Team VRT car in the AM class. Pro-Am up next, and we start with our third place finisher. Second place yesterday for Blue Garage Racing. It is third place, though, for Troy Savicka. Well done, Troy. Third step of the podium for you. The third place car yesterday was the SR Motorsport by Schnitzelal Mercedes. This time it is second place for Cedric Fuchs. Well done, Cedric. Second place in the Pro-Am class. But again, an inspired tyre choice. We heard from him on the grid before the race, and that slick tyre decision gives a race win to Charlie Robertson. Well done, Charlie. Onto the top step of the podium. And he was very, very confident when we spoke to him on the grid that slick tyres would be the way to go. In the end, it only took a couple of laps for those slick tyres to prove to be the correct choice, and the L'Espace Bienvenu BMW was able to rocket through not only to a class win, but a fantastic outright result as well. And that is why Charlie has a big smile on his face, and I'm sure Ravi Rambi down below will be celebrating as well. Intrigued to have a chat with Charlie after that one to get his thoughts on how the race went. BMW had really good pace, even compared to other cars that were also on the slick tyres. Charlie, if you don't mind just hopping down. Well, we spoke to you on the grid. You were very confident slick tyres were the way to go. Were you surprised just how quickly that crossover point came?
No, not really. We did a gamble last year on slicks and it nearly worked. We did a gamble in qualifying and it nearly worked. So I knew going into the race it was a little bit drier on the outlap to the grid, and I was pretty sure. And as soon as we started the race, we didn't lose really any time to the wet runners. I thought we might lose 5-10 seconds, but we didn't even lose 2 or 3. So within the end of lap 1, I was already overtaking people on wets. So it was just a case of biding my time. The McLaren was obviously started a little bit ahead, so they had a little bit of a gap, and then I just went with Jaden. He had a little bit of pace on me over the race stint, but it was it was really good. So P2 overall, P1 in class, good start to the Winter Series.
Great start to the Winter Series. Congratulations. Charlie Robertson gets the win in Pro-Am. And we now have one more podium presentation to conduct, and that is our Pro Top 3. And we start with the third place finisher, Federico Peters. The Aston Martin driver heads to the third step of the podium with huge reception from the crowd down below. I'm sure it'll be a similar story for our second place finisher. They were third yesterday, but SR Motorsport are second in race 2 with Yerl Mesh. Well done, Yerl. Third yesterday for Enrico Federer, but Yerl Mesh gets the second step of the podium. They'll be aiming for the top step in the third race later on. The race win, though, in the Pro class and an overall race win for Greystone GT's Jaden Kelly. And a big cheer from the Greystone team down below as Jaden heads to the top step of the podium. Hugo Back was second yesterday for Greystone, and they are this time celebrating a race win courtesy of Jaden Kelly, who again made the decision to start on slick tyres. A lot of the pro cars did, but Jaden had some fantastic pace, and he celebrates the race win here at Portimão. 2 more races to come. Today, the longer pit stop races for both the GT and GT4 Winter Series. We are, though, now heading into a lunch break. In a moment or two, Izzy Browning is going to be wandering up and down the pit lane, gathering all of the stories from the teams. We'll be back with all of that after this quick break.
Nexano, on the path to becoming the world's largest independent business community. We connect entrepreneurs, experts, and decision makers across industries and across borders. In our digital ecosystem, people share knowledge, learn from each other, and grow together. Companies and talents gain access to relevant contacts, resources, and innovative projects. Our community stands for transparency, trust, and sustainable economic success. We create space for inspiration, collaboration, and new business models. Nexano, shaping the future of business networking, global, digital, and accessible to everyone.
Well, a very warm welcome down to the pit lane this afternoon here in Portimão. If you've never seen our coverage before, well, we are in the lunch break right now. A little break in the action for the racing out on track. A chance for the drivers to go and grab some lunch, and a chance for me to run up and down the pit lane and see who we can chat to. So make sure you stick around. We've got a whole bunch of interviews coming your way and a couple of exciting features too that were filmed earlier in the weekend, but I have made my way down to the garage of the NM Racing team, the GT2 car that is entered this weekend, and I have the driver of that car alongside me now, Brandon Oxley. Brandon, great to see you, first of all, and great to have you in the Winter Series. How is the weekend going so far?
Well, it's the first time for me in the car. It's been going very well, adapting to the new car. I've come from GT4 last season just to prepare for this, and it's been going pretty good. It was very wet early on, which gave me a good chance to, get ahead of the field next year, practicing in the rain, and now we got a bit of dry racing, so all well.
Well, you mentioned what you've done previously. You've also had a bit of single-seater experience as well. So you've done single-seaters, you did a bit of GT4, you now jump into this. Just explain to us a little bit about some of the differences that you've experienced.
Sure, well, it's a much bigger, heavier car than the single-seaters, and takes a lot of adapting to it. It's a bit different racing. You can see the difference yourself. It's just a bigger car to race, but it's been more fun. It's been a lot more. You get a lot more contact, a bit more close up, and in the races here. But like yesterday, we had a bit of contact, a bit of fighting, trying to get through the GT3s actually. Yeah. So it's been pretty good fun with these GT cars. Personally, I missed the single seaters a little bit, but now that I'm adapting to this, it's actually quite fun, getting a lot closer and bumping doors.
In terms of driving style, is there anything that you've had to change to get used to the GTs?
Yeah, quite a lot. A lot I had to change, a lot of sim work, a lot of learning, studying the car. Took me a bit of time actually, a bit longer than I thought, but I'm getting a hang of it now, and I've got more pre-season stuff planned to get more into it for the European Series later on this year.
I guess the track time is everything, and that's something that you will have had a lot of this week in the Winter Series, which is great. I mean, just talk to us about the preparation. You mentioned there the sim work. So what kind of preparation goes into a weekend so that when you get here, you can hit the ground running?
A lot of prep, a lot of sim work, a lot of studying, and getting the right people to train with you, and coaches and training partners on the sim. yeah, the usual, lot of hours on the sim, a lot of time studying, and then coming to test it out in person to see the differences, what you can take back, what you can bring for the next race. That's that.
And working with a team like NM as well. I mean, I know you will know them from GT4s, but they're a very experienced team. Neil is great to chat to, has so much knowledge, and I'm sure that you will be soaking that all up. How has it been working with this team?
No, the team's amazing. The guys here are great. They're great people. They all want to win. They're all very focused on winning. And that's all I want to do. That's all there is. That's why I'm here, you know. If it's not that, then what are we doing here? So, no, people here are amazing. They're all very focused and all have the same energy and passion for winning, which is very important.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's great to have you here at Portimão. Talk to me about the track. Is it a track that you've raced before? How much experience have you had around here?
I've actually done quite a bit around here. I had the... more testing. I've done a couple races in the radicals around here 3-4 years ago, but yeah, I've done quite a lot of testing in all conditions, which helped me a lot because then I didn't have to think about the track so much. Straight into the car, adapting to it. I had to change some things that I learned in single seaters that doesn't really work here with this type of car. But yeah, it's actually one of my favorite tracks. It's a beautiful track, and the track itself is good fun. You know, a lot of hills, a lot of blind corners, and a lot of things you don't expect to be right, and it is. So it's been amazing here, yeah.
Yeah, it's a roller coaster. That's the word that...
That was the word I was looking for. I thought, well, I had the word in mind, but that's the word I'm looking for.
Yeah, roller coaster is kind of what every driver says to us, and it's very true, and it makes for some great racing. So far, we've had 2 races done and dusted. We've got the final race coming up this afternoon, of course, with the pit stop race, a slightly longer race. What are your thoughts ahead of it? I mean, track was wet this morning, but actually, we've got quite a lot of sun, and things tend to be drying now.
I reckon it'll be dry unless, I mean, I've not had a good look at the clouds, but I reckon it'll be dry. Personally, I prefer the wet. We were quicker in the wet, especially yesterday, where people were a little bit scared at the start with their slicks on, but I just sent it, and I thought we would be racing against some other competitors, and then they told us after the race that we're only racing ourselves, which, well, we're still racing other people, just not on the categorization, which is a shame. But I'm still going to go out now next race. We've got an hour now, and I have to drive a change. I've got the start to do. And I'm going to be fighting GT3s as well if I can. Keep them behind me and have a bit of fun, because now they've pretty much said, look, free for all. So that's what's that.
Free for all and go for it. I mean, I'm excited to see what you can do then in this last race.
Right? Let's see, right? I mean, T1, we're very fast on the straight, but we don't have aero and grip like the other cars. They're a lot lighter, and, well, not a lot lighter, but they have a lot more aero, a lot more aero. But we're quick on the straight, which gives us an advantage down this straight at the start. And I just got to make sure I find more grip than the others at T1 and don't spin. Yep. And I should get a few places at the start and try to get a few more places before everyone settles in. Because once they settle in, we don't have the same speed as theirs in an overall race stint. So we just got to get the start right and yeah, keep it from there. I'll be a bit more fighting this one. Like last one, I thought I've just got to keep the people I'm racing behind, but now it's free for all. Keep everyone behind if I can and go forward.
Send it.
Yes, send it.
I love that. Absolutely fantastic to hear that from you. And we'll hold you to it. We're going to expect big things in this next race. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us.
Can I just have the opportunity to say hello to all the people back at Meaty Homes Bridge Inn restaurant that I've just opened a little restaurant. So, and thank you to my dad especially. You know, he's obviously given me the opportunity to do this. So, well, whilst I have the mic and the camera, just say hello to everyone. See you back home in a bit. That's it.
All right, thank you so much for speaking to us. We'll let you continue and have your lunch. Thank you so much, Brandon. Good luck for later today. Oh, great to speak to our first driver in the lunch break and get some of the insights from him. I mean, we've got so many great cars up and down at this GT Winter Series and GT4 Winter Series grid. And one of those cars you will have heard a lot of chat about throughout the weekend so far. It is, of course, the BMW Z4 GT3. And we did a little feature on that earlier in the weekend.
This weekend at Portimão, the GTX class of the GT Winter Series features something a little special. we have this incredible BMW Z4 GT3 in the paddock, and it's courtesy of Marcus and Christoph Unhausen in this Classic and Speed team. Let's talk about how we ended up with this car, because of course the GT3 historic racing scene is growing. You're a very big part of historic racing, Marcus, but what led you to get a BMW Z4 specifically?
Well, I bought in 2012 an Audi R8 GT3 LMS Ultra straight from the Podium, a car which was driven by Lotterer, Stippler and Mies. And then I drove it a bit, and then basically with the vintage GT3s you couldn't drive anymore. And then last year the MRL, the Motor Racing Legends series, came up with a new series called GT3 Legends. So I went there to Silverstone to the first race, and I was lucky I got on the podium. And then straight afterwards I said I have to buy a BMW, because this is a car from a comic strip, and it's like a little muscle car, and it's cool. It's a bit like my old race E-Type. So I got that car, and we're really happy about it.
Of course, ex-British GT car, and you were at Silverstone in August, and I understand you got some visits from the original drivers.
That's true. Joe Osborne came and said, "Oh, this is my old car, and how fabulous it's there." And he was really proud of seeing it again, and we are really proud to put it again back on the track.
And of course, you took the car out, you had your first experiences of it, and then that young man, Christoph, said, "Dad, I quite like the car," and you said, "Okay, let's see, let's give you a go." And Christoph, very quickly, you went from trying the car for the first time to doing your first proper races in something this powerful and this crazy. What a journey it's been for you.
I mean, it's completely insane to believe that. I started exactly almost 1 year ago, exactly at this track in Portimão. I took the Audi for a spin, and I mean, the Audi is a bit more chill. It's a really nice, relaxing GT3 car, and the Z4 goes completely crazy on the back. I mean, you've got so much torque, and the sound is obviously immaculate. And then I had my first race in Silverstone, which was quite challenging but very interesting, and I had so much fun. And then I had my second and third race in Spa, and that was much better because I knew the car a bit better, had some little tests, and now this is my actual first season, and let's see what's gonna come.
And you've got this interesting dynamic here with us in the GT Winter Series, where you're in the GTX class, so you're in a separate classification, but of course you're racing modern-day GT3s, modern-day Ferrari Challenge, Porsche Cup cars. It's going to be an interesting, I guess, test of you and where the car stacks up against its modern counterparts.
Yeah, exactly. It's super interesting. I mean, the faster GT3 cars, there are obviously some pro drivers. They're on another level. I try to match a bit my speed, but I mean, they've got another speed on the torque. But what I really like is I just try to challenge them sometimes to also make it difficult for them to overtake me, and I will make it also difficult in the race. I'll try. And but it's super interesting because I mean, now they've got the modern GT3 cars. In 2027 there's gonna be the cars, so they will be the historic cars in a couple of years as well. So.
I look at this car, I look at the form of it, I look at the short wheelbase, I look at the fact that it started life as a roadster road car. I think to the fact that it has a V8 that the road car never had originally, and of course it now has a hardtop. To me, the BMW Z4 GT3 reminds me a lot of the AC Cobra, whether it's the 289 or the 427, of course. But the AC Cobra, one of the most revered, respected and valuable 60s GT cars, and it really wouldn't surprise me if in 20, 30 years' time we're telling similar stories about the GT3 spec BMW Z4. How amazing to have it here in the Winter Series. Furthermore, what else amazing can we get into the GT Winter Series? In the GTX class, within reason, anything goes. This is just one example
of the many exciting cars we could welcome into the GEDLICH Racing Winter Series.
Nexano, on the path to becoming the world's largest independent business community. We connect entrepreneurs, experts, and decision makers across industries and across borders. In our digital ecosystem, people share knowledge, learn from each other, and grow together. Companies and talents gain access to relevant contacts, resources, and innovative projects. Our community stands for transparency, trust, and sustainable economic success. We create space for inspiration, collaboration, and new business models. Nexano, shaping the future of business networking, global, digital, and accessible to everyone.
Well, great to have those features on a very cool car in the Winter Series this year. I've now come down further down the pit lane to just in front of the SR garage. You can't see the cars, but I promise they are there. To find two familiar faces. I've got Enrico Federer and Joel Mesh alongside me from the SR team, obviously racing in the GT4s, in the Pro class. Two very familiar faces, as I say, because we know you two very, very well. I mean, Joel, we saw you in the 2024 GT4 Winter Series. You weren't with us racing last year, but you were here as a mechanic. First of all, how nice is it to be back?
It's amazing. I mean, therefore I was able to do GT4 Germany last year, but being back in the GT Winter Series, having something over the break is absolutely cool.
And you've just come P3 in that race just this morning. One more race left so far for this weekend. How have you found the weekend so far?
It's a bit difficult. We had some problems in Friday's test session with the car, but the mechanics are trying to fix it day and night. We still couldn't do it. Yeah, but they are doing an amazing job, working so much for us to be back to fight for the podium. I mean, we did it 2 times in a row. Enrico yesterday, me today. And now we are trying to do the same for the endurance race.
Yeah, a great point actually. I mean, given the problems with the car, both of you have done a fantastic job to fight back through the field. You yesterday, Enrico, Joel today. So despite the problems, actually, it's been an okay weekend so far.
Yeah, so beside the problems, the weekend was very good. So P3 and P2 in class is not bad, but it's not what we are coming for. So yeah, but the mechanics do all they can. They work day and night to fix the problem, and we hope next week we have a good car to win the races.
And you are with us for the full season, we expect. I mean, as I say, we've seen you guys before. Joel came second in the 2024 GT4 Winter Series. You came second last year in the 2025 GT4 Winter Series. So the only thing left to do is actually win the whole thing. What's it going to take this year to do that?
Yeah, just take a good team and a good co-driver. So I think everything is possible. We won we were second the last 2 years. So now it's just P1 in front. So we try it this year.
And it's a lot about consistency as well. I mean, this is a short season packed into, well, it's quite a few races packed into a short season. And it's every weekend turning up. And even if you aren't necessarily taking all the wins, to be getting the podiums that you are is important.
Yes, exactly. I mean, like Enrico said, it's not what we are aiming for, but we just need to fix our problem, and then we are ready to fight for P1.
And the two of you get on very, very well. If any of you have seen our coverage before, you'll know that these two are quite the duo together. How important is that? You're laughing, but it is true. How important is that to have a good relationship with your co-driver?
I think that's some of the most important things. So we are very good friends on track and off track, and yeah, if you don't have a driver you like, so you're not driving fast. We know each other very good for very, very long years, so yeah, it's very, very important.
You don't mind him, do you? You're pretty good friends.
Yeah, I guess so. I hope.
I hope so too, otherwise that would have been very awkward. Right, one more race today. Just tell me, obviously we're expecting now dry conditions for the rest of the day. What's it going to take to win this race this afternoon?
Yeah, first of all, a car that runs, so yeah, with this car I think we still can win. We need to work very hard and maybe a little bit of luck, but yeah, I think we can gain for the podium. That's a realistic goal, and then we see.
And how much would it mean to get that win to cap off the weekend?
I think it would be a great thing for our mechanics, just to show that they aren't the only ones working that hard, that we are too. I mean, we both are really grateful for the work they are doing, also for the team chef, and thank you very much, guys.
Well, we wish you best of luck. Thank you very much for speaking to us. I can smell the lovely food that you guys have got in the garage, so I'll let you guys go and have some lunch, and we'll see another interview from earlier in the weekend. Emil, it's great to have you back in the Winter Series. How good has it been to be back in this paddock?
Well, it feels nice. Obviously, I've been here a lot the last couple of years, so it feels surreal to be here in the top class as well, not only GT4. I like the paddock and it's nice to do something in the winter as well.
Yeah, as you say, you've been here quite a few years. We've seen your face around the paddock. You've become a familiar face to us. You, of course, won the Pro-Am class in the GT4s a couple of years ago, but you're now back with a new challenge, and we can see the car behind you. Just tell us what you're up to this weekend.
Yeah, basically I'm driving the Mustang together with Keanu, and yeah, we'll just do our best and see where we end up, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, it's great to have you, and also great to have the Mustang on the grid as well. You've actually got a special story with the Mustang, don't you? It's kind of been a childhood thing for you.
Yeah, obviously, at least with Ford, it was my dad always raced a Capri RS 3100 replica. So Ford has always been quite close to my heart, and yeah, feels surreal to be back again, and this time with Ford. Just yeah, feels really nice, to be honest.
And how has the car been so far? Obviously, getting used to probably something quite different to what you've raced before.
Yeah, so obviously I started GT3 last year, and I raced a Lambo together with Angster. And yeah, this car is, yeah, it's like night and day. It's really, really different. All the braking shapes, how you can do the throttle, everything is just night and day. So for me, this is also good preparation for a season to do the final steps and get up to speed as I should. So yeah, it's really nice. Nice to get going.
What kind of adjustments have you had to make then, especially around a track like this? I mean, Portimao's not the easiest track at the best of times, and we've had some weather around as well.
Yeah, it's definitely quite a technical track. For me, it's been on the braking because it's a front engine car versus a rear engine car. So for this, you have to have like a stable brake shape all the time. With Lambo, you have to kind of peak and then roll out of the brakes. So it's like going against physical laws for me because I'm used to the other brakes from GT4 as well. But yeah, let's see. It's also an Evo package that will come later on. So it could be that I have to go back to the other style again. So we just have to see what happens. But for now, it's, yeah, going forward.
In a way, kind of learning from scratch again then.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like driving something completely else. And also like in this car, like the aero and everything is also different. And it's about understanding where to push to gain lap time rather than just pushing the whole time. So yeah, it's nice to have this to get ready.
Well, you mentioned the Lamborghini that you were racing in last year. It is on the grid this weekend alongside you. The exact car that you were racing. Also, your former teammate Jonas is on the grid.
Yeah, Jonas. Yeah.
How nice is that? But also, how much do you want to beat them?
Obviously, it's nice to see them. I'm still good friends with everyone, so obviously it's always nice to beat your own car. But I think, yeah, we're just there for preparation, and let's just see what happens. We do our best, they do their best, and let's see where we end up.
Good stuff. Okay, just final question then. What's the goal this weekend? What would you like to come out of this weekend having had?
As I said, good preparation, but at the other hand, it's always nice with a win or a podium. So we have to aim high, put the stakes high, and do our best.
All right. Wish you best of luck for the weekend. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, welcome back down to the pit lane. The sun shining down on us here in Portimão. Finally, we have had quite a lot of rain over the weekend, but finally the sun is out, and I have got two great drivers alongside me now, Ravi Ramid and Charlie Robertson from the GT4 Winter Series Pro-Am. I mean, Charlie, I'm going to start with you because we spoke to you on the grid, and that was the right decision, wasn't it, to go on those slicks?
It was. I was pretty confident, to be honest. After yesterday, qualifying nearly worked out for us, and the conditions were, if not better than qualifying. So as soon as we did the lap to the grid, we got some good heat in the tyres. I thought anyone chasing to wets now is not in for a fun race. So yeah, just bided my time, dropped back a couple of places at the start, but I knew if I could keep sight of the wet shod drivers ahead, that within a couple of laps we'd pick our way through. And that's the way it worked out. Obviously the Supra had a penalty for I'm not sure what, and then it was just us and the McLaren out front, and I just basically settled into a nice rhythm. Yeah, brought it home.
And I suppose in some ways, your experience and being a British driver as well, you can kind of, those decisions and what would be the right decision from probably having done quite a few of those races.
Yeah, I think that does definitely bode in our favour a little bit. I mean, here the weather's so changeable. It says on the weather forecast it's going to be dry, then you look outside and it's raining, and then it says it's going to be raining and it's dry. So it's one of those where you just got to take what you get. And the track does dry quite quickly, so it's one of those places that, it's a little bit different to even the UK, to be honest, how changeable it can be. But yeah, we relied on that sort of experience that I've got from previous racing, and it's been good so far.
Well, it's been a mixed weekend in terms of weather. I did say I wouldn't jinx it, and I'm trying not to, but in terms of results, Ravi, it's been a good weekend for you guys so far.
Yeah, I mean, so far it's been max points haul, we've turned up and actually got our heads down and got on with it, just executed really well. It has helped that those around us had a bit of bad luck, but that's motorsport, that's the way it is. You don't always want to win that way, but if it's there, you take it, don't you?
And you still got to be quick at the end of the day and pumping in the laps, and also keeping it on the track as well. I mean, we've seen a fair few mistakes from quite a few people up and down at the grids this weekend, tricky conditions, but ultimately you guys have kept it clean.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what you got to do. You just get your head down and execute. You can't always control what goes on around you, especially you can never control it, but when it goes your way, it's absolutely fantastic. And as I said, maximum points haul, heads down, keep going, let's see what happens.
Well, it's the second year that we see you in the Winter Series. I mean, it's great to have you guys back. Just tell us why you decided to come back.
Last year we couldn't contest it because we were in invitation class. Our car got an upgrade, and it was what it was. We chose to keep the upgrades on the car with the Evo pack and run it as a testing program. And during that process, we learned that actually it's quite a competitive little grid. There's nothing else in Europe this time of year. GEDLICH do it really well. It's a nice place to come to. It's easy to get to. It's not as far away as the Emirates, and and it's getting better as well. There's some good drivers on this grid, so it's good fun.
Yeah, certainly are some good drivers on this grid. And as you say, you're now scoring points and in the Pro-Am class as opposed to being in the Invitationals last year. Charlie, you're with a new team as well. Of course, you guys will be competing in Europe for the full season. Before we get on to that, though, last year was a pretty good year for you two. I mean, it seems to have really clicked, this pairing, in the last year or so.
Absolutely. Started working with Ravi in 2023 in Ginettas, and there was a huge amount of potential there, and then we moved up to British GT for the last couple of seasons, and to be fair, 2025 really did click. We had some mega results. pretty, partly to do with the experience we got here at the start of the year. We settled into a really nice rhythm here, and then when we hit the ground running in the UK at the start of the year, and now obviously we're moving on to European. That's a big step up for both of us. It's going to be a super competitive grids. This calendar shares some circuits with it. It's a very similar style of racing with the 2 sprint races, so it's perfect for us. It's a perfect way for us to get that winter rust off, and then really get in the rhythm before we start in Paul Ricard in April.
Yeah, as you say, you'll be back here at the end of the year for the final round of GT4 Europeans, and it really has seemed to have come on in the last year, as you say. I mean, Ravi, you especially, our commentators are singing your praises. You seem to have really, really clicked.
Yeah, well, I think, Charlie, we work well together, do you know what I mean? And I've learned a hell of a lot since I've been driving with him. And I think as long as you apply yourself and enjoy it at the same time, do you know what I mean? And I think it's starting to come, and there is still more headroom to come. I'm still not there yet, so it'll only get better.
Absolutely, and just to come on to that new team then, of course, first time I believe this weekend with the new team, new colours. How are things going?
Fantastically well. I mean, they're a good team. We did a lot of research before we moved. Century are a fantastic team, but Century don't really operate in Europe, so we had to find a European partner. They've got a lot of backing from BMW. They're quite well proven. Their 2 silver drivers are great. They've had some fantastic results. And after spending a bit of time with them and testing with them, we've just gone, actually, it works fantastically,
Yeah, it definitely seems to be working this weekend. All right, we'll let you go and get your lunch shortly, but just final question, one more race to go. What's possible? What are you thinking?
Well, it's definitely going to be dry, hopefully. We've had a great 2 races to start the weekends. It's going to be not damage limitation per se, but just definitely trying to keep out of trouble. Second in class is pretty achievable for us this weekend. Obviously, if we can try and get the win, we will, but we're not going to risk it all to do that.
Fair enough. Right, we will let you go and have your lunch. Thank you so much for speaking to us, and great to have you back on our GT4 Winter Series grid. All right, we'll see you later, and we will see who else that we caught up with earlier in the weekend.
We're delighted to have Orange Racing by JMH back in the GT Win Series for 2026. And Marcus Clutton, we have you all season long this year, along with Simon Orange. I've got to imagine the title is on the mind.
Yeah, we did a couple of rounds last year, got a bit of a taste for it, and used it as good preparation for what we do back in the UK. And we had some good results, so it made sense to come back and do a full campaign, and ultimately it's to put ourselves in a good shape for what we do back in the UK, but we're also here to win the championship this year.
And obviously here at Portimão this weekend we've got a big grid in GT3 class, specifically the biggest ever actually in series history. 15 cars in your class. That's a pretty strong set of competition compared to, say, most of the British GT championships.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic that the championship organisers have managed to get an entry like they have, and well done to them. And that's great for us. It's more of a test. There's some great drivers, great teams here, and they're gonna keep us honest for sure. We're not expecting to come here and dominate by all means, but we're here to do well, and we're here to try and win. So hopefully it works out. I mean, the weather's not quite paying off at the moment, but it's going to be interesting.
In Simon's case, obviously he has a whole other life away from the circuit. He's an amateur driver. You're a pro, so you spend all of your time in a racing seat, but even as a pro driver, being wheel to wheel kind of all year round by doing a winter series, do you feel that keeps you sharp as well?
Yeah, again, that's exactly why we're here, to keep each other sharp. And Simon's not been in a race car for 3 months now, and I've not been in a race car for a couple of months. I've had a decent break over Christmas, so yeah, we're gonna sharpen up. We're gonna get rid of the rust, and hopefully have some good racing over the next few months.
And obviously your relationship with JMH goes beyond the Orange Racing banner as well. You've done some racing for them elsewhere. They're such a good little team, aren't they? They're quite outsized, I think, performance sometimes to the number of people they have.
Yeah, JMH is very much a family team. It's got that family feel. I've worked with Jason for a very long time, on and off in different championships, and I'm fortunate enough that I do 3 championships with him this season in different cars. And the guys that we've got on board here, we are quite a small team, but Well, we've all got our individual qualities, and you know, it's year 2 for myself with Simon and Orange Racing, so it is coming together and it is working. So if we can get some good results, yeah, that would be nice.
Excellent. Well, we're delighted to have you once again in the paddock, and good luck on this season.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you.
Nexano, on the path to becoming the world's largest independent business community. We connect entrepreneurs, experts, and decision makers across industries and across borders. In our digital ecosystem, people share knowledge, learn from each other, and grow together. Companies and talents gain access to relevant contacts, resources, and innovative projects. Our community stands for transparency, trust, and sustainable economic success. We create space for inspiration, collaboration, and new business models. Nexano, shaping the future of business networking, global, digital, and accessible to everyone.
Jonas Gelsnes, the team manager, man in charge here at GTWS Racing. Obviously, you're not driving this weekend. You're on the sidelines helping Arunas, but you and the team are back in the Winter Series again. It's great to see you, and you keep coming back. We love that.
Yeah, we raced last year, and we raced in Aragon. I drive myself. It's really fun at this time of the season. Everybody is waking up after Christmas holidays and want to do some racing. So it's good that this series is happening on this time in Europe, in nicest circuit. So we really enjoy it.
And you're with us this weekend. I understand we are going to see a bit more of GTWS Racing later on in our winter season as well, right?
Yeah, I hope so. We will have 1 or 2 cars for 6-hour race here after 2-3 weeks after this event. And yes, so we will keep our trucks here and wait for another event.
Perfect. Well, we're excited to see you. We're excited to see Arunas and the cars back with us. Thank you for coming along, and good luck this weekend.
Okay, thank you. You too.
We are racing in the Formula Winter Series for the second weekend. 3 seconds and it does get a mighty run outside of the final corner. In the GT Winter Series, but already And we are just a few short moments away from getting the cars of the GT Winter Series onto the circuit for the third and final race of the weekend. As you can see, still damp patches around the Autódromo Internacional do Algarve, but in just a short while we will be running. They will all, I'm sure, be on slick tyres now. There's no question about that. It's a 55-minute pit stop race incoming here, and our massive grid of GT Winter Series entrants, including a record GT3 field, will take to the circuit for one final dice. And up and down the order, we have a lot of intrigue, not just in the overall standings, but also in the classifications as well. This will be, incidentally, the first time that we see the grids split in half, so there will be two starts here. They've separated the Cup and the GT2 cars away from the GT3s. So the GT3s will have a start, and then 20 seconds later, the Cup class cars will have a start. Since it's now dry enough for the regular procedure to take place, it will be a split start on the grid. So the GT3s will have a bit of a head start on the Cup machinery. It will be an Olymp Racing pole position. Christian Korzanowski, after winning yesterday's race, the sprint race, will take the start in the car that he says with Karel Bash, and then Keanu Blum, who of course was the pole sitter for race 1 on Saturday. He's on the front row of the grid in the mighty Ford Mustang, a very, very popular car in the paddock this weekend. Yuta Racing, Arūnas Gakauskas on the second row of the grid, and he will be one to watch as well. A great field of cars on the grid, and it will be very compelling to see if we have any surprises from further back in the pack. Of course, we've already seen on a couple of occasions both Simon Orange and Marcus Clutton make their way up through the field, and they will be starting from 8th on the grid once again, with Simon Orange for the first stint of the race. So we'll have to see how things pan out there. So then, the cars are released onto the circuit. We're just a few moments away, Andy McEwen, from our first race of the pit stop kind, at least, in the GT Winter Series for this season. We've got a split grid for the first time, so we're going to see the normal procedure of GT3s first and then Cups follow. And what are you expecting from this one in general? Have you got your eyes on a favourite?
Oh, that's a difficult question, isn't it? It's been an interesting day. I think Olymp Racing will be disappointed probably not to have claimed a double today, but I do think they've been the most consistent of the teams, haven't they? They won yesterday, had a second place earlier on this morning, with Karel Bash, I should say, who had a good race earlier on today. Christian Korzanowski winning yesterday's first race. So they have to start as among the favourites. I suspect Orange Racing by JMH will be up there, hopefully. They really were caught out, weren't they, by qualifying yesterday. They just didn't quite get the rub of the green in qualifying, so they'll be hoping they can move forward again. I don't know. I think it's going to be a good race, though. The two races we've had so far have both been very, very entertaining, not only within the GT3 category, but within the Cup classes as well. And the late race change in the earlier race between the Cup 1 competitors, for example, that was a particular highlight. So I think we're in for an entertaining afternoon, that's for sure, not only in GT, but GT4 Winter Series too. Track conditions look now far better than they were this morning. It is most definitely a dry racetrack. The odd damp patch that could catch out the unwitting driver in the early stages, because if you do go for a move, for example, on the inside line into turn 1, it's still quite damp down there. Easy to snatch a break on cold tyres. So hopefully they get through the opening lap or so in one piece. They can get into that pit cycle then, and we can really see the race evolve.
And also, as we look at this shot here down into the first corner, the line that the pole sitter and back, 3rd, 5th, 7th, 9th, 11th place, they are all going to have to run, unless they very generously get some space. They're all going to have to run on that wet patch. They're going to need a very good launch to clear the car alongside them going into the first corner. If I was on the outside, I would be less than charitable. I'd be arcing as far over as I can to make sure they have to go on that wet patch.
Yeah, definitely, and there's no rule against that. As long as you leave a car's width to the inside, leave racing room, then that's absolutely within the rules. So, yeah, it could be a feisty run into that first corner. We haven't really had a, in quotes, proper start to a race yet, have we, with the wet conditions? So this is the first time we'll really see them jockeying for position into that first corner, and I think that could well lead to a couple of dramas, a couple of cars going up on the jacks. That's not necessarily an anticipation of any tyre changes, just standard procedure for most of the front-running GT3 teams. And I do suspect slick tyres are going to be the way to go for everybody. Olymp Racing and Hat Racing team on the front row. So it's the same front row as we had yesterday, I seem to recall, but in the opposite order, isn't it? With Keanu Bloom starting from the outside of row 1 this time. Now, Keanu went okay in the first race yesterday, but Christian Korsnowski, who I believe will be starting that Olymp Racing Ferrari, did get the better of him. So that, I'm sure, is going to be a bit of a grudge match, with Keanu Bloom very keen to try and get one over on the Ferrari driver. There are tyres in blankets, aren't there, on the they're just being fitted to the Halp Racing Team Ford Mustang, so I'm not sure whether they just sent him out on a different set of slick tyres or whether they were on wets just to be extra precautious on the outlap to the pit lane. But anyway, slick tyres, I'm sure, fitted to the Mustang. Other classes starting to come into position further back, and yeah, some good scraps expected. I really enjoyed that Cup 1 battle between Lucas Sasato and Carl Runnefeld in that first race. Cup 2, I seem to recall this from last season as well. Doesn't seem to matter how many cars are on that class, always some good battles to be had. Right, down on the pit lane, we have cars, we have team personnel, and most importantly of all, we have Izzy Browning.
Oh, Andy, you flatter me. Right, back down on the grid for the final GT Winter Series race of the weekend. The 5-minute board got up, so we are going to get straight into driver interviews. And I have Emil Yildirim alongside me. He'll be taking the car after the pit stop. Keanu said yesterday you guys were lacking a bit of pace. Have you managed to make any changes to maybe make things better today?
Well, let's see. It's certainly not been a lot of dry driving this weekend, so yeah, I was struggling a bit in my sprint race on the wet with quite a lot of overheating of the tires. But for now, yeah, let's see. We did our best, did a couple of changes, and hope it works.
But it's dry now, so do you expect this to favour you a bit more?
Yeah, definitely. I think the car has more strength in the dry than in the greasy conditions. When it's full wet is another story, but yeah, greasy conditions was quite difficult, and now hopefully we're better prepared for this one, so should be good. And
it's the first time that we see the pit stop, of course. How do you manage this?
What do you mean pit stop?
The driver change in the race.
Yeah, it was good. Keanu come from Carrera Cup, so for him it was new. We've done a lot of driver change practice, and yeah, it was really, really good. So hopefully we managed that as well quite good.
All right, best of luck. Thank you for speaking to us. Right, we are going to continue back. Keanu is in the car. I won't bother him. We will let him get to focusing on the race, and we will instead continue back on the grid. That car is on P2, and as Emil just said, they are expecting these conditions to favour them a lot more than the wet conditions. There are a few little wet patches still around the track, but everybody on the slick tyres, and it is going to certainly be an intriguing prospect this afternoon, especially as for the first time we have the two starting grids. Now, unfortunately, you're probably not going to be able to see all the way back there because we do have a lot of cars on this grid, but that is a good thing rather than a bad thing. But leading the field will, of course, be the number 777 Olymp Racing car. They've had a fantastic weekend so far. Let's see if they can keep it up, and let's see if the Haupt team have an answer to the speed of that Ferrari. So we shall see. I think we may be about to get chucked off the grid very, very shortly, but I am going to continue back and try and show you some more cars, because we do have Arunas
Gedlichauskas. Guys, I tried yesterday. I tried to pronounce the name, but I tried again and didn't have much luck once again. But we will continue back. That car is on the second row because we're going to continue back to the second Haupt racing car, and that is the number 74. It's great to have this Mustang on the grid with us. Max Cucuresi will be starting in that car this afternoon. And as I say, let's see how far that car can get up the grid, as Keanu and Emil may be thinking that are going to have a bit more pace in the dry. And what can the number 11 SR Motorsport car do indeed as well? Kenneth Tyre starting in that car. Of course, JMO taking the win in race 2 this morning. Can they get up the sharp end as well? But a lot of cars on this grid. It is the biggest GT3 grid we have ever had in this series. And it's going to be certainly an exciting race, but they are starting to throw team personnel off the grid. So I think, boys, we are going to have to hand back to you. An intriguing prospect ahead of us.
Well, the 1 minute board has been shown. We will be rolling in just a few minutes for what will be 2 formation laps, we are reliably informed, and then 2 starts for the GT3s, and then 20 seconds later the Cup cars will launch into life separately, so a little bit more separation between them, which might not be a bad thing depending on what happens with the first start. Christian Korzanowski is our pole sitter for this race, the Olymp Racing driver looking to try and win his second race of the weekend with an assist from Carol Bash. Keanu Bloom on the other side of the front row this time around. Last time he was on the grid, he was on pole in the Haupt Racing Team Ford Mustang. Row 2 is an Audi representation from Utah Racing. Always good to see the Audi out there. Arunas Kakauskas alongside Yaroslav Veselaho in a 4th position. The AF Corsa Ferrari, one of 2 on the grid. Massimilio Cucuresi is next in the Haupt Racing Team car that Emil Yerdrum will be taking over. He seemed quite surprised that there's a pit stop, but yes, he will be in the car later. SR Motorsport by Schnitzelaum, the number 11 car with Kenneth Tyre set to take the start there. Jonas Karkelis in 7th place. That's the Liquimoli Team Exler car that he shares with the young Austrian Tim Hutter. Orange Racing by JMH with Simon Orange at the helm will line up in 8th position. 9th and 10th place, another of the SR Motorsport cars. We seem to have driver ID issues on both of them at the moment, but it will be Moritz Viskirchen at the wheel alongside Andre Fernandez of AF Motorsport in his Porsche 991.2 GT3R, slightly older vintage car that. And then of course we've got the out of homologation car, Christoph Unhausen in the now historic GT3 car. Feels a bit young for that, but that is technically true. Alongside Dexter Muller, the CBRX by SPS Mercedes, BMW and Merc on row number 6. Row 7, Przemysław Biankowski, the PTT Racing Team Mercedes that Maciej Zazowski should be at the wheel of a bit later on, and Alfredo Hernandez alongside him in 14th in the Haupt Prepared Grupo Prom entry. Norik Racing's Norikazu Shibata, yes, the eponymous driver of that car, alongside the number 5 Olymp Racing entry of Stanislav Jedlinski, and then we'll have a bit of a gap back to the Cup cars, where it will be the Kessel Racing entry and the NM Racing Team entry alongside each other. NM Racing Team GT2 driver Brandon Oxley alongside Lucas Azato, the Cup 1 winner from earlier on, in the 9th row of the grid. And row 10 will be Leandro Martins, the first of the Cup 2 cars, alongside the AF Corsa machine, the number 680, lining up in P20. 21st and 22nd place, the PT Sports by Up to Race car of Fabio Gross alongside Friedrich Friedrich Müller on row 11. 23rd and 24th position on this grid will be the AF Corsa number 85. That's Sean Ran alongside Igor Klyer. 25th and 26th place, Anders Steiner alongside KC King for Nascenti Racing, and then Ulrich Forsberg for Team Steiner Racing will be alongside Alessio Ruffini in the 333 car. They had a bit of an issue in qualifying and they have to work from the back there. Mats Kimby rounding out the back of the field. He'll be hoping for better fortunes, of course, after being the one driver to brave the slicks ahead of the first of our races this morning while it was still quite damp out there on the circuit. Well, heat being generated into the tyres at the moment by everybody weaving away behind the safety car. There will be a split then between these two grids, and it'll be interesting to see how that affects things, especially early on among the cup classes, whether we have anyone leapfrogging who otherwise maybe would get bottlenecked, so on and so forth. A few drivers to watch then in this one from my perspective. I think that Przemysław Bienkowski will want to have a strong stint, especially because Matthias Lizowski will take that car over. Matthias, a very rapid driver indeed. We've seen him fight for overall victories in a Porsche Cup car previously in the GT Winter Series on some of the weekends where we've had a little bit less of a GT3 field, but there were some GT3s he was beating on those occasions as well, so he'll be one to watch from a 13th among the GT3 class grid. And then also I think in the Cup standings, look out for the 85 car, because Sean Ran will be handing over to a hot shoe in the form of Josh Steed, so that will be another one to watch. And of course we've seen what the Cup 1 cars can do here in last year's pit stop race, albeit in opposite conditions in the wet weather, where it was a Cup 1 car that won overall despite quite a lot of GT3 participation.
Indeed, so we're right on board here with Simon Orange, who's back on board the Orange Racing by JMH McLaren, that was piloted to a fantastic podium finish by Marcus Clutton earlier on this morning in the damp conditions. But Simon, I'm sure, will be relishing the opportunity to hopefully make some good progress of his own. And just directly ahead of him, he's got two drivers who I think are quite keen for a redemption arc here this afternoon, after both having disappointing first races yesterday. Kenneth Tyre in the number 11 SR Motorsport by Schnetzler Racing Mercedes, and then the Jonas Karklis Liquimolly livery Team Engsler Lamborghini. They both had spins when in promising positions yesterday afternoon, didn't they, in that first race, and will both be looking to try and get back towards the front where they both were running when they had their respective dramas. So quite a lot to play for in this first pit stop race, and a proper test for the whole team now, isn't it? Both drivers get to go in the car. The teams have to come into action and do their bit in the pit lane. The drivers have got to make sure not to speed or park in the wrong pit box. There is a lot to go into this race, and we're going to thoroughly enjoy talking you through it.
Absolutely. So then, minimum pit stops will take place from minute 25 to 35 of this race, which means 30 minutes to go will be the pit window opening, 20 minutes to go will be the conclusion of the pit window, and they have to spend 79 seconds total from pit in to pit out, out of the or in the pit lane. So keep an eye on that. We'll keep an eye on that on our timing screen to make sure that everybody abides, lest they receive the wrath of the stewards. Christian Korzanowski and Keanu Bloom are on the front row of the grid. Who will win the drag race? Who's your money on? The prancing horse or the vivacious Mustang on the outside of the front row? Certainly it's the Ferrari with a nose ahead as we get ready for the lights to go out. Is that a strategy from Keanu Bloom to get a good launch? I reckon it was. He had the trigger and the throttle pulled down a little bit quicker. Of course, Korzanowski's going to be on that damp patch, as will everybody on the left-hand side of your screen, and it will be Keanu Bloom with a nose ahead as they go through turn 1, but will he still be there at turn 2 and 3? Yes. So Keanu Bloom in the Mustang leads in the early stages. Everyone jockeying for position, performing hostile negotiations at a rapid rate as they go through the early corners. You see Kenneth Tyre there side by side with Simon Orange, and then of course the Cup cars will just now be launching into their race as they come through down towards turn 1.
Yes.
In fact, no, here. Oh, okay. They're just behind the safety car. They'd caught me out a little bit there. More than the 20 seconds that I understood we were going to have as they get ready to go. We'll keep an eye on the GT3 progress as we watch these through the first couple of corners. I'll let you know if there's anything crazy going on elsewhere. But it will be Brandon Oxley that leads them towards the start-finish line. Green lights on. We're underway for the second of the grids, and it will be Oxley that leads them. A bit of a Cup 2 challenge going on there. Leandro Martin Martins side by side with Fabio Gross, and Fabio gets the class lead in the early stages, and Leandro gets caught out there behind Karl Runefeld. He wasn't quite so confident through the first couple of corners. Azato behind him, so that's the top two in the Cup 1 class. Looks like everybody's got through cleanly as we will now hopefully rejoin the GT3 ranks in just a few seconds to see what's going on there. It looks like everyone's kept themselves calm further back.
Looks like it, but you were absolutely spot on, Adam. That inside line into turn 1 was not the place to be, was it? Certainly within the GT3 element of the start. And those on the outside had an advantage. Inside line definitely an advantage down at turn 5, though. A replay here of some shenanigans at turn 5. Simon Orange in a pincer movement, and Kenneth Heyer gets tagged sideways. Now, have either of those cars sustained damage? Jonas Karklis was out of position as well, I'd say. He was further back there than he should have been, and then had to take avoiding action. He's recovering now at the inside. Sparks fly from the Lamborghini, and is that the Olymp Racing Ferrari? It is out of position, isn't it? So there's been quite a lot going on, I think, Adam, within the GT3 world.
Yes, something must have happened after turn 5 as well then in the GT3 ranks, and that sparking from Jonas Karklis, I don't think that was normal. I think something's up with that Lamborghini. I've not seen a GT3 car do that round there, but it is still going at pace, so we'll have to keep an eye on that one. Keanu Bloom then leads the race by 3.6 seconds, and that is largely, I suspect, because of whatever happened with Christian Korzanowski, because certainly Korzanowski wasn't that far back when we last saw them, and then there must have been some sort of shenanigans that were happening around the circuit.
And it's Moritz Viskirchen in second position, according to the time issue. I'm not entirely sure how he's got there, but brilliant stuff from him. Veselaho is third, but there's been quite a big sort out there, hasn't there? There's Jonas Karklis to the inside of the now recovering Christian Korzanowski. Simon Orange, rather the cork in the bottle here, you'd have to say. The bronze-graded driver trying his best to keep them at bay. Korzanowski to the inside. They almost lean on each other slightly, but just about keep it clean. You've got Dexter Mueller in there as well. Through has got Korzanowski, right on ball with Simon Orange, who just needs to try and keep this car out of trouble in the first phase of the race and hand it over to Marcus Clutton at the pit stop. So a huge sort out in the first couple of laps, and that has given us an intriguing 48 minutes of racing remaining.
I wager you're spot on there, Andy. Yes, absolutely right. And the gap going up again between the top two. So Viskirchen not quite with the ultimate pace, just a couple of tenths back from Keanu Bloom. It's the two big front-engine V8 cars then at the sharp end of the order, followed by the first of the Ferraris, Jaroslav Veselaho in third place, Rudiger Kauskas in fourth place, Massimilio Cucciaresi in fifth position, ahead of Christian Korzanowski now up to sixth position. And there's Jonas Karklis now ahead of Simon Orange. So seventh and eighth have exchanged hands, and Dexter Muller getting a bit sideways there coming out of turn 4. We now get a replay here. Oh, that's a big spin on what must have been a damp patch, catching out Korzanowski. That will have been heart in mouth.
Wow, that's through turn 9, I think, isn't it, on the way up towards the turn 10-11 complex. So there's a big compression just as you go through that corner, and if you're slightly offline on cold tyres, damp bit of track, then yes, that would easily lead the rear of the car to snap from underneath you, I suspect. That is exactly what happened. Right, back in the Cup classes, we've got another Cup 1 battle between Karl Runefeld and Lucas Azato to enjoy. It's Runefeld who's got himself in front. Dramas, though, for the 77 Mercedes. That is stuck on the inside of turn number 8, and that is wet grass that Alfredo Hernandez has got to try and sort of scrabble for grip on and try to get going once again. We'll see whether or not he's able to. But yes, this Cup 1 battle, once again, Adam, taking centre stage.
Yes, absolutely right. The Cup 1 class, always good fun to watch. Of course, Ferrari 296 Challenge car, turbocharged machine, 2.9 litre V6, very, very quick in a straight line. Rather missile-like when they're presented with a long straight, and make for very good racing as well. The Cup 2 cars, of course, intermingling. The Porsche's typically better around the corners than the Ferrari, as finally Alfredo Hernandez is able to get himself back to the tarmac. Will have been, I think, probably initially trying to go uphill, logically, in the correct direction, and then realised the grass was simply too wet to make it happen. Korzanowski's got the bit between his teeth. He's just set the fastest lap of the race in his efforts to now regain a position in the top 5. He's a couple of seconds back, though, from Massimilio Cucciaresi in the second of the Haupt Racing Team Mustangs. And oh, we've got an issue for Dexter Muller now. He's a long way away from where he was previously on the in terms of the order on the circuit. I wonder if there was maybe an incident with another car, as Christoph van Oenhausen has a very, very interesting move there. Von Oenhausen, I should say. My apologies. He's not Dutch. But up the inside there of Shibata for 11th place overall. They're really making that older Z4 do the business against some of the newer GT3s. It's great to see.
I think we both winced, though, as we saw him charging. And again, that was oh, he's lost it completely this time. That BMW is now pointing the wrong way on the exit of turn number 8. Well, let's hope everyone can avoid him. That's right on top of a blind crest. And as we panned away, that car was pointing the wrong way. It found the grass, and thankfully, he's now found first gear and got going again. But yeah, you could certainly see that coming. He was not just taking this for a nice Sunday afternoon drive, was he? He was getting properly stuck in, and sadly has come unstuck, rather.
Yeah, Father Marcus will take that car over after the pit stop, and I'm sure he would have had some heart palpitations there. Thought he wasn't going to get a go after all of that. We ride on board then with, is this Igor Klaier's car, the number 7? Yes, it is. Oh, and a bit of a almost contact between the two Ferraris, duking it out once again for the Cup 1. It's a resumption of what we saw in the first race with Lucas Azato all over the back of Karl Runefelt, and Runefelt is once again doing his best to hold on, and for now he's succeeding at doing so. They've both got quick drivers waiting in the wings as well for the second phase of the race, so I expect this battle to continue. Sean Hudspeth will take over from Karl Runefelt, and Alberto Cola will take over from Lucas Azato in the Kessel entry. And of course, not only is Igor Klaier getting a good view of this, but Sean Ran is being brought into the battle as well. So it could be a 3-car battle for that class-leading Cup 1 with a Porsche Interloper in the midst of it. Korzanowski has gotten past Massimiliano Cutarese on the previous lap as Dexter Muller now returns to the pit lane with that smoking car. Something clearly not right, and look at that all coming from the engine bay. I think the 6.2-litre V8 has seen better days.
That is a shame. At first I was hoping for his sake it might have been a tyre rubbing or something, but no, that is something far more serious and possibly terminal as far as his race finish aspirations go. Right, back to the recovering Krzysztof Korzanowski then. He is in 5th position at the moment. Next target is, Christian Korzanowski, excuse me. Next target is Jaroslav Veselayo in the black Ferrari. And this for 4th position then. Behind them there, the second of the Hout Racing Team Ford Mustangs. Of course, they're now getting into traffic a lot earlier than they normally would be because of that split grid. It won't be long before the overall race leaders have to negotiate this melee, rather them than me, because this Cup 1 battle will not be put on hold just for the arrival of some GT3 cars in their mirrors. Another run being made here by Lucas Azato. Does he lunge to the inside at the hairpin? Answer, no. Defensive line taken by Karl Runefeld, but watch for the exit speed of car number 13. Look, turns back to the late apex, gets on the power earlier, gets alongside slightly for the left-hand king, but not quite enough to take the place just now.
Korzanowski is right on the back of Jaroslav Veselayo as they came across the line. I wouldn't mind betting that Korzanowski is now up to 4th overall as he continues to recover. What a battle, though, among the Cup 1 class cars. Runefelt and Azato resuming what they did in the first race, albeit with Igor Klaier making these cameo appearances. You can see Runefelt really has an idea of the defensive lines already on what is his first proper true racing weekend. He's showing exactly what he can do, and of course Sean Hudspeth, his driver coach and his pro as it were in this race, I'm sure will be quite happy with his colleagues' progress right now.
Most definitely. Simon Orange meanwhile will be watched on by the rest of the Orange Racing by JMH squad in the garage as he tries to defend now from the number 17, was the 17 car, that's now actually the number 11, isn't it? So Kenneth Hyre's got himself ahead of Andre Fernandez, so that's Hyre recovering back to 9th. He's not had a brilliant weekend, has he, Kenneth? That incident in this race, not entirely his fault, but had the solo spin yesterday. Now again finds himself out of position and some way behind the cars that he would be expecting to be racing against. And of course, every lap that he stays stuck behind the McLaren, those cars get further away from him.
Yeah, absolutely right. This is his 318th race, incidentally, racing a Mercedes GT3 car, or a Mercedes customer car, GT3s and GT4s. So he knows the back of the car like the back of his hand. He's just had a few unfortunate draws with some limited grip yesterday, and yeah, indeed that pincher movement yesterday. We see there that Leandro Martins has been making some good progress. He's got himself, of course, ahead of Alfredo Hernandez, who had the moment earlier on in the race, having the spin. So that's why Alfredo's out of position and behind the other GT3s and now some of the cut cars as well. And it seems they're on about equal terms. But Christian Korzeniowski did indeed get past Jaroslav Veselaho on the previous lap. So he is up to 4th place, and he's now within a second of Arūnas Geškauskas as well. And I dare suggest Arūnas isn't going to be one to lay down easily in this situation. He's driving solo for the full race as well, so he'll, I think, be very keen to do this one on his own. We weren't sure whether or not Jonas Gjelsnes would hop in, the team manager come racing driver, one of the most successful Lithuanian racers ever, but no, he's just coaching on the sidelines this time as Alfredo Hernandez continues to try and get past the Porsche. Of course, around the corners, the Mercedes has the edge, but in the straight line, the Porsche with its limited aero and not much less power seems just slightly edge away.
Yes, one of the reasons why the drivers were keen for the split grids, because the GT3 car over a lap is perhaps quicker, but overtaking one of these Cup 1 or Cup 2 cars can be a challenge. Of course, that all goes out of the window if you have an early spin and lose track position. That was a definite headbutt there from Hernandez through turn 3, saying, come on, either move along or get out of the way, I'm quicker than you. But absolutely no reason for Leandro Martins to pull aside. This is a battle for genuine position. They may be in different classes. Leandro, of course, is running second in Cup 2, but some 12 seconds behind class leader Fabio Gross. So he will not be in any hurry to move aside for the GT3 car. There's your overall race leader, Keanu Bloom. 1.1 seconds now, the margin back to Moritz Viskirchen. Came down by 6/10 last time, perhaps aided by traffic there. But Keanu Bloom certainly does not have full control of this race just yet.
No, he does not, certainly. Keanu Bloom is watching the mirrors and hoping that the path ahead of him kind of clears itself, but that's not going to happen with Karl Runnefelt because he's got his own race to consider. And the headlights flash on the Mustang. He's going to maybe try and get to the inside at turn 10, turn 11. Runnefelt backs out of it there, and eventually Keanu finds the inside line. But this is all playing up for Moritz Viskirchen a little bit, isn't it? And we've had a switch for 3rd place. Further back, Korzeniowski has moved up to 3rd position. So Arūnas Geškauskas has dropped down, as we saw there Viskirchen rather boldly diving to the inside of Karl Runnefelt, and Karl gave him the room. Runnefelt has managed to not cost himself too much time there, and he has not been too much of an obstacle either for the GT3, so he managed to do that fairly nicely. But there is Korzeniowski recovering from that heart-in-mouth spin, the full pirouette a few moments ago. He's now back up to 3rd position. He and Carol Bash still firmly in contention for this race, within 10 seconds of the lead, with 37 minutes to go, and another 7 minutes before the pit stop window opens.
Well, when he had the spin, I made a mental note of his deficit to the race leader, Korzeniowski. It was about 10.5 seconds, so he's 9.1 seconds back from the race leader now, but of course in relatively clean air, some lapped traffic to negotiate, but no battles for position to be had. They're the ones that really delay you. So in cleanish air, he can get his head down now and try to bridge that gap. There are still 37 minutes of this race to go, so it's still on here for Olymp Racing to claim a second victory of the weekend. Needs to negotiate a very defensive Ferrari ahead, though, and that is not generally the idea when you're a lapped car to start defending. That was Friedrich Müller, wasn't it, in the Liqui Team Engsler Ferrari, who perhaps got a bit confused, saw a Ferrari in his mirrors and thought, I must defend, that must be for position in class. Very much was not the case.
No, that will have raised an eyebrow or two in Christian Korzeniowski's cockpit, I'm quite sure, as will the looming sight of Moritz Viskirchen in the mirrors of Keanu Bloom's Ford Mustang. Haupt Racing Team, SR Motorsport by Schnitzelam, of course, both regulars in the ADAC GT Masters world, so these two teams very familiar with one another, and indeed now very familiar with their respective cars. Of course, SR Motorsport has a lot more experience with the Mercedes. That's been a partnership ongoing for many, many years, but Haupt Racing Team has a lot of support from Ford, of course. They're the kind of primary operation, really, for the Ford Mustang GT3 in Europe. And so it is a really interesting battle of two teams with a lot of knowledge and know-how at their disposal.
Yeah, very evenly matched now, aren't they? Now that Viskirchen has caught Keanu Bloom, can't seemingly go a lot quicker than the Ford in front. They've cleared the traffic for now, at least. There's no more lap traffic for probably the next few laps for these two, so we'll now really get a look at the respective pace between the two of them, and maybe try and delve into the sector times, although we're already distracted by a good midfield battle. Simon Orange here and Kenneth Heyer on the recovery drive. Kenneth Heyer a little off the pace, I'd say, through the final corner there. He was challenging Simon Orange on the way in, but understandably, I feel, didn't really fancy going side by side through that daunting final turn.
Yeah, Simon is holding off Kenneth. They've been in this situation with Andre Fernandez just behind them for a good 5 laps or so. There's been a report of oil in the fast lane of the pits, which is, of course, from Dexter Muller's car, which makes me think there's probably oil around the track as well, because, of course, he basically did a full lap with that smoke emanating from the engine bay, so it might be a bit slippery out there. That might be the source of that wide and slightly sideways moment from Simon Orange. I love the JMH drivers, both of them, Orange and Clutter, just give it everything, don't they?
They get properly stuck in, don't they? And Simon, in that regard, has improved massively over the years, does a lot of racing over in the UK, mostly with Marcus Clutton over recent years, and I think Marcus has really worked with Simon about his racecraft. Marcus has always been an aggressive driver, very entertaining driver to watch for that reason, and it's one of the hardest things to teach your AM, actually. You can teach them about braking points and turning points and wet lines, dry lines, all of that fun stuff, but how to get your elbows out and force your way through the pack, that's something that only really comes with experience. Right now, though, he's not trying to make forward progress necessarily, as much as prevent Kenneth Heyer from doing so. This is the battle for 8th position. This is the battle for the race lead, though. Less than 4 tenths between them now, and it was all in the middle part, in fact, the second half of the lap, really, where Viskirchen gained well over half a second gain in sectors 2 and 3, and he's now less than a car's length behind the Mustang.
Well, looked like Viskirchen was a bit off the apex there through turn 4, just struggling to get the car turned in, and maybe scrubbed off a car length or so worth of speed by the end of the straight, which could have been the difference maker into turn 5, but still getting right up to the splitter of the mighty Mustang. It's Mustang versus Merc here in the GT Winter Series. The first time we've seen the Mustang GT3 in our series. It's the first time we've had a Ford on the grid since 2021, and that was a Ford Fiesta. Yes, really. The Mustang, an entirely different proposition, and I'm interested to see what these drivers do as well when it comes to the pit cycle. I suspect Viskirchen will stay out there for longer because he's got Mikael Sander, his co-driver, who is firmly the am of that lineup, but we'll have to wait and see what everyone's strategy plays are. For now, though, Keanu Bloom and Moritz Viskirchen both pushing extremely hard, and we've got a great battle on our hands.
Keanu really turned into the corner early there to cover the inside line, prevent Viskirchen getting alongside, but he is alongside. Outside line into turn 14 for the Mercedes. Does that generate some momentum on corner exit? Well, no, not really. Keanu Bloom, I think, will hang on for now. We wait with bated breath. Yes, the Mustang, well, actually still level with the Mercedes, which goes right around the outside at the final turn. If this comes off, that is a very brave move for Viskirchen. He bounces over the still quite damp exit curb, and they're absolutely level at the line. 8 thousandths of a second between them. Viskirchen to the inside, to the outside, sorry. Keanu Bloom defending the inside line. The Mercedes is later on the brakes and sweeps around the outside. What a move from Moritz Viskirchen round the outside of turns 14, 15 and turn 1 to wrestle the lead from Keanu Bloom.
That's felt like it was coming for at least a lap there, and Moritz Viskirchen has pulled it off. The task now is to try and build himself a gap to hand over to Mikael Sander. In the 64 car, at least this weekend, it has looked like Keanu Bloom has a slight pace advantage over Emil Yerdrum, but I would expect Yerdrum to have a pace advantage over Mikael Sander. So for Moritz Viskirchen, it's imperative now that he tries to build a buffer to give the team a chance of victory. Meanwhile, we have side-by-side on for 5th position. Jonas Karklees being overtaken there by Veselaho. There's the lap traffic up ahead from Karl Runefeld. Of course, he's got the straight line speed, so he clears off from the GT3s up the hill, and Karklees retaliates and retains his 5th position, at least for the time being. Great scraps up and down the field here. The biggest ever GT3 class entry in the GT Winter Series. Top teams from around Europe on the grid, and we're getting treated to a lot of action. Jonas Karklees there had to quickly jab the brakes to make sure he didn't end up in the rear of Karl Runefeld, and now on the slippery curbs, he won't like like that. And Veselaho sensing another opportunity, but he's not quite going to be close enough into turn 13.
Yeah, so Karklis, who got past Veselaho in the first part of this lap, nearly losing that position again in traffic, but the Lamborghini does then manage to make 5th place its own. They are about 6.5 to 7 seconds, though, behind the next car, which is Arūnas Gudžauskas' Audi. So that is going to be a tall order, I think, for Karklis to close that gap before we get properly into the pit window. Quick mention of Krystian Korzeniowski, by the way, 9.2 seconds off the race lead. So the gap hasn't really changed a lot since he got into 3rd position. That might now mean that he's roughly of the same pace of the race leaders, at least at this part of the race. So top 3 pretty set. It's the midfield battles, I think, that we need to focus on.
Yeah, absolutely right. And also the fact that the pit window opens in 2-1 now. The pit window is open for 10 minutes from this point onwards. Everyone has to come in and make a driver change. They cannot make a tyre change during the pit stop. If you want to change tyres, you have to come in for a separate 2-minute stop. So no one's going to be doing that unless the weather dictates it. It is a interesting game here to see who splits it down the middle, who gets out of the car early, and who holds on to the bitter end of the pit window. Of course, you don't want to play that game too much, otherwise you could find yourself in trouble. What a battle this is between the Team Steiner racing cars. Anders Steiner is leading this pack of cars. In fact, no, sorry, that's Nascenti Racing's KC King leading them. So it's 2 Steiner racing cars and then the Nascenti car of KC King, who's a regular racer down in Costa Rica in a McLaren 720S GT3X, which is an unrestricted GT3 car, which they let him race out there on a regular basis. Very cool car. He's threatening to ship that over at some point, as we have an issue for Friedrich Muller. Looked like Casey King was drifting wide as well, but Friedrich Muller there has damage, and the question is, how did that damage happen? I doubt it was on his own.
No, that's a fair chunk taken out of the front of the Ferrari, isn't it? So that is likely day done for him. The question is, what or who did he hit? Because if it's contact with another car, I suspect he's not the only one walking wounded, and that could have some ramifications for the other driver that was involved. Who was he battling with? He was a second behind Igor Klyer and about the same ahead of Anders Steiner, so I'm not entirely sure who he might have tangled with. Meanwhile, pit lane starting to become a busy place. The Olymp Racing Ferrari is in for its pit stop and driver change, so Krystian Korzeniowski's charge back towards the leaders has to be put on ice momentarily, and a lot of dust there from the oil spill courtesy of Dexter Mueller earlier on greets the Out Racing team Massimilio Cuccaresi Mustang as it pulls into position. So a few of them choosing to come in early. This, meanwhile, might explain what happened in the Ferrari element of the grid. Bang! Big contact with the 13 car. That was Lucas Azarto. So that was the second placed Cup 1 car getting involved in some significant contact. Hopefully his car not too badly damaged. He's in the pit lane and I'm sure the team will be investigating.
Yeah, in the pits as we speak, and he managed to get back. I thought that could be a toe link or something worse in the suspension just on the impact, but he kept going. He's got the car in, so hopefully Alberto Cola can take the car over as planned. I believe it's his first race back in quite a few years, actually. I don't think he's done much racing. Has stuck to driver coaching in recent times. Unsurprisingly, Moritz Viskirchen is sticking out there, hanging on and not pitting just yet. He's built the gap up to 4 seconds already over Keanu Bloom, so he is building Mikael Sander a buffer here. Mikael Sander, a former GT Winter Series champion when there was a more expansive grid, running a BMW M240i Cup car, and he is always one to watch once he gets behind the wheel. He's only done a couple of drives in the GT3, but he really enjoys it. I think he'll be relishing the opportunity to lead in a GT3.
Indeed so. 911 is in for its pit stop. Leandro Martins in the Cup 2 Porsche, which was second in class, I believe, at the time. Speaking of Porsche, this battle continues to rage further back with Ulrich Forsberg in the Team Steiner Racing Porsche. Now at the front of this group because Casey King's pitted. So Casey King, who was at the head of that trio of Porsches, is now in the pit lane. They were battling over second place in Cup 2 at the time. The reason I jumped out of my seat then is that there was a very close moment with one of the SR Motorsport by Schnitzelarm Racing Mercedes as it blasted its way through. But thankfully crisis and indeed contact was averted. So Vizkerchen leads, 3.9 seconds back to Keanu Bloom. It doesn't strike me from what we've seen in all 3 races now, Adam, that the Mustang, whilst quite good on cold tyres, does seem to fade as the run goes on, doesn't it? So setup related, I am sure, but a car that's still very much in a sort of development phase, really. They're learning things all the time, and yeah, they might need to work on something that will improve the long run pace a little.
Yeah, it's difficult and indeed ambitious for any manufacturer to really enter the GT3 space in this moment in time, because a lot of the cars, the Huracan, the Mercedes, the Audi, they've all been around for a decade, albeit with Evo kits, so everyone knows the cars like the back of their hands. Launching an entirely new project as a manufacturer that wasn't in GT3 before, at this point, is quite perilous, but Ford has taken on the challenge with aplomb, and of course not the only challenge, back in Formula 1 in a couple of months' time. We see there's still lots of debris down, of course, from Azato, so they've got to be careful if they're going side by side through there. The car that we saw almost having a moment with those Porsches was Jamo Hartling on his outlap from taking over from Kenneth Heyer, so they've had the switch around as well. It'd be interesting to see where Jamo comes out once the pit stops are fully completed. Ditto Marcus Clutton, who's just ahead of him on the road at the moment. They've both taken over their respective cars, and this is Karel Bash, who pretty quickly was handed the car by Christian Korsnowski. Karel Bash will be, I'm sure, getting the feedback on Moritz Vizkerchen's progress to see where he stacks up. He could, at the end of this pit cycle, be the overall leader. It could happen during this kind of undercut phase because of the pace he's setting right now out on the circuit. He's doing solid lap times, or solid sector times at the moment. He was just on an outlap, so we haven't got a true representation of his pace, but he's clearly pushing. There's a visual representation of his pace, most certainly. I wouldn't be surprised if he was right on the back of the leaders, if not ahead of them, by the time they've made their stops.
He's certainly pushing. He backed it into turn 14 and then didn't back down at all, just boosted his right foot, drifted off the corner, about a couple of postcodes away from the apex, but good momentum taken off the turn, and he is definitely trying very hard to dig that car back into contention. That's the joy of these pit stop races, especially since most teams do have 2 drivers sharing the car. The pace difference over the 2 stints, it can bring people right back into the picture who earlier in the race perhaps we'd counted out completely. There's your race leader, Moritz Vizkerchen, 4.1 seconds ahead of Keanu Bloom, both of them yet to stop, and in 3rd position now Jonas Karklis in the Lamborghini Huracan GT3 that of course had its delay earlier on in the race. Don't know if we ever got to the bottom of what delayed that car, but it had definitely lost some track position when we cut back to it in the opening couple of laps. Vizkerchen, though, not losing any track position. He is flying 4.1 seconds the gap and doing everything, as you quite rightly said, that he has to do. He can probably do another lap and a half, I reckon, before he has to pit.
Just,
yeah.
It would be marginal. I think that perhaps they will decide discretion is the better part of valour and not risk a 20-second margin. Maybe they will. We'll have to wait and see. They should just about be okay, to your point, if they were to send him past the pits one more time. Keanu Bloom, of course, has the same dilemma, or so do the Haupt team on behalf of Keanu Bloom. We see there between the top 2 another pair of GT3s, Veselajo and Alan Valente, who of course has taken over the number 74 car. And look at the sector times coming in from Karel Bash. We've just spotted that on the timing screens here. 32.2, 32.4 in sectors 1 and 2. Purple sectors flying in from a determined and charging Karel Bash.
1:42.9 is the lap time. The next best lap is about 0.3 slower than that. That was set by Moritz Vizkerchen earlier on, but Morris is not going at that speed anymore on slightly older tyres. In he comes, so the race leader does elect to blink. They did have just enough time to do another lap, but maybe not worth taking the risk, although Keanu Bloom has gone through. So the Haupt Racing team squad electing to go for that extra lap. Vizkerchen is in though, so this is pivotal. Where will that car rejoin in relation to the charging 777 Ferrari? We'll find out in just under a minute's time.
And of course, maybe we shouldn't be surprised about Karel Bash's pace, given I think he actually holds the outright lap record for GT3s in racing conditions here. It's certainly the GT Winter Series fastest ever lap, a 1:40.624, albeit in the team's Audi from many moons ago. He likes this track, he enjoys the place thoroughly, and he is hustling at the moment in these cold and still slightly slippery conditions. He's not anywhere near the ultimate pace that we've seen GT3 cars achieve around here, but within the context of this race, he is absolutely flying, and this is the critical story that we have here. We should keep following Karel Bash and then see where Moritz Viskirchen comes out in relation, or rather where Mikael Sander comes out in relation.
Indeed so. Into the penultimate corner comes the Ferrari. Ines Karklis has pitted as well, by the way, in the Lamborghini. Look at the way that Karel Bash is wrestling the Ferrari through the penultimate corner. Absolutely on the limit is the Ferrari driver, who wants to get Olymp Racing its second win of the weekend. Over the crest of the hill he comes. There, though, is Mikael Sander, so it's actually a fairly substantial margin. It's not 9 seconds, which is what it was before the pit cycle, but it is still at least enough just to give him a lap or so to get into the groove, get the tyres back up to temperature, although I suspect he'll have some defending to do in the near future.
Yeah, Moritz Viskirchen did a great job in that stint. He's given Mikael Sander something to work with. We haven't seen Sander before in the GT Winter Series in a GT3 car, but he did do some Special Tourenwagen Trophy in Germany in one of the Schnitzelau Mercedes GT3s, but only one race appearance, so it's still fairly new for him. I suspect, in all fairness, he will not be able to hold on for 20 more minutes, but I know he'll give it a jolly good go. Meanwhile, Keanu Bloom is into the pit lane. Question is, will he come out behind, or rather, will the car be back out onto the circuit behind the Ferrari, from Olymp Racing, because of course they were running second prior to the coming into the pits or prior to the stop starting, but now I think it's going to be very marginal indeed as to whether this car is second or third once it comes out in the hands of Emil Yerdrum.
Well, although it may even gain a bit of ground over the Mercedes,
True,
because of course
yes.
Mikael Sander has done he's on his out lap. He's not going as quickly as Keanu Bloom was going on his in lap, so these three cars could all be together in a few moments' time. You can see already that sizable margin that Mikael Sander had over the Ferrari behind has pretty much vanished now. It's down to under a second, I'd say, as they blast through the final corner. Where does the Hout Racing Team Mustang, though, come back into the fray? That's the big question. We're waiting to see the next shot, really, to see where the Mustang is. It's exiting the pit lane. They're all going to be pretty much on top of each other as they arrive at turn one. In fact, the Mustang has a narrow advantage. Mikael Sander, does he go for it? He goes wide, and this could open the door now for them to go either side of the Mustang. No, there isn't quite space. 3 cars for the lead. It will be perhaps the Ferrari that comes out on top. It will be, with the tyres fully up to temperature, driver fully on in the groove. It is going to be Karel Bash that gets the lead in sensational fashion.
Yeah, it'll be disappointing that for Emil Yerdrum. He was hoping, I think, for just a second or two more of advantage to try and keep hold of the lead. Tyres not yet up to temperature, and he'll give it a good old try, but Karel Bash already in the groove and already probably over a second clear as they fly through turn 7, turn 8. By the time the tyres are switched on that Mustang, Yerdrum's going to have quite a bit of work to do.
Well, that was exciting, wasn't it? That was fantastic stuff. And Emil Yerdrum must have been thinking, oh my goodness, at least give me half a lap just to get my bearings. But no, he was thrown straight into a battle. Will now be a little bit frustrated, I'd imagine, that he's still only in second position after all of that. But at least still within touching distance of the race leader, Karel Bash, who I suspect will now get his foot down and start to pull away. So Ferrari, Ford and Mercedes, your top 3. I think it's Gachowskis' Audi in 4th and Tim Hutter in the Lamborghini 5th. So 5 different manufacturers represented in the top 5 positions at this point, showing the great strength in depth and variety that we've got in GT Winter Series, even at this early stage of the season.
Yeah, absolutely right. Among the Cup classes then, coming out of the pit window, Pablo Brass is into the Cup 2 lead. There he is on screen, just behind Tim Hutter, who is under supreme pressure there from, I think that's Jaroslav Veselaho, unless that is Shibata a lap down. I can't quite tell from the shot that we had, but you see there Pablo Brass kind of in amongst it all, among the GT3 cars, perhaps not the most comfortable position he could find himself in. That is indeed Hutter being pursued by Veselaho at the moment, and Hutter's last lap only a 150.2. He's struggling, I think, to get himself into the groove, and that could be soon a move on for a 6th position. Hutter lost quite a bit of time on that previous lap, so Jaroslav Veselaho will sense an opportunity. Track limits abuse penalty has come through. Andre Fernandez 5 seconds for track limits, about 5 minutes before the window open. I think he got his last warning, so he has to be a bit more careful from going forward.
Indeed he does. We had a new fastest lap set a moment or so ago, if I'll get to that in a moment, because here comes the move up the inside, and it will be the 96 Ferrari then that gains the position, and the Lamborghini just struggling a little bit, isn't it? Tim Hutter, again, first racing laps today, at least, in the car, and just taking a moment or two to properly find his feet. So this battle sorts itself out temporarily. GT3 then, as we know, led by Olymp Racing in Cup 2. 6.5 seconds or so separate Pablo Brash from Alexei Kikereshko in their two cars. The LML Motorsport car, number 911, as we've seen, with the advantage. Cup 1 led by Sean Hudspeth, who's taken over from Carl Runnefeld, and that's about a 20-second cushion that he has over Josh Steed, who is now in car number 85, but Josh on the previous lap was the best part of 2 seconds quicker than him, so that's a battle that in the remaining 15 minutes, Adam, could yet develop.
Yeah, absolutely right. We've seen Nil Montserrat jump into the GT2 spec Mercedes AMG, incidentally, and he's back into the top dozen now. So again, that GT2 beating some of the GT3s, and Marcus Unhausen, having taken over the BMW Z4, has just fallen behind here on the previous lap. So some moving and shaking outside the top 10. There is the Nil Montserrat Mercedes AMG GT2. He's just ahead of the car that's running second overall. Our timing screen still says Keanu Bloom, as does our graphics, because the two are interlinked, but it should be Emil Yerdrum at the wheel.
Indeed it should, and actually Emil's pace on the previous lap was slower than Mikael Sander by about 0.6 of a second. Again, I suspect maybe a little bit of traffic. No, it's not. I'm reading the wrong column of my timing screen. Thank you, Adam. That puzzled look was enough to make me reconsider that statement. Their best laps are in the advantage of the Mercedes, but no, you're quite right, significantly quicker than Mikael Sander, who is being caught slightly by Arunas Kachauskas. So that gap 7.7 seconds, but came down by 3.5 seconds or so on the previous tour. So a podium finish for SR Motorsport might not be guaranteed.
6th infringement, it says. Another 5 seconds for Andre Fernandez. So they're keeping a tally in race control. We'll see how high that tally gets in due course. But we saw Marcus Clutton. We were riding on board with him a few moments ago, and of course he's got Jamo Hartling right behind him, and Jamo is closing in. Of course, with two pro drivers, the rate of catch is never quite that big, but Jamo seems to have a good few tenths per lap on Marcus Clutton right now, so that could be an interesting one to watch as the race progresses. But Karel Bash is doing great numbers at the sharp end of the field, fastest driver out there on the circuit by well over half a second on the previous tour. He's already built 7.5 seconds over this man, Emil Yerdrum.
And still pumping out personal best sectors, which at this stage of the race is quite impressive. Remember, they're all on the tyres that started the race. These Pirelli tyres are more than capable of running 55 minutes without too much drop-off, and as the fuel load starts to diminish, the pace in theory should improve. In fact, as if to prove my point, Karel Bash puts in an outright fastest first sector now, just to prove that he can. There is the aforementioned Marcus Clutton, 8th position only for the McLaren driver, but going quickly now and catching the car ahead to the tune of a couple of seconds, in fact 4 seconds, more than 4 seconds quicker than Tim Hutter on the previous lap, and about 1.5 seconds quicker than Jaroslav Veselahu, who is the next car ahead. So the gap Clutton has to bridge is 6.7 seconds. That is more than doable.
Yeah, absolutely right. And he was actually quicker than Jamo Hartling on the previous lap as well. So they're kind of trading times between themselves. 2.4 seconds is now the gap. It was 1.9 a lap ago. So Marcus Clutton is hustling at the moment. Looking further down the timing screen, Sean Hudspeth's gap to Josh Steed in the Cup 1 class, the 2AF Corsa Ferraris, is 14 seconds. And it's equally settled down to also 14 seconds between the top two in the Cup 2 class, the LMR Motorsport car of Pablo Brash, and then Alexei Kikereshko in the PT Sports by Up to Race entry. The only driver on the grid, I think, who has a professional football start to his name. We'll tell that story in full one day. Karel Bash, 10.2 seconds clear now. He's built a 10-second advantage. Remember that, less than 10 minutes ago, they came out together. Yes, Emil Yerdrum, of course, had cold tyres and lost a couple of seconds off the bounce, but Karel Bash is doing an absolutely wondrous job in that Ferrari. He knows the car very well. They race it, of course, in GT Open. They also occasionally appear in ESET and the series in Poland for these types of cars. But really does astound me. Carroll is one of those drivers that I feel is extremely underrated.
Yes, most definitely. So remember 15 minutes or so ago, that car was 10 seconds off the race lead, and now it is 10 seconds in the race lead. A big turnaround as a result of the pit cycle that we've just been through. Got a little scrap going on here between the second of the Hout Racing Team Ford Mustangs, the car driven now by Alan Valente, and he's got Yaroslav Veselaho actually is the next car behind him for position, but that gap is reasonably substantial, 7.2 seconds or so between them. And there, the Z4, if you can't see it, you can normally hear it. And that one, of course, now with the driver change done, we are interested to see what sort of pace that car has with Marcus Ernhausen in the car for the second half of the race.
And we have a move on here. Mikael Sander and Arunas Gakauskas side by side as they approach turn 12 and then through turn 13. And Sander, I think, making it fairly easy then, wanting to take too many risks against the driver that he saw probably coming up in his mirrors quite quickly, and said, okay, right, I know where this script is going. Incidentally, we did just see the Marcus Ernhausen Z4 just behind Alfredo Hernandez. There was a move of position there. Hernandez moving up to 13th place. So a little bit of a switcheroo there. And with respect to Marcus, I must say his son is going quicker. His son, who only had his first race back in August. So it's so impressive that he is already kind of up there and among the GT3 modern cars for pace. It's been very interesting to see his performance this weekend. So Gakauskas is up to third position. His pace relative to Emil Yerdrum is not going to be sufficient to really put in a bid for P2, I don't think, but we'll keep tabs on that. There's a car that I expected to charge through the field, and it is. This is Maciej Lazowski getting past Pablo Bras for 15th position. His next target will be Marcus Ernhausen in the Z4, and just ahead of that is J-Mo Hartling on the back of Tim Hooter. So the two cars ahead, the Liquimoli Engstler Lamborghini and the Schnitzlau Mercedes. There's going to be a switch for position here. Clutton has already gotten through, and you saw there Hooter getting defensive. Tim Hooter in the Lamborghini defending for a position, and J-Mo Hartling isn't going to have it quite as easy by the looks of it.
No, definitely not. Lamborghini, as you said, taking that defensive line. Tim Hooter is also getting quicker with every lap that he turns in the car, so this overtake is not going to be the work of a moment. Over the top of the hill they go, and J-Mo Hartling sniffing around to the inside. That's not really an overtaking opportunity. The next corner is, but he's chased off the road by Tim Hooter onto a damp patch of curb. How did that one pan out? They're still both there. That's a start, and it is the Mercedes that moves ahead of the Lamborghini, but only just a car's width, I think, was left there.
Yeah, Maciej Lazowski goes past Hooter as well, but he is a lap further down, unfortunately. I think there was a bit of a rough stint there for Przemysław Bienkowski, unfortunately. So Matthias, while he is the secret weapon, unfortunately he's a secret weapon that's got a bit of ground to make up. But he is actually lapping at about the same speed as Karel Bash. His last lap was a 43.2. So Lazowski, while he is a lap down on morals and principles and on-track position, he's right up there with the fast runners. Marcus Clutton making his way through that never-ending Cup 2 battle that we've got going on among the Team Steiner racing cars. Mats Kimby and Ulrich Forsberg half a second apart right now, and I'm not convinced that that number's had a 1 in it at any point in the race.
No, I think they have swapped though, haven't they, since Mats Kimby, after the pit stops. I think Kimby has got ahead of Forsberg, who, remember, did the first stint in that car as well.
And I've just spotted Sean Hudspeth's pace. He's just done a 1:45.987, so let's call it a 1:46. Goodness me, J-Mo Hartling. He wants to dispatch the traffic as quickly as he can, and he gets himself through. Of course, he's still got Marcus Clutton as his target, but he's lost time through the traffic in recent laps. But the point I was going to make is that Josh Steed was 1.7 seconds faster than Sean Hudspeth on the previous lap. Josh Steed is pushing.
He was, though, taking more than that out of him per lap. It was about 2.5 seconds per lap at one point. So, in fairness, Sean Hudspeth has upped the pace, as you said. Personal best lap last time by. How long's left? 6.5 minutes. That is nip and tuck, isn't it, as to whether Josh Steed will get there. But we'll monitor that one as we move into the closing stages of the race. The Liquimoli Lamborghini of Tim Hooter attempts to negotiate one of the Cup 2 Porsches. Does now slip up the inside of Ulrich Forsberg's 6th place car within its class and negotiates it in the end just about cleanly. Ooh, is it going to be the same story for the 911 of Pablo Brash? Not really. Pablo really had to throw the anchors out there to avoid contact.
Yeah, the class leader almost getting tripped up there as he put a lap on one of his competitors. That would have been a moment and a half. Another driver doing good laps, Stefano Constantini, who's taken over the Nordic Racing entry. Norikazu Shibata handing the car over, and Constantini in the 44s. So another driver lapping quickly out there on track. The top two have now got a near 15-second gap between themselves, 14.2 seconds. Karel Bash has over Emil Yerdro, and Matthias Lizowski has a puncture. There's a lot of carbon fibre down, of course, at the turn 5 hairpin. I would hazard a guess that that might be the origin. And unfortunately, what's been a difficult weekend for the GT3 entry from PTT Racing, it's not going to get any better.
And you might say, well, okay, the drivers knew that debris was there, why drive over it? But you've seen how chaotic it gets when you're in traffic. Sometimes you've got no choice, and it might not even be you that runs over it. Another car might drag it back onto the racing line, and very little you can do. That's a shame, though. He set the fastest lap of the race earlier on, did Lizowski, in his charge to try and regain some lost ground, but sadly not going to get a decent result to show for it. So just under 5 minutes to go. That Cup 1 battle is the one I'm most intrigued by now. 5.6 seconds the margin, Hudspeth to Steed, and that came down by 1.8 seconds last time around. So by my rough calculations, and I must stress the word rough because maths never was my strongest subject, I think that that is doable, but Josh Steed potentially is only going to get there perhaps on the final lap.
Absolutely, and there is Sean Hudspeth having just cleared some Cup 2 traffic, and that gap is quite clearly not 5 seconds anymore. However, that's mostly going to be probably because of the Porsches disrupting Sean Hudspeth on this lap. So now the task is going to be for the black Ferrari there of Josh Steed, getting through the situation cleanly, more efficiently than Sean Hudspeth to try and keep himself in the contention for potentially a late Cup 1 victory move. But he's got a lot of ground to cover in quite a short amount of time. We're into the final 5 minutes, we're into the final 4 minutes, so Sean Hudspeth might just be able to hold on, but already through has gone Josh Steed, and the gap is under 3 seconds. That's going to be a hard graft.
Well, he gained 2.8 seconds that lap, and he is 2.8 seconds behind, and this won't be helping Sean Hudspeth there, tripping over slightly Marcus Ernhausen in his BMW Z4 GT3. I'm sure that Sean really just wanted to experience the acceleration of the BMW from directly behind to get the full appreciation of the noise that thing makes. He's had enough of that now, though, and overtakes the BMW down at turn 5. That's more time lost, though, I'm sure. Yes, first sector, 8/10 quicker was Josh Steed. At this rate, he'll be there by the end of the lap.
Yeah, I have to believe that Sean Hudspeth is nursing something in that car, because he's very quick in a Ferrari Challenge and a GT3 spec Ferrari. He gets a lot of mileage in both as both a driver and a coach, and I dare suggest that something might be awry. Josh Steed doesn't have anywhere near the same level of experience in this car. He was in Ligier JSP4s last year, of course, having come up through Ginetta World, so a familiar name to you, Andy. But we'll see if the young Brit can make it happen in the closing stages.
Extremely talented driver, and not usually one to back out of going for a move either, is Josh Steed. And that's always the way, though, when you're arriving with such momentum as he is, you just want to strike at the first possible opportunity. So when he gets onto the tail of Sean Hudspeth's car, which will be very shortly, I think, I expect a move to come imminently.
And a key point here is the Porsche of Pablo Brash is just ahead of them. Now, he's ahead overall as well. Will he not care about the overall positions and just let them through because he's got a huge lead within the Cup 2 class, or is he also going to be a factor in this?
Well, I suspect I know the answer to that, because we've seen cars often with laps between them defending from each other in this race so far. So yeah, this won't be a nice situation for Sean Hudspeth, who is now only 1.4 seconds clear of Josh Steed's charging number 85 AF Corsa car. Both of these cars run out of the AF Corsa stable. Remember, Kessel Racing pipped them to the win in race number 2 of the weekend earlier on, and the one thing they really want as a team is to nail a 1-2 finish. That is a move nailed up the inside, or is it for Hudspeth? Locked the brakes nearly under braking, did well to get the car slowed down, but crucially puts the Porsche between himself and his Cup 1 rival.
but Josh Steed has good momentum there up the hill, and I dare suggest he might get past quite quickly. Here's the move for 6th overall potentially coming, and 5th overall, because Mikael Sander is being caught by both Jaroslav Veselaho and Marcus Clutton, and Clutton is quicker than both drivers by a fairly decent margin. He's going for the Ferrari for the time being, trying to set himself for the inside line, coming through the final turn, turn 15. Surely the inside will pay dividends there. You can see the Ferrari just about in the camera in the centre console of the McLaren, and he's through to 6th place. It will be 5th place before long, I'm quite sure, with Mikael Sander just waiting in the wings a couple of seconds clear. Now, Olymp Racing's Carol Bash is about 43 seconds ahead of this. He's got 40 seconds of the lap left to go. He might be on his last lap as he heads through turn 9 and turn 10. He might get one more out of it. It's going to be narrow margins. I think it might be the final lap of the race.
I think you're right. Final sector is about 38 seconds or so in a GT3 car. He went into the final sector with 30 seconds to go. Here comes Clutton to the inside of the Mercedes. Nicely done. And that is going to be 5th position for the McLaren driver. A charging drive this from Marcus, as we see so often through his career. Right to the end of the race, he will push on and on and on. Time, though, ticking down to 0. There is the race leader, Adam. A corner now from home as he heads towards perhaps Olymp Racing's 2nd race win of the weekend.
Carol Bash comes through the final corner, and for Olymp Racing, it has been 2 victories in 3 races. Carol Bash and Christian Korzynowski have had a fabulous weekend in the GT Winter Series, and it's a win in the first pit stop race of the year for them. Emil Erdrum will be across the line next in 2nd place in his Ford Mustang. It's going to be quite a wait for him, though. There he is across the line, eventually 17 seconds back from Carol Bash. Bash really had the groove in his favour in that race. Arūnas Gakauskas will just about cross the line in 3rd place. He wasn't too far away from being within Alan Volante's striking distance. And then in 5th position, next across the line, will of course be Marcus Clutton as a result of that move that we saw just before at turn 5. And here is the battle for the Cup 1 lead. The move still hasn't happened as they come through the final corners. We need to see those Ferraris, and there it is. It's Josh Steed with an opportunity, only an opportunity. Sean Hudspeth is through. I actually thought there had been a switch earlier on in the lap, but no, Steed hasn't got it done. Will he make it work through the final corner? He tried to get as much speed as possible, but he's not quite going to do it. Sean Hudspeth is going to hold on and win Cup 1 for himself and Carl Runnefelt, an AF Corsa Class 1-2, but a win for Hudspeth and Runnefelt. A great run to the flag for them, and a great pickup as well from our Alpha Live camera crew and directing team to find that battle right at the end of the race. Sean Hudspeth takes the win in the class, only just. There's Marcus Unhausen across the line, and he's being followed there by the Stefano Constantini car, which made it into the top 10 eventually, the Ferrari 296 GT3. We've also seen Pablo Brash across the line to win Cup 2 already. Everyone has now crossed the line. Everyone is now on their cool down lap. And this race is now in the rear view mirror. What a race it was for Carol Bash. We get an onboard look here at Pablo Brash, who is very happy with how his race panned out. Of course, lost out to those 2 Ferraris fighting in their own class right at the end, but still a very comfortable class win for the Portuguese driver, along with his cohort Leandro Martins. Carol Bash pulls up to victory lane. The Pirelli Tyre Tech gives everything a check, and the Olymp Racing crew have a lot to celebrate after this weekend. It seems as though the winter break has done neither the cars nor the drivers any harm. Christian Korzynowski shakes his hand and probably says, "Thanks for saving me, mate. Don't forget, lap 1, lap 2 of the race." It was lap 1 of the race, of course. Christian Korzynowski had a spin, and that put them down several places. Korzynowski did a great job of moving himself back up to 3rd place, and it was then Carol Bash with a great run through the pit window. He got the car early and then just put the hammer down. Purple sector, fastest lap, and now he is our race winner along with Christian Korzynowski. The mighty Mustang pulls up to the grid, pulls up to underneath the podium, I should say, to finish in 2nd place. Emil Erdrum with a strong performance. He loves the fact that he's getting to race a Ford for the first time. His father is an avid racing driver in the historic scene himself, and Emil's favourite car growing up was a Ford Capri RS 3100 that was a Group 2 replica. And yeah, he's delighting on representing the Blue Oval. And I think Emil said there to Keanu Bloom, did we finish second? And then when he said yes, Emil got quite excited. He was happy to hold on to that second position. 3 manufacturers then in the top 3, Ferrari, Ford and Audi. Ferrari with 2 victories this weekend, courtesy of that Olymp Racing 777 entry. And that is only the 3rd time that there have been multiple wins in a weekend for Ferrari in the GT Winter Series. The previous occasion, the first instance of that actually was Olymp Racing back in 2022 with the 488s. They've driven a lot of different cars down at Olymp Racing, Mercedes GT3s, Audi GT3s and Ferrari GT3s. But the 296 currently one of the most favoured packages in GT3 racing. Of course, the Oreca developed car, the first Oreca developed Ferrari GT3, previously the domain of Michelotto, and before that, actually Kessel Racing, the 430s, developed by Kessel Racing, before Michelotto took over for the 458 generation. The pictures being taken, and Korzynowski and Bash are there. I see that Izzy is down there too, so in a few moments' time I suspect we will be going down there to hear from the top 2, or the top drivers in this race, the winning duo in this race, Karol Bash and Christian Korzynowski, the Polish drivers for the Polish team, flying the red and white high. Let's go down there to Izzy.
Yes, I have our winners alongside me now, Christian, Karol. Great performance. I mean, what a way to recover, especially after the lap 1 spin, Christian.
Yeah, it was really cold. That's why I spun. And the tires, you know, not getting up. So it was not easy to recover it, but I did it. And giving to Karol the car. And it was, I think, quite nice to finish race. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure you enjoyed watching Karol's stint. Karol, you came out of the pits, 3 cars in the battle for the lead then. You got into the lead, and from then on, I mean, you were off into the distance.
Yeah, normally Christian don't give me easy work to do it, you know, so he make me some handicap to recover. Yeah, it was pretty nice. I mean, yeah, the most difficult was not the gap which we lost on the span, but the problem was the tires, that we have a lot of flat spot. So it was really difficult with the grip to handle. And yeah, anyway, we was really good on the dry and wet tires. So it was really good preparation for the season.
Yeah, you didn't make it easy for him, did you?
Yeah, of course.
But it has been a great weekend. I mean, what a way to end the weekend. How proud are you?
Yeah, we are proud, and I think we are prepared for the season, because it's for us it's a good practice before GT Open. So we are happy to be here, and we are happy to drive with the others.
Well, great to have you guys. Congratulations. Go enjoy it on the podium. Our winners once again for the 2nd time this weekend in the GT Winter Series.
Yes, Olymp Racing currently only scheduled to do this weekend with us in the GT Winter Series, but I wonder if they might be tempted to maybe pop down to Estoril in a few days' time for our 2nd round. Let's take a look at the highlights of this race. The race got started in dry conditions, everyone on slicks, albeit still with damp patches on the run down to the 1st corner, and Christian Korzynowski on the wet patches couldn't quite commit to the braking in the same way as Keanu Bloom, who took the early race lead. There was a lot of space limitations through the opening corners, and Simon Orange unfortunately got rather pincered between Kenneth Hire and the 111 driver Moritz Viskirchen, and Hire got the worst of it, falling almost to the very rear of the GT3 field. That was the moment that Christian Korzynowski pulled off a 720 on the run up to turn 10, and then on the approach to turn 1 we saw Jonas Karklees dropping sparks. I thought something might have been wrong with the car, but no, it was just a spectacular sight as he ran down to the 1st corner. Unfortunately, Alfredo Hernandez had a spin up at turn 8. Meanwhile, the Cup 1 battles were ongoing. Sean Ran holding off Friedrich Müller, and then another Müller, Dexter Müller, unfortunately having what looked like engine issues in the number 54 CBRX by SPS car. Christoph van Oornhausen once again getting in amongst it with the modern GT3 cars, but very nearly having a bit of a moment, but nearly having contact, spinning on the exit of turn 8. We saw Sean Ran in a spin as well. We didn't spot that on the live pictures, but Sean Ran, a good pick up there from one of our camera ops to show us that perhaps if that spin hadn't happened, there might have been a different outcome in that Cup 1 battle at the end of the race. Simon Orange and Kenneth Heyer were having a bit of a scrap as the stint progressed. Ditto Moritz Viskirchen, who was on the back of the leading Mustang. It was side by side for the race lead at this juncture. This was Moritz Viskirchen trying to take the lead, and it'd be side by side down the main straight. Viskirchen would sweep around the outside and take the position. He'd then set about trying to build himself a gap to then hand the car over to Mikael Sander. Lots of wheel-to-wheel, hand-to-hand combat throughout the field in this race. Jonas Karklis having a scrap with Jaroslav Veselaho for what I think was around 6th position at that time. And Friedrich Müller, unfortunately, was a bit over-optimistic on the run down to turn 5, collected Lucas Azato, but rather miraculously, Azato continued on. It was, however, the end of the race for Friedrich Müller. Pablo Bras and Leandro Martins were clear of the rest of the field in the Cup 2 class, and even getting in amongst it with some of the overall contingent in the GT3s. And this was the moment we saw the top 3 all together in one shot. Karel Basch made easy work of Emil Erdrum on cold tyres and Mikael Sander, who was just trying to survive one of his first races in a GT3 car. Emil Erdrum was falling back, unfortunately, from Karel Basch, who looked like a man possessed almost, setting purple sectors and fast laps every which way we looked. And some work to be done by Jamo Hartling as he got himself around Tim Hooter for what was 8th position. Unfortunately, Jamo wouldn't make any further progress through the field. Only 8th for himself and Kenneth Heyer. They've had a difficult weekend in general, and it looks like that was suspension failure, actually, for the 27 PT Team Mercedes of Matthias Lazowski rather than a puncture, but that car didn't see the flag. Karel Basch was the first to see the flag and take his race win, and there was a drag race to the line as well for 6th position. Mikael Sander just about holding on against Jaroslav Veselaho. Ditto Sean Hudspeth, by the skin of his teeth, kept Josh Steed at bay after Steed was flying towards the rear of the red Ferrari. A great race to conclude the GT Winter Series competitors weekend. We're not done yet with the day's action, of course, but it was Karel Basch in the 777 car that claimed the race victory, some 17.6 seconds clear of Emil Erdrum. A podium for Utah Racing and Arunas Gakauskas on a day where he has done 2 races all by himself. Alan Vellante in 4th position, Marcus Clutton in 5th position, sharing, of course, with Simon Orange. Mikael Sander getting the SR Motorsport by Schnitzlaum car home in 6th place overall, ahead of Jaroslav Veselaho. Jamo Hartling in 8th place, Tim Hooter in 9th position, and Stefano Constantini rounding out the top 10 in the Norwich racing car run by AF Corsa. Andre Fernandez got himself some penalties because of track limits and ultimately finished 11th overall, ahead of the GT2 winner Nil Montserrat of the eponymous NM Racing team. Alfredo Hernandez for Grupo Prom Racing team in 13th, ahead of the Cup 1-1-2 for AF Corsa, Sean Hudspeth and Josh Steed ahead of the Cup 2 winner Pablo Bras. Marcus Oenhausen in 17th position in the GTX BMW Z4 GT3, and Alexei Kikareshko finished in 18th. Alberto Cola 19th position, and Marcus Enervi rounding out the top 20 in the Steiner racing car. He was the top of the Steiner intra-class battle in Cup 2. 21st position going to Igor Klaya in another of the Cup 2 Porsches. He was ahead of Ulrich Forsberg in 22nd place. Mats Kimby in 23rd position. Nascenti Racing's KC King finishing in 24th place. And unfortunately non-finishes for Matthias Lazowski, Friedrich Müller and Dexter Müller, all of whom had issues and damage at the end of the day. The teams, many of the teams, will be heading down to Estoril next week. We've got another very strong entry list in the GT3 class. I think we're expecting at least 8 GT3 cars on the grid amongst the Cup machines in the GT Winter Series at Estoril for round 2 of the season, going from the now future home of the Portuguese Grand Prix to, of course, the historic home of the Portuguese Grand Prix in the form of Estoril. And I'm sure some of the drivers, at least, will be hoping for conditions that are polar opposite of what Senna experienced in 1985. Of course, we've got the GT4 Winter Series race still to come. Their 60-minute pit stop race with a mandatory 10-minute pit stop window in the middle of the race. It'll be compelling to see how that one pans out. A bit less hectic, of course, with fewer cars on the track, but I expect a bit of an arms race between the Pro Division drivers and some of the quicker Pro-Ams at the front of the field in that one. But for now, we're still focused on the GT Winter Series because Andy McEwen has been hustling the drivers up to the podium, and I understand he's now succeeded. So let's go there now.
Adam, I would love to claim the praise for gathering all the drivers together, but that hard work is done by the GEDLICH Racing team. We do now have a full quota of drivers ready to go, though, with our final GT Winter Series podium of the weekend. We start, as we always do, with GTX, and this time we welcome 2 drivers onto the top step of the podium. It is Christoph Ernhausen and Markus Ernhausen. Congratulations, guys. The BMW Z4 completes all 3 races trouble-free and claims 3 lots of GTX class victories. We've got Oleg from Pirelli once again on hand to hand out the winners' trophies this time. Handshakes with Christoph and Markus, and an absolute pleasure to have that car on the grid again. Here this weekend, Markus showing a lot more energy than his son Christoph, I have to say. I'm going to dive in and... Oh, no, I'm not. We've got champagne to be sprayed. Now, I'll have to be careful where I hide here and try and avoid the feedback from the speakers. I might have to take some champagne to the face to protect the microphone here. Right, I think it's safe to venture out. Let's have a word with you both. First of all, Christoph, your 3rd taste of the BMW in race conditions this weekend, but this time you weren't on your own out there. How did the race go?
It was a lot of fun. I had a very interesting starts, a little bit of a crumble in the couple first turns, and then I had a little spin, unfortunately, in the 3rd lap where I lost a couple of positions, but I came back and then I gave the car to the old man.
Well, Markus, I know you were itching to have a go in the car this weekend. Was it worth the wait?
Totally. It's so much fun drive this old Z4, sorry, and it's amazing. It's just difficult to keep it on the road, but it's a lot of fun. And the most fun, it's my first race with my son together. It's that's the nicest thing, to do it here. Thanks all.
Excellent stuff. It's been a pleasure having you both. Christopher and Markus then are 2 winners in GTX in the 3rd race of the weekend. Christoph and Markus will head off to begin the celebrations in earnest. More champagne is put into position. Quinta das Arcas once again are providers of the fizz. And I think we're ready to go with our Cup 2 podium. And, well, a familiar sight on the top step. We'll get to that in a moment. We'll start with our 3rd place finishers, though, for Team Steiner Racing, Markus Anervi and Anders Steiner. Well done. 3rd step of the podium for those 2, and Anders in particular, very, very pleased with that race result. In 2nd place, PT Sports by Up to Race, it was Alexei Kikareshko and Fabio Gross. Out they come. They're busy discussing that race, I think, with Leandro and Pablo, who we'll have out here in a moment or two. 2nd step of the podium for the PT Sports pairing, but it is a hat-trick of race victories for LNR Motorsport here at Portimão. Our race 3 winners in Cup 2, Pablo Brash and Leandro Martins. And on to the top step of the podium they will go, to a big round of applause from the team down below. Handshakes all around, trophies to be handed out once again by the GEDLICH Racing crew and Oleg from Pirelli. And out come the trophies. This time I'll remember to go and hide a little bit earlier behind the podium, because it is time for another champagne shower in a moment at the conclusion of the 3rd race of the weekend. A busy weekend for all concerned, and in Cup 2 we've had some fantastic battles. That LNR Motorsport car, though, absolutely unstoppable. And they'll be looking to continue that on into the rest of their 2026 campaign. So, photos are, I think, more or less complete. No one's yet dived for the bubbly. Who's going to get there first? Are they saving it for later? No. There was some consideration, I think, of saving it for the after party, but it has now been decided to spray the champagne on the Portimão podium. And I think they all thoroughly enjoyed that. Congratulations to our Cup 2 podium finishers in that third race of the weekend. And more pictures taken by Leandro and Pablo at the front of the podium area after a perfect weekend for the LNR Motorsport squad, and they are very, very pleased with that. So from Cup 1 Porsches to the Cup 1 Ferrari Challenge 296 class, and in a moment or two we will have our Cup 1 podium finishers out on the podium, where once again we have had some fantastic racing in Cup 1, the Ferrari Challenge class. Year on year in the GT Winter Series provides some of the closest racing, and that was exactly the case this weekend. We welcome first then to the podium our third place finishers in Cup 1, Alberto Cola and Lucas Azarto. Third step of the podium go the Kessel Racing pair, but it was once again an AF Corsa 1-2 in second position. It's the second time they finished second in class this weekend. Josh Steed and Sean Rann. Well done, guys. On to the top step, the second step, sorry, of the podium go that AF Corsa pair, but the top step is reserved for their AF Corsa teammates. It was a second victory of the weekend for Carl Runnefeld and Sean Hudspeth. Back onto the podium they come. It's the first time we've seen Sean on the podium this weekend, but of course Carl entertained us all yesterday with some gymnastics as he celebrated a win in race 1, and I wonder whether we'll get another display of that under the Portuguese sunshine here this afternoon at the conclusion of the GT Winter Series weekend. Trophies to be handed out first. Another fantastic battle that went right to the line. Another lap, and perhaps it would have been the 85 car celebrating the victory. But I don't think Josh or Sean are too disappointed with second place. Smiles on both of their faces. And trophies held in the air for the photos from the crowd gathered down below. Temperature noticeably starting to rise now as we move into the afternoon. The sun shining, perfect conditions for racing in the GT4 Winter Series race, which will be coming up shortly. Still got a couple more podium presentations to complete first. And, yep, you're welcome to spray, guys. The corks come out of the bottles. And Josh Steed waiting on my permission to start spraying the champagne. I'm normally the last person that they consider when the corks come out, but the drivers get an absolute soaking, and I'm going to try and dive in and have a chat with Sean and Carl before they disappear to chat to the team. Sean and Carl, can we just grab you for a quick chat? Sean, I'll start with you. Yeah. You had a nerve-wracking stint there, didn't you, at the end? How are you feeling?
Yeah, definitely. You know, a few years older after that, definitely, for sure. Great job to Carl and the whole team. I have to say, you know, obviously thank you for having me. It was tricky, my stint, because I think this whole week I did like 3 laps in the dry. So, but yeah, just happy to bring it over the line, keep it together. And this guy did a super good job at the start. Really, really good. Super proud from the pit wall. So just, yeah, all I have to do is bring it home.
Well, Carl, you've done a fantastic job all weekend, really. You've been on the podium in every race, but how were your nerves as you were watching the final 10 minutes of that unfold?
Yeah, they were quite nerve-wracking, but I trust in Sean. He's a great driver, and wow, I was so happy about this race. My start was amazing, and the flow during the race was just incredible. And I just love this experience so much.
We love having you both here. Congratulations on the race win in Cup 1 then for Carl Runnefeld and Sean Hudspeth. So, beaming smiles. There's another bit of gymnastics display from Carl with all of the cameras pointed at him this time. I don't think we all expected that yesterday, but this time we were primed and ready to join Carl in his unique celebrations after another race win, his second of the weekend. GT2 we move on to next then. Only one GT2 car out there, but it was great to have them out there, and it was a win once again for NM Racing teams Neil Montserrat and Brandon Oxley. Congratulations, guys. Onto the top step of the podium they will go. Great to have the GT2 Mercedes out there, mixing it with the other classes. Fascinating to see how it compares to some of the GT3 machinery in particular. Already, Brandon is keen to get going with the champagne. We've got trophies to hand out first, Brandon. Handshake there from Oleg from Pirelli. And another set of trophies for NM Racing Team. A round of applause from the crowd down below. Brandon and Neil Montserrat celebrate with a champagne spray, or no, we're saving it for later, are we? Saving it for later. Now, I thought he had a devilish look in his eye there, Neil Montserrat, as he walked straight towards me with cork coming out of bottle. And Neil Montserrat and Brandon Oxley celebrate a race win in the GT2 class. Final podium for the GT Winter Series then, and it's the GT3 drivers that we'll welcome out next. It is a third place finish this weekend for Yuta Racing and Arūnas Kačauskas. Well done, Arūnas, onto the third step of the podium. And a personal victory for me. Arūnas tells me I'm the first person to pronounce his name right. Thank you, good to know, Arūnas. Second place then, they were second in race 1 earlier this weekend as well. Hat Racing teams Keanu Bloom and Emil Gjerdrum. Well done, guys. Second step of the podium for the Hat Racing team, the popular Ford Mustang, getting some more silverware for its drivers. But it is a second race victory of the weekend for Olymp Racing's Ferrari, a second visit to the top step of the podium for Karel Basch and Christian Korzinowski. Olymp Racing celebrate another win here at Portimão. Another nerve-wracking race. They were some way down after some early dramas, that scary spin for Christian Korzinowski in the opening stint, but they held it together in the end and managed to claim the race victory. Having come out on top after that fantastic three-way fight for the lead immediately after the pit stops. They will celebrate the race win then in the Portuguese sunshine here at Portimão. So that brings to a conclusion our GT Winter Series racing. Don't go anywhere though, we've got GT4 Winter Series racing coming up shortly, and that will be coming up in just a few minutes.
So we've been hearing a lot, Jonas, about the Lithuania Motorsport Park. Obviously, you're very hands-on, you're involved with this project. Talk us through the timeline of how we got to where we are now. You've got the track design, you've got the site ready to go, or you've got the location, but take us through the journey of the project.
Thank you. It's very nice that people hear about the project, not only in our country, Lithuania, but also abroad. And the project is coming, to the daylight already, and this spring we are planning to start the construction. So the layout, everything, the project is prepared. The land plot is already prepared, and we are looking to build the track in the end of this year, to have an asphalt, and then to let some people to try the track and fully open the track in 2027 spring. And yeah, expecting a lot of people from all around the world to come to try it, because it's gonna be a really nice one. And actually we're gonna have 3 circuits in one project. It's a main circuit for cars and motorbikes. It's gonna be 3.5 kilometers long. Then we're gonna have a cartodrome, 1.4 kilometers. It's very, very nice one. And the third one is a track for drifting, and it's gonna have a 5 meters uphill. So it's gonna be one of the most exciting in the whole Europe, I believe.
Excellent. And as we get to that point now of construction and final preparations, I suppose, as lead for this LMP project, you're feeling quite proud right now.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, it's a nice wording, LMP, right? Almost from Le Mans. But to be more serious, very excited. And when it's a long project and you don't see, the things moving on the land plot, then, it's not that quick as you are supposed to work in startups environment, right? Creating MVPs and selling very fast. So it's a bit different, but it's coming. So yeah, absolutely proud about that.
Excellent. Well, I'm very much looking forward to seeing the finalised project, and congratulations on making something so special happen for your country.
Thank you so much. So looking forward to see you in Lithuania commenting the race there. So it would be really cool.
I'll be there. Thank you, Jonas.
Nexano, on the path to becoming the world's largest independent business community. We connect entrepreneurs, experts, and decision makers across industries and across borders. In our digital ecosystem, people share knowledge, learn from each other, and grow together. Companies and talents gain access to relevant contacts, resources, and innovative projects. Our community stands for transparency, trust, and sustainable economic success. We create space for inspiration, collaboration, and new business models. Nexano, shaping the future of business networking, global, digital, and accessible to everyone.
We are racing in the Formula Winter Series for the second weekend. 3 seconds it does get a mighty run outside of the final corner. Danny Sufi loses it into the first corner. We are underway and racing in the GT Winter Series, but already. So then the GT4 Winter Series is up next, and they'll be out there on to the circuit in seconds time, actually. They'll be released out onto the course ahead of the final race of the weekend. I don't think it will be too far until they are released. We're a little bit ahead of schedule, actually, by the looks of it. But the GT4 Winter Series race number 3 is just moments away, and it will be Tim Horrell on pole position for this race. Tim looking to try and make Frederick Zebis and himself perhaps a Pro-Am and an overall winner in the GT4 Winter Series. Of course, a 60-minute race with a 10-minute pit window. So we will see how they all manage that, of course, strategic element for the first time this season. We heard just there before the before the adverts, of course, that chat with Jonas Karklis regarding the Lithuanian Motorsport Park, and just to touch base on that one quickly, we had 4 Lithuanian drivers on the grid this weekend, including, of course, 2 in this race as well. So interesting to see more and more names popping up from Lithuania and the wider Baltic region. Motorsport is booming round there, so probably good timing that they're building a circuit out there in Lithuania. The cars are making their way onto the grid then, or towards the grid, for the GT4 Winter Series race. It is getting a bit overcast out there, Andy. I know you said the temperatures were going up, but I wonder if the track temp might cool a couple of notches between now and the rolling start.
Well, I think this start-finish area almost has its own microclimate because of
Yes.
these really tall grandstands, tall pit building. It's always in shade, it seems, but I can tell you when you walk down behind the paddock, it is very sunny and very warm. It's the warmest it's been by far all weekend, so I suspect up at the top end of the racetrack, well, from about the halfway round turn 5 onwards, by the looks of it, it's very, very much a pleasant, sunny day. And I mean, in this much longer race, of course, 55 minutes, almost twice as long as the 2 30-minute sprints, 60-minute race, this one, slightly longer than the 2 races earlier on this weekend. Tyre management might be key, and with the warmer temperatures, they might just have to think twice about how hard they push in the early stages, especially because, of course, we've had all of this rain. There isn't a lot of rubber laid down on the track. It's a green track. That's normally a fast racetrack, but it will wear the tyres out more quickly. The track takes more rubber because there's no rubber laid down already. So just an extra little thing for the drivers to think about. Many of whom, of course, as we've documented, haven't spent a huge amount of time behind the wheel of a GT4 car.
Yeah, absolutely right. And of course, with the GT3 car, you've got more downforce, more speed around the corners, thus more load. But with a greater reliance on mechanical grip with a GT4, I would argue that oftentimes, especially towards the end of the race, that means you're putting the tyres through more as well. So it is arguably even a little bit more of a challenge in the GT4 cars where it comes to tyre life. But of course, these Pirelli P0s are a proven commodity around the world, and that's one of the great details we have here for the GT4 Winter Series. Of course, SRO licensed series, and also that means we have parity with the BOP system. We have the same tyres that they run in British GT, in the GT4 European Series, in the FFSA Championship in France, the ADAC GT4 Germany. It is a great learning ground for any of those championship regulars from those series. We see the pole, the second row starter of Hudson Schwartz pulling up there, the first driver to make it down. Of course, Hudson will be, I'm sure, still a little bit disappointed, perhaps growing a little bit of a chip on one shoulder after what was a very challenging race, a very unfortunate race for him last time out. But with the drive-through penalty because the car was up on the jack slightly too late with a change from wets to slick tyres for the first race of the day. He will be disappointed, but now he can focus forward. He can try and right those wrongs, and based on what we've seen from himself and Cartel in that pro class entry from Speedy Motorsport, he'd be hard-pressed to bet against them in this race.
Indeed so, yeah. There's been a quick car, hasn't it? And really, they will argue, should have won race 2 quite comfortably as well, had it not been for the penalty, which was out of the driver's hands, I suppose. It was just a starting grid procedural breach, as you said, and very unfortunate that that took them out of the equation, but it's still been a solid weekend for Speedy Motorsport with that win yesterday. Of course, Greystone GT, the most consistent team of the lot, second yesterday, and then a win earlier on today, closely followed by L'Espace Bienvenue, the Ravi Ramid and Charlie Robertson shared BMW. They've had a third and a second place finish so far, but more importantly, 2 Pro-Am class wins, and so they have been really looking good as far as Pro-Am Championship is concerned. SR Motorsport by Schnitzlam have been a bit up and down, haven't they? Enrico Förderer was 4th overall, 3rd in the Pro Class yesterday in car number 11. Joel Mesh 2nd in the Pro Class, but 3rd overall earlier on today. So it's been a lot of the same cars at the front, but most of these cars shared by 2 drivers. So this race, we really get to see how that dynamic changes over the 60 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely right. And again, I think the class battles are going to be interesting across the board. Of course, in the third race, the grid is determined by the average of the 2 lap times from Quali 1 and 2, which means that some are maybe a bit further back than we'd think, and vice versa. But we can now go down to the grid, because I understand that Izzy is ready to for us to join her in just a few seconds.
Of course I am. Where else would I be than down on the grid? Right, we're going to dive straight in and have a chat with some of the drivers. I'm actually keen to speak to the number 26 driver, and that is Hudson Schwartz. I did check to see if it was okay to chat to him. Of course, he had a difficult race this morning, so sometimes aren't so keen to speak to us, but I think he is keen to have a little bit of a chat. So the mechanic, I think, just having final words, and then I can jump in. The team, thank you very much, appreciate that. Hudson, thanks for agreeing to speak to us. I mean, it wasn't the easiest race this morning, was it? Just tell us how you're feeling now.
Yeah, I feel good going into this race. Obviously not the start that we wanted, but I'm just going to try to focus ahead and see what we can do this race.
Yeah, that's the important thing, is another chance now. Obviously, sharing the car for the first time this weekend, we see the driver change. How has the practicing of the driver change been going so far?
It was a little slow at first, but now we're getting the hang of it, so we'll see how it goes. But yeah, we've got it down.
And just lastly, before we let you go and get focused into this race, of course, sharing the grid with your dad this weekend, how special has that been?
It's really cool. It's the first time we've ever done that, and it's his first car race in 20 years. So it was cool to see him on the podium last time out, and hopefully we can replicate that. Yeah.
All right, good stuff. Thank you so much for speaking to us. Appreciate it. Good luck. Right, thank you guys for letting me have a chat. I am going to try and dive in. Can I dive in with your driver on the other side, perhaps a bit closer? Dive in with the number 75, and this is going to be Robert Cronin. Robert, we haven't had a chance to speak so far this weekend. A final race, though, and how have you and your brother been getting used to the McLaren?
Yeah, no, getting used to it now. Kind of the qualifying and races were our first time on the dry, so a bit more used to it now, so looking forward to this race.
Yeah, it should be a good race. What's going to be key for you in this one?
Just getting a clean start, really, and trying to hand it over to Colin fairly clean. You know.
How special has it been sharing the car with your brother?
Yeah, it's cool enough. First time, so.
All right, wish you best of luck in this race. Thank you very much for letting me speak to your driver. Thought I would get a couple of different drivers, as we haven't had a chance to speak to them on the second row this weekend. We're going to continue back. I know all the teams leaving the grid and the 1 minute board about to come out. So I will leave you with the sight of the number 71 of Charlie Robertson.
Nexano, on the path to becoming the world's largest independent business community. We connect entrepreneurs, experts, and decision makers across industries and across borders. In our digital ecosystem, people share knowledge, learn from each other, and grow together. Companies and talents gain access to relevant contacts, resources, and innovative projects. Our community stands for transparency, trust, and sustainable economic success. We create space for inspiration, collaboration, and new business models. Nexano, shaping the future of business networking, global, digital, and accessible to everyone.
So then the boards being shown at the front of the grid, we are not far away from rolling here for the GT4 Winter Series. They have 2 formation laps in store. After the first of the formation lap, the clock the clock will be ticking on the 1 hour race duration. Pit stop window from minute 25 through 35, so as 25 minutes of the race elapse, the window will open for 10, and they must spend 79 seconds. In fact, no, it's slightly longer in the GT4s, I think. I'll have to check that one. I think it might be the... I'll have to check. In just a second. We'll get through the grid read. I am loathed to assume. Tim Horrell is our pole sitter for this race. In the W&S Motorsport Porsche, he is alongside Jaden Kelly in the McLaren from Greystone GT. Row 2 of the grid is Hudson Schwartz. He is alongside Robert Cronin of Race Labs, so Toyota and McLaren on row number 2 of the grid. Charlie Robertson for L'Espace Bienvenu in 5th position. He's alongside Enrico Ferderer for SR Motorsport by Schnitzel Alm Racing. Two drivers I expect to probably tangle with each other and others in the first phase of this race, getting into a bit of a scrap. Federico Peters in the Pro class alongside Luis Aguiar in the first, or Aguar, sorry, in the first of the Club class McLarens, just ahead of Matis Prushkel and Thilo Goss's machine, which is 9th overall with Thilo starting alongside Troy Savishka in the Blue Garage Racing Lotus Emira GT4. Alexander Bobrovs in 11th position, that's the Team VRT entry. He's alongside Wilhelm Kuhner for SR Motorsport by Schnitzel Alm in the 111 Mercedes AMG GT4. Row number 7 of the grid, Joachim Bolting alongside Breno Aruda, 13th and 14th place. Again, Bolting having issues with the car in qualifying, putting him further down than one might usually expect of the AM driver. And then in 15th and 16th position, it is Oana Graciela for Sunda Motorworks, and then Andreas Zamatis set to take the start for the Speedy Motorsport number 8 team. Roy Schwartz, of course, will take that car over later on. So then the formation lap ongoing. They're getting some heat into the tyres. 2 formation laps though, so they've got plenty of time with which to do that. And Andy, they are going to be 2 wide, of course, for the first time, I think, this weekend. Yes, 2 wide for the first time all weekend in the GT4 Winter Series, and I often equate GT4 racing to touring cars with higher bills on the repairs. We might see a little bit of that early doors.
Such an awkward first corner, isn't it, when you arrive there side by side, and of course all bunched together like this side by side. Well, you might end up 3 wide, maybe even 4 wide. It's a wide pit straight and it all funnels down into this really awkward tight right-hander. So yeah, wouldn't be surprised to see a little bit of a skirmish. The GT Winter Series drivers managed to negotiate that well, I thought, in that previous race. Let's see what happens in the GT4 grid. W&S Motorsport, of course, looking for redemption here. Tim Horrell back on pole position, was running really well yesterday before that wishbone failure, and he is going to be really hoping that he manages to make up for that in this race. How many formation laps have we completed, Adam? I'm confused.
We've completed 1. Race control said we were to complete 2, but we are in 2x2 formation. Extra formation lap in all caps has just been put into the race control chat. So no, not yet, guys. I like your enthusiasm, but not yet. 1 more lap behind the safety car, please. Let's hope everyone gets this particular memo. There's been a communicative breakdown somewhere in the equation, and the teams will now probably be telling their drivers collectively no, to make sure that there is no calamity going into the second formation lap. That did catch me off guard. Speaking of things that caught me off guard, I was completely right to say that it will be a 79-second pit stop from pit in to pit out for the GT4s as well. I just had a little moment of hesitation, which is usually when I'm right, and then I say the really wrong things extremely confidently. We have started the race then. 1 hour of racing in the GT4 Winter Series set to come. A vast variety of marks, teams, drivers, and lots of new teams and drivers as well. Seeing the likes of Zome Racing here for the first time in any GT category, having previously only done Caterham Racing, L'Espace Bienvenu, second time I've done that today, but they're here for the first time, and that's great to see. The Racetivity team that run that car behind the scenes, well known as a great force in European GT racing, and that's good to see those guys representing the L'Espace Bienvenu dealership group, which is one of the bigger ones in France. In general, new returning faces, lots of intrigue on this grid, and I really wouldn't mind betting that at a bare minimum our Pro-Am winner is on the overall podium as well. I think that especially in the case of the full season runners like the BMW of Ramyard and Robertson, they're here all year. There's an overall title. They keep getting close to the podium. I wouldn't be surprised if they're not out of the equation towards the end of the year.
All about consistency. It's only a short season, yes, with 5 events, but 3 races at each, plenty of opportunities to bank points, and it's all about banking points. And that can be a challenge from round to round when you get these sort of race-by-race entries almost. The teams that do just dip in and out for the occasional round of Winter Series, it can be difficult for those full season entrants to sort of gauge how to race them, because those teams in a way have less to lose, certainly from a championship perspective, and you don't have to win every race to have a chance at winning the championship. So yeah, you're absolutely right, and I'm sure that Ravi and Charlie are all over that. Charlie Robertson, I'm sure, guiding Ravi through that. They're well used now, of course, to being championship contenders, having spent all of last year going after a GT4 championship in British GT, so they'll definitely have points on their mind.
You saw there Tim Horrell working the hand-operated brake lever there as he gets heat into the tyres and the brakes. The WS Motorsport team working quite hard over a couple of years there to really get that hand control system to Tim Horrell's liking. And not only the system in terms of its functionality with Tim, but then removing it so that he can share with drivers who want a conventional setup. It's a really exciting little project that they've put together, and they've got it in the zone, as we can tell, with Tim Horrell on pole position. Will he be able to hold off Jaden Kelly, who of course won the race earlier on in the day, the sprint race, and now he and Hugo Back will be looking to try and make it back-to-back in the Sunday portion of the GT4 Winter Series opening round. This time they're in 2x2 formation, as they should be, and this time the safety car should peel away, although it is slightly overstaying its welcome on the circuit. Hopefully it does get beckoned in, and yes, now it does. It is Porsche versus McLaren on the front row. It's Toyota versus McLaren on row number 2. Jaden Kelly trying to hold back a little bit here to get a good launch as we go to full racing speeds. The lights go out. We are racing properly now in the GT4 Winter Series, the 60-minute pit stop race, and it is Tim Horrell on the inside line. Will Jaden Kelly hold on around the outside? The answer is no. Cronin around the outside of Schwartz, though, for 3rd position. That was a very solid job there from Robert Cronin, got a perfect launch. Hudson Schwartz in 4th place. Around the outside for 5th position goes Enrico Ferderer. He's alongside Charlie Robertson and gets through as they go through turn 4, just slightly off camber. You don't want to be going too wide through there. And up to 7th place, I believe, has gone the leading club class car. So some profiting there from Aguirre in the 570S, but Troy Savicka has gotten through, and Federico Peters into the side of Aguirre there. That was a little bit of unwelcome contact.
Yeah, Peters was on his toes on the start, tried to shoot the middle of the row in front, but then got boxed in down at turn 1. Jaden Kelly, meanwhile, not content to sit in 2nd place, had a big lunge at Tim Horrell at turn 3, and I think there was a bit of contact between the two of them. Tim did well to keep the car together, and Jaden did well, in fairness, not to turn the Porsche around his nose. They're absolutely nose to tail then as they go through turn 9 for the first time, and Jaden Kelly will be keen to get on with this. He is a pro-class car, the car ahead of Pro-Am, and he really would like to get in front and build a gap over the much improved Robert Cronin there in 3rd position. Robert, having started 4th, so he's gained 1 already, and that outside line at turn 1 really worked to his advantage. He'd like very much to tag along with the leaders before potentially either one of these top 2 get away.
Sharing a car with his brother for the first time, driving a McLaren Artura GT4 in race conditions for the first time. He's got a lot of learning to do, and over the weekend we've seen those incremental improvements, now running 3rd overall with a determined Hudson Schwartz behind him. Hudson, who's also fairly new to GT4 multi-mark racing, having done a couple of appearances towards the end of 2025, but nowhere near a full season. Cronin will be watching the mirrors as they run down towards turn 1. I don't think the Toyota is going to be close enough for a move. Never mind, I'll eat that, because Hudson Schwartz thought otherwise. Not quite able to make it stick, and he's now got to worry about Charlie Robertson on his back, and it's Charlie Robertson ahead now of Ferderer as well, so they switch back.
Yeah, good point actually. Yeah, Schwartz there locking a brake into turn 3. Now that's not something you see often in modern GT racing, is it? With all of the electronic ABS and traction control, the cars are normally pretty settled, and Schwartz may be a little unsettled by that. Speaking of unsettled, around has gone Wilhelm Kuhn in the ISR Motorsport by Schnitzel Racing Mercedes. What's going on towards the front? We're on board with Hudson Schwartz's Toyota, which always does perform well in a straight line. That's why he was almost able to draw level with Robert Cronin past the pits, but didn't quite have enough to complete the manoeuvre into turn number 1. So Cronin 3rd, Schwartz 4th, Robertson 5th, and as you said, Enrico Ferrer not far back in 6th. The lead, though, still held just by Tim Horrell.
Not a state secret either to tell you that the Supra and the BMW M4 are very evenly matched in a straight line, principally because it's effectively the same engine in those two cars. The 75 machine, though, the McLaren, of course, the turbo V6 in the Artura, and the first V6 powered GT4 from McLaren. The 570 still a V8, and we're seeing 3 very different shapes of car with 2 very different types of engine going head-to-head as the 26 looks to the inside. Hudson Schwartz is so racy. It's great to watch him going wheel to wheel, and he might have the better of Cronin around turn 15. He won't need that straight line speed advantage, or will he? Yes, he will, because it's going to be a drag race. It might even be a 3-car drag race. Charlie Robertson has the slipstream. The C's part for him in the middle. Who will get to the corner first? I think it could well be the Toyota, but it is pretty much level pegging as they approach the corner. No, it's the BMW that gets the best of it. Charlie Robertson, it's a 2-for-1 extravaganza.
Brilliantly read that situation, did Charlie Robertson. Saw the 2 cars ahead go side by side through the final corner. It's all about momentum through that final turn, especially in a GT4 car. You're right on the limit through there as it is, and as soon as you go through there side by side, you lose your momentum up the hill, and Robertson saw that and read it to perfection and took full advantage. We're on board now with Enrico Ferrer. He wants to try and benefit from this if he can, and he's up behind Hudson Schwartz's Toyota, which defends the inside line nicely. So Robertson goes 3rd, Cronin 4th, and then Schwartz and Ferrer 5th and 6th. They are losing time with this battling, as entertaining as it is. They are losing time to the leading 2. It's about 2.5 seconds up the road now to Jaden Kelly and Tim Horrell debating first position. Great racecraft, though. You'd expect nothing less from someone of Charlie Robertson's experience.
You wouldn't, but let's just quickly circle back to the statement you just made. Yes, Tim Horrell and Jaden Kelly contesting the lead. Bronze-rated Tim Horrell, once again, staving off these pesky young silvers and their professional racing aspirations. Tim is really putting on a show, and we thought he was impressive last year. He was impressive last year, but he's clearly taken another step forward over the summer since we last saw him in the GT4 Winter Series. The fact that he's got the same pace in both the wet and the dry as a lot of the silver drivers really can't be overstated how rare that is.
If anything, he looks more comfortable now than he did in race 1 yesterday, so I think the dry conditions have benefited him slightly, and he's actually getting away slightly from Jaden Kelly. Purple final sector, and yes, 2/10 quicker than his pursuer. That gap is up to nearly a second now. Meanwhile, we ride on board with Enrico Ferrer with a grandstand view of the straight line performance of the Toyota, as Hudson Schwartz uses that to get to the inside of Robert Cronin and snatch 4th place away. Not really a lot that Cronin could do there. That might look a little bit unfair to the casual viewer, but of course around the rest of the lap, the more nimble, agile McLaren then has an advantage, I say, as it gets overtaken by the Mercedes into the braking zone at turn number 3. But Robert Cronin should now be able to fight back through the next sequence of corners. He won't want to try and sort of let those 2 get away from him, although they do look quicker at this stage.
Yeah, the McLaren is so much more slippery than just about any other GT4 car with its low-slung supercar stylings, that it doesn't have that much initial torque out of corners, principally because if you've got a long straight, if you gave it torque of an equal level to the Mercedes, it would be approaching 10 kilometers an hour faster by the end of the straight, and that's not going to work. That's a slight exaggerated number, but we'll gloss over it. It would be significantly faster by the end of the straight, so it's those kind of things that you have to consider with the BOP. It's ride heights as well as just power and weight. It's ride height, it's drag coefficients. It's an exacting and very complex science, and no driver will ever be happy with the cards they're dealt through it.
No, absolutely not. Even when they're winning, very often the first thing out of their mouth is, well, we could do with more straight line speed. Yeah, it's a very, very difficult thing to balance all of these cars, which in their road-going configurations would not really be all that similar in performance. So the fact that we get this sort of close racing in both GT3 and GT4 competition is a testament to the people who make the rules.
And I must say, Troy Savicka is having his best performance of the weekend. We've seen him kind of in amongst the AMs and similar throughout the weekend so far, but he's not too far off Cronin there in the back of shot in the Lotus Emira GT4 from Blue Garage Racing, who, with respect to the team, the little Czech outfit that could, they don't have a big hauler behind their garage. It's a fairly small operation, and they're doing a fabulous job, the competitors from Czechia, and the father and son duo as well. We've got a father and son sharing a car, we've got a father and son in opposing cars. Whichever way it goes, there's going to be some kind of anger at a dinner table somewhere, I suspect, by the end of the race.
Yes, a few other discussions to be had after the race, actually. Race control busy at the moment with a couple of incidents. First of all, Wilhelm Kuhn we saw recovering from a spin earlier on. That was as a result of contact, I believe. That will be investigated after the race. I think it was the Team VRT Alexander Bobrov's Mercedes that I saw flash up as the car that it had tangled with. We've also had contact with the 007 Aston Martin that was on your screen then. Federico Peters has been involved in a little skirmish. That's been noted by race control, and a very slow car that they both did well to dodge out of the way of.
Yeah, Anna Graciela, who of course caught out Hudson Schwartz in similar fashion in the previous race. Now that battle of course was for position 8th and 9th overall, and Joachim Bolting from pretty much the rear of the grid is already leading, incidentally, in the AM category, and he's now, I'm sure, aspiring to what he can do in the overall classification. Bolting, who had a great year in GT4 Europe and also some Porsche categories in Germany, always a bit of a live wire to talk to, and trying to make a good performance here at a circuit that he's done so well at in previous GT4 Winter Series appearances. And I tell you what, Troy Savicka is massively closing in on Cronin, and I wonder if Cronin's just nursing something with the car, because he is falling off that top 5 quite quickly, and perhaps not in a fashion I would have expected based on his early race pace.
Yeah, well, his last couple of laps have been over a second off his best, which is quite a drop-off for this stage of the race, so you might be onto something there. Perhaps something for Izzy to go and investigate maybe down in the pit lane. Replay, meanwhile, of that aforementioned contact. There it was. Around went the 111 car of Wilhelm Kuhn, and yeah, that was definitely contact with Alexander Bobrov's. Not entirely sure from that angle who was to blame, but that's for race control to decide, and they have decided that they will decide that at the end of the race.
Indecision in how to phrase that, Andy. Charlie Robertson is on the back of Jaden Kelly, so we've got a Pro-Am 1-3 at the moment, and they're going to sandwich the pro-class leader, Jaden Kelly, any moment. Charlie Robertson's got the bit between his teeth, having a great showing this weekend. Of course, last year we largely saw Charlie confined to the endurance race only, but Ravi said, you know what, go do the sprint this weekend as well, see what you can do, and unsurprisingly, Charlie Robertson rising to the occasion in both of his appearances, as I'm sure Ravi will when he takes the car over for the second phase of the race. You see there Hudson Schwartz, the holder of the fastest lap, bearing down though on both of them. On the previous lap, he was quicker. He was in the 51s. He's the only driver of the top 4 that was in the 51s on the previous lap. So Hudson Schwartz is cutting a determined figure at the moment.
Really enjoyed the conversation I had with Charlie on the podium earlier on. I asked him, were you surprised at just how early that crossover point between wets and slicks came? He said, no. No, he knew exactly what was going to happen and played that to his benefit. And speaking of that, he's had a brilliant run out of the final corner. Can he use the straight line performance of the BMW to his benefit? Answer, no. The McLaren, actually, that slippery shape, keeping Jaden Kelly ahead for now. Robertson is good on the brakes, but you don't actually do a huge amount of braking for that first corner. And as I mentioned, it's a tight, awkward apex, so no move there. Headlights ablaze for both cars, in fairness, but it's Robertson's that looks the more attacking. He would love to get this second place early, so then he's got maybe the second half of his stint to go chasing after Tim Horrell, who is now 2 seconds up the road from these 3.
Yeah, Horrell is putting the hammer down and focusing forward while these 3 scrap, and of course wanting to hand the car over in a strong position to Frederick Zebis, who I think will feel like, if he does take the car over in the lead, a bit of a do-over from, of course, the previous race where he started on the wets, and that very quickly proved to be the wrong tyre choice. So a second opportunity for the young Dane to try and get a good result in his first weekend in car racing. A bit wide there from Charlie Robertson. It looked like the traction control and he were both fighting the rear tyres in unison there. And Hudson Schwartz with a very good run through the apex of turn 9, the Craig Jones corner. At turn 11 though, drifting wide there with intent to try and set himself up, but I'm not quite sure that paid off for Hudson Schwartz. It's a great three-car battle that we've got going on here, and again, testament to the GT4 regulations and the BOP system that these cars are so well balanced, and we've got such an intriguing battle at hand. And I must say, I'm quite surprised Enrico Ferderer isn't a part of this battle. A 53-1 last time by, about a second off these three cars and their potential. We know how quick Ferderer is, the GT4 Germany champion from last year.
Indeed so. Here comes Robertson. He's got an even better exit from the final turn this time. In fact, has his nose ahead by the time they reach the timing line. Can Schwartz buy into this as well? That's the real question. Robertson should be able to make this move stick now under braking into turn 1. Jaden Kelly tries to stand his ground on the outside, but Robertson's got the move made. And importantly, I think there, Hudson Schwartz not able to go with him. So change for second. Robertson gets the BMW for L'Espace Bienvenue into second place. And the Greystone GT McLaren dips down to third. The gap then now for Charlie Robertson to try and bridge is 2.6 seconds. His best lap time, though, is 0.2 slower than Tim Horrell, who, as if just to illustrate the point, pumps in a purple, fastest of anybody, first sector of the race. He was half a second quicker than these three through that first portion of the lap. So that is not going to be an easy bridge to get across for Charlie Robertson. And, of course, first he's got to shake off Jaden Kelly, who looks quite keen on getting back ahead of the BMW here.
Yeah, absolutely right. And thinking to the Ferderer point that I made before, it is worth noting they've got a spare car. It wasn't the car they were intending to drive. There were engine issues with the original. So I just wonder if maybe that car's not quite hooked up right. Hudson Schwartz has hooked up a nice opportunity to the inside at turn 10 and turn 11. Did he get through in one piece or not? We'll have to wait and see what the outcome of that was. There they are. Hudson Schwartz is through past Jaden Kelly momentarily, but Kelly sneaks back through at turn 13. Schwartz out wide, tries to set up now to stay alongside at 14, and they succeed at doing so. And Hudson Schwartz with the inside line manages to squeeze the McLaren behind him, but Hudson Schwartz with his hands full.
That was a committed move, wasn't it? So difficult to do over the crest of the hill there, and it's the kind of move that I think only really a front-engine car could make, that late change of direction over the crest. The extra weight over the front axle really makes that doable compared to the mid-engine McLaren. Wilhelm Kuhn is in the SR Motorsport by Schnitzelhelm Racing Mercedes. Remember, had that contact earlier on with the other Mercedes, wasn't it, of Alexander Bobrov's, and that possibly has done some damage to the right rear corner. The right rear suspension, I think, is where the team were directing their attention. We are not in the pit window either, so even if they do get that car going, it will have to revisit the pit lane once more. Robertson then, courtesy of that battle between Schwartz and Kelly, is now starting to distance himself from those two, but still lost about 0.4 of a second to the race leader on the previous lap.
A lot of squirming under braking there from Hudson Schwartz. I get the impression he might be really experimenting with the brake bias, because you alluded to the fact that he was locking the fronts earlier, and that time it looked like he was quite rearward. So I think he's trying to figure out the right balance from corner to corner. Of course, everyone has had fairly limited dry running prior to today, so I think there is an element of trying to work out now what it's like in the dry conditions.
Yeah, exactly that, and he's definitely got more rotation into the corner now, hasn't he? That's how he was able to make the move at this part of the circuit a lap ago, so he's getting close to getting the balance of the car as he would like, as they once again nip up the inside of the Sunder Motorworks Porsche Cayman. We check back in on the battle between a fading Robert Cronin and a charging Troy Saviska in the Lotus Emira GT. Third of the Pro-Am cars at the moment, and of course several positions behind the rest of the Pro-Am squad, but as you said, having a really good run and perhaps about to do a bit of giant killing here.
Yeah, exactly right. Both Troy and his father, Pavel Saviska, have about the same amount of four-wheeled racing experience, actually. 2023 was Pavel's first year in car racing, and he went and won the ESET Cup, Eastern European GT Championship, GTX class in his first year. So he landed on his feet pretty well. Saviska Jr., who's in the car right now, has had some great showings in his native Czechia as well, all while juggling a World Championship level motorcycle racing career. Quite a busy young man. Of course, Cronin busy at the wheel at the moment. It does look like he is actually busy at the wheel. I've seen the gloves kind of moving about a little bit in some braking zones. I don't think he's quite happy with the balance of that race lab car.
No, I think you might be right. Certainly the lap times would reflect that. Speaking of lap times, Tim Horrell, the race leader, had a really slow lap last time by 2 seconds off his personal best. He's now 1.7 seconds clear of Charlie Robertson in second place, so that's a developing story, as is this scrap for 6th position. Robert Cronin keeping for now Troy Savicka behind, but McLaren versus Lotus, 2 similar cars really. They look from a distance fairly similar, and they're designed in a similar way, and therefore not a huge amount to choose between them. Here's the lead battle, and it came down by another 10th in sector 1. Is this the beginning of a trend, and Robertson maybe starting to again show that experience, looking after the tyres? I said that could be key in this race. We are 22 minutes in, and this is when generally you'll start to see that really coming into effect. Or was it just a wobble for Tim a lap ago? We'll have to wait and see, but in the middle sector, to be fair, it redresses itself, so perhaps it was just an issue in traffic a lap ago.
Yes, I think that was the case, based on when you made the point and their relative lap time deltas. I think it might have been the Sunda car that just caught out Tim Horrell a lap and a bit ago now. Robertson and Schwartz then still running pretty much line astern, albeit with a slightly bigger gap between them than we've seen in previous laps. We'll see who had the faster of the laps this time across the line. My timing screen takes a little while to nudge into life on that front, but in fact no, it was Schwartz who was quickest of anyone in the top 3, so the top 3 are compacting together. They're almost exactly 2 seconds split.
Indeed so. Up towards turn 3, or down towards turn 3 they go. Again, the BMW a little bit recalcitrant in the braking zone to slow down. Robert Cronin's wide as well at turn 1, and this is Savicka's chance. Gets to the inside, and that was a lovely opportunistic bit of driving there from Troy, who does now manage to move up into 6th position overall. Wasn't, as I said, a positional change in class, but overall positions do matter in GT4 Winter Series, of course, and that was a nice little move. A tiny mistake for Cronin. I do agree with you. I don't think he's happy with the balance of the car, is he? I don't think it's a problem necessarily, but just looking at the way that he's missing apexes and wriggling around in the braking zones, hammers the curb there through turn 5, which is not the standard racing line through that corner, I don't believe. Tells me that he's not necessarily quite at one with his McLaren just yet.
No, quite right. And actually lapping faster than both of those drivers is Joachim Bolting, who continues to surge his way up. He's got some half-dozen seconds or so to find before he can move up from his current 8th position, but the AM class leader, as is often the case, interloping among some of the what should be higher classes. But Joachim is a very experienced driver, over a decade of GT racing now. His first ever race was in a Marcos Pantis, of all things, the Brit car 24-hour first race.
Wow.
A bold man in many ways. Tim Horrell, 1.4 seconds for the gap last time across the line. I'd wager it's down by another couple of tenths as they turn through the final corner. In fact, I think that'll be around a second, if not slightly less, as they come across the line this time. The pit window will open in 30 seconds, incidentally. I somehow doubt that any of these 3 will be quick to hand the cars over, though. We'll wait and see on that front. You saw the flashing headlights, Andy. The Schwartz car is winking constantly. Unfortunately, they've lost a headlight.
Yes, indeed so, but that will be the least of Hudson Schwartz's worries for now. Always makes me chuckle, that, the flashing of the headlights.
Yeah.
I've never once seen a driver say, oh, you want the lead? Oh, go ahead and have it. If anything, it will spur Tim Horrell on to defend even more readily now, because he's had a pretty easy time of it so far, generally speaking. Managed to gap the rest of the field in the early stages, but now has some defending to do. Whether we'll see them elect to make an earlier pit stop perhaps in that number 30 car and get Frederick Zabis in as soon as possible. I mean, there's nothing wrong with Tim's pace, is there? So maybe they'll that always is good. It frees up the strategy for a team if both of your drivers are operating at the highest level. In the middle part of this lap, I'd say he looks the quicker of the 3.
Yeah, absolutely right. And Zabis has been pretty much his pace peer. Maybe Horrell's had a slight advantage here and there, but of course their average time dictated their pole position in qualifying, so both of them have been very quick all weekend long. Hudson Schwartz really staying on the back of Charlie Robertson and making Charlie maybe not go to Supra at all times. And this is again allowing Horrell, as you alluded to kind of in the last couple of sectors focus and build the gap just slightly again.
It's a great example, isn't it, of how the dynamic shifts in a three-way battle like this. When it's just two cars battling for position, it's often one-way traffic. The chasing car seems to have the edge. Tim Horrell, though, once out, he gets into the pit lane at the first opportunity. That surprises me a little. He had clear track, but perhaps just felt like he was having to defend a bit too much. Maybe they could get Frederik Zabis out in some clean air, maybe. I'm sure people on the pit wall may well have been calculating that, actually, and working out exactly where this car is likely to come out. But now the driver change begins, and of course a slightly different process for this team perhaps than the others.
Yeah, we didn't see much of the process there, but there is also removing the hand controls to consider as well as Tim Horrell exits the car. You see there some help from one of the mechanics to, I think, do that as they try and get everything removed. It's not looking like it's going fully smoothly, unfortunately. It looks like they're having to fight it a little bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does a little bit. Of course, they've got this minimum pit stop time that they can fall back on of 79 seconds, but that's from pit in to pit out. You don't have a huge amount of time then left to sit stationary on the pit apron. Meanwhile, this, of course, now the battle for the race lead. Charlie Robertson and Hudson Schwartz, and Hudson has closed right in onto the back of the BMW. It does seem to have lost a bit of pace over the last 5 minutes or so. This has been Hudson's favourite place to attack, but Charlie Robertson, he's a wily character, isn't he? He knew that was coming. He will have seen, probably, the Toyota driver make that move a few laps earlier, and he was wise to it. Covered the inside line. We're on board, though, with the Speedy Motorsport car as the closes in the braking zone for turn 13. Perhaps there's an argument to say that the Speedy Motorsport squad should try and pit before the BMW does and get that undercut, but I'm sure Hudson would love to get the job done on track if possible.
Yeah, absolutely right. And they now turn into turn 15. It always panics me a little bit when they run over that curb on the entry to turn 15, because there is quite a prominent lip there as they try and turn into the corner. Both parties continue on in this race. I'm rather unsurprised by that. I would expect that Cartel and Schwartz will split it right down the middle. So I think we'll see the Toyota in next time by, most likely. We'll see what Robertson and Ramye do to that end as well.
Indeed so. So around the first corner they head. Now, was that the number 30 car coming out of the pit lane just in front of them? I think it might have been. Now, that seems to have been a long pit stop.
Yeah, it was.
79 seconds is, what, a minute and 19? Well, a lap is getting on for 2 minutes, so they've lost quite a chunk of time there, I think. And that, you sort of spotted that, didn't you? There was a delay somewhere in the driver change process.
Yeah, it looked like they were having to try and really force and manipulate one element of the control change for the pit stops. That's unfortunate, but we'll see how things progress going forward for the team. Will still be Pro-Am lead, possibly, but maybe not, because Robertson and Ramye are there. Hudson Schwartz is looking to the inside for the overall lead, and he's not quite able to get enough Toyota alongside the BMW, at least not in the view of Charlie Robertson, who wasn't going to give any space.
Now, someone of Charlie's experience, I know I keep mentioning this, but he's demonstrated this a few times this weekend. I'm fairly sure he'll have spotted that number 30 car on the road. He'll have done the calculations and thought, hang on a minute, this could be for the net race lead once all is said and done with the pit stop, so he's going to be even less keen now to allow the Toyota through. Perhaps Hudson Schwartz has made the same calculations, because that was his most spirited effort yet to get past the BMW, but still, Charlie Robertson hangs on. It's a fantastic battle, this, between these two cars, both front engine, both similar sort of design cars, and they both generate their lap times in similar ways. It is all down to which driver can get one over on the other, and for now it's advantage Robertson.
Yeah, Robertson, who's only 29 but has a lot of experience, as Hudson Schwartz does pit this time, as I suspected. I think Robertson was racing Ginetta Juniors while Hudson Schwartz was still in infancy. Yes. So even though Charlie is less than 30, he's got so much experience in race cars. Hudson Schwartz then heading down the pit lane, of course, to hand over to Lucas Cartel, who we saw win that first race of the weekend on Saturday afternoon, and I'm sure the Belgian has been itching for the last 24 hours to pick up where he left off, and he might well pick up quite literally where he left off, depending on how these pit stop cycles work out, how Ravi Ramye does on cold tyres once he pits. It's going to be very interesting from an overall perspective to see what comes next.
Yeah, well, remember, in that race yesterday, Lucas Cartel won, Hugo Back was second. He'll be jumping into that Greystone GT McLaren soon, and Ravi Ramye was in the L'Espace Bienvenue BMW in that race. So, in other words, Lucas will be up against drivers that he was quite comfortably quicker than yesterday, so he'll be brimming with confidence, I'm sure. He might have to find a way past Rami Ramid, and that won't be an easy job, but it all depends on how quick his outlap is in comparison to Charlie Robertson's in-lap. There's the number 11 Mercedes, Enrico Ferderer handing that one over to Joel Mesh, and looking again to try and get into the fight. It's been a bit anonymous, that car, so far in this race, but perhaps the second half of the race will be different.
Yeah, I think still working to refine it. I'm interested to see which car they use next week, because I believe the engine replacement for the original car they were going to race this weekend arrived today, or is arriving today, so whether they rush an engine change to get back to car A, we'll have to wait and see. Hudson Schwartz leaves the pit lane. Charlie Robertson might not be far away from coming into the pit lane himself. He might leave it another lap, we'll wait and see, but Schwartz comes out onto the circuit and will resume, I think, with some fairly clear track around him. Yes, he will, so that's going to be a handy little extra, or will he? Because there's Jose Garcia just behind him, and okay, there's the number 30 car, so it's not the big gap that we thought it was between the number 26 and the number 30, so Horrell and sorry, I'm having a bit of a moment. Horrell and Zebis's pit stop, not as slow or disastrously so as we thought. They continue on their way and are still very much a factor in the overall, because it does say 79 seconds on the regulations, but I guess the driver's briefing said something different.
Yes, because 1 minute and 49 seconds seems to be the number that most of them have aimed for, so, well, okay, that caught us out slightly, but we'll remember that hopefully for Estoril next time out. Well, that means that actually that number 30 car is still very much in the fight, and we'll see what sort of pace it's got. It has come out, of course, behind the Toyota, but that may well redress itself over the second half of the race. Still 27 minutes to go. There is the Speedy Motorsport Toyota then. Lucas Cartel now at the wheel, and we'll find out momentarily exactly what all of these gaps are. We wait with interest as well for Charlie Robertson to bail for the pit lane. He's gone around for another lap now. That is very much a Pro-Am pairing. They are leading the Pro-Am class, so I suspect he will go as far into this race as he possibly can. Nothing against Ravi Ramid. He's been very impressive this weekend long, but I'm sure even Ravi would agree that the more seat time Charlie has, the bigger an advantage he is likely to inherit when he gets in the car.
Yeah, absolutely right, but he will have to come in this time by, so we'll see the number 71 BMW peel in just in the back of shot. There you go, a narrower approach to corner exit from Robertson. He comes into the pit lane, and following him behind from second overall currently will be Troy Savicka to hand over to Father Pavel also, so we'll keep an eye on that as we saw there Hudson Schwartz, and now we pan back to the number 17 car now being driven by Hugo Back. Will be registered as the driver now at the wheel of the car once he comes through the first couple of sector splits, but he's taken over a car that doesn't look like it's working particularly well. It comes to a ever slower pace there, going over the crest of the hill, and it's now accelerating again, but something looks like it's amiss with the Greystone McLaren.
That was bizarre, wasn't it? I noticed one of the cars behind slipped a bit wide as well. I thought for a second there was something on the track, but yeah, the Greystone car now seems to be accelerating just fine. That was truly bizarre, almost as if he knocked the pit lane speed limit button or something as he was going up through the gears out of turn 3. I've seen that happen before. That's pure speculation on my part, but it's wouldn't be the first time I've seen that. Anyway, into the pit lane, as we said, has come Charlie Robertson. So this is the key lap when these two cars, who, by the way, are a lot closer together now than they were initially after the pit stops were completed, when they come through this time, we'll have a proper idea of how this top three is going to look.
Yes, so it's Toyota versus Porsche versus BMW, and it's two Pro-Am entries up against a Pro entry. They've been holding themselves to an account well, have both the 71 and the number 30 lineups. Of course, it will be the AM driver now in the form of Ravi Ramid that takes over the BMW, whereas Zebis is the Pro driver in the number 30 Porsche, although there's not much difference in pace between Zebis and Tim Horrell. Now, where is the Robertson car? Where is the BMW in relation. It's just exiting the pits now. Let's see where the other cars are. Are they passed already? Yes, they are.
Wow.
So it is a big loss of time for Robertson and Ramyeed ultimately, and I think he may have crossed the right line on pit exit there as well. Unfortunately, I hate to dob Ravi in, but it did look like there was at least a glancing blow between the wheel and the white line, and that is policed.
Yes, it is indeed. You can see why he wants to do that. You want the widest possible entry into turn 1, but that's not how it works, unfortunately. We'll see whether race control picked up on that. So this is now essentially your battle for the race lead. In fact, they are now, I believe, the two cars at the front of the field. Yes, they are, because everyone's pitted, haven't they? Pit lane window closed. So it is Lucas Cartel in the Toyota Supra, Frederick Zabis in the Porsche Cayman. We haven't yet seen these two drivers go toe-to-toe, of course, because it was Tim Horrell in the car in race 1 yesterday when Lucas Cartel was last in the Toyota. So this is going to be a fascinating matchup. Over the first couple of laps of the stint, it looked like this man, Zabis, was clearly the faster of the two, but having caught the Toyota driver, where does he get through? We know that Toyota is very, very strong in a straight line, and it's so difficult, isn't it, Adam, to pass a car that is quicker than you in a straight line?
Yeah, absolutely. If you're on the offensive, you'd rather have the straight line speed than the cornering ability a lot of the time. We've seen that, of course, to a much greater extent in GT Wind Series races before, where Cup cars and GT3 cars intermingle, but it's still the case in GT4 as well. The more nimble Porsche is certainly maybe slightly off on a straight line speed perspective, although the Porsche towards the end of a very long straight does sometimes look like the quickest car of all, at least in last year's BOP. Of course, it is a new year. There have more than likely been a few adjustments made. It's one of those things you can never really leave alone. You're just going to keep tweaking it just a little bit to see if you can get it on the exact centre. 0.6 of a second between them across the line, and Zebis looked like he was closing in there by the end of the straight in the slipstream of the Toyota, paired with the small shape of the Porsche Cayman. Towards the end of that straight, he looked very threatening indeed.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I was about to make that point. The second half of that main straight, the Porsche definitely had the edge, and look at the way that Lucas Cartel's car is fishtailing around. The rear end of that Toyota looks even less stable now than it did earlier on in the race, but that is going to be music to the ears of Frederick Zabis as he tries to wriggle away through. Just a quick note, by the way, on the L'Espace Bienvenu BMW, 6 seconds slower was their pit stop time than the two cars that we have on screen now. That's where that time has gone. They're 4.9 seconds back, so without that delay, they likely would have come out with the race lead, but that shows that even with minimum pit stop times at play, you can still win or lose a race in the pit lane.
Yeah, absolutely right. It's quite easy to just mess up something you've done procedurally dozens of times over before, and that ends up costing you right at the pinch point of the pit window. Cartel and Zebis head through turn 12 and 13. Other battles on circuit in the class perspective, not many, but we do have Gonzalo Araujo and Joel Mesh 0.3, 0.2 apart at the line last time for 5th and 6th position. So there's a battle going on there, but of course the lead battle is the highest stakes. That's the one we'll stick with for now. But there is a scrap on between the Mercedes and the Aston Martin for 5th and 6th overall. And also Matis Klushkel, I think, is closing in on Rafael Riani in terms of the club class order, albeit with 20 seconds between them, and that looked like a very unorthodox run through turn 15.
I'm in absolutely no position to coach Lucas Cartel, but the line he takes into that final corner makes me take a big sort of metaphorical step back every time. He turns in just over the edge of that curb. It unsettles the car as it goes over the crest, and he never makes friends with the apex from that point on. Here comes Zebis, though, to the inside into turn 3. That's a late lunge, but he gets along, leave the door open. He's got the inside line for turn 4, but Zebis, I'm sure, will be quicker on the exit. Look at that, executes the switchback, or does he?
There as well, by the looks of it. I don't think that was something kicked up off the ground. I think that shed from the Toyota itself. But Cartel, again, by the end of the straight, has Zebis right on his bumper as the cars go through turns 2 and now turn 3. Zebis not quite as threatening on the back of Lucas Cartel. Some lap traffic up ahead over the horizon, though. Could that be a factor as they run down towards turn 5? Which line will the Toyota take. It's the line that avoids everything completely. Quite conscious driving there. And a huge penalty, a 64-second penalty for a pit stop infringement to Araujo Competición. That's a significant penalty added to the car that's now running 6th overall, and that will take them out of contention.
Well, they might have been under the impression it was a 79-second minimum pit stop time as well, because their pit stop time was 1 minute and 22 seconds, which is what, 25, 26, 27 seconds shorter than anybody else's. So a little bit of confusion there. They clearly didn't get the memo, and all other teams did.
Or they listened to me, in this case, in
which is
case
always
I'm
a
very
mistake.
sorry that I was going off of what was printed in the regulations. However, I was not in the driver's briefing, which is what they should listen to. Cartel and Zebis run through turn 13 now. They've got a huge amount of clear track up ahead of them, incidentally. They've got maybe 30 seconds worth of time to make up on the next car ahead. So they've got clear runs. There's nothing for Cartel to worry about except the Porsche behind him, albeit that's a significant worry. Let's see if he does it again. Yes, he does. That line a bit less intense than the previous lap, less of a bucking Bronco effect as they went to the apex of turn 15. And this time by, I think he's got a slightly better run out of the corner as well. So Zebis isn't quite going to be as threatening by the end of the straight, but he does close in, and close in some more. The Porsche plus slipstream equals mighty straight line speed.
Yes, it certainly does, but not quite as close this time into the first few corners, which means that move he attempted a few laps ago here at turn 3 isn't quite on this time, so they stay as they were. Up the hill we go into turn 4, on board with Frederick Zebis, and again, Cartel never does hit the apex at turn 4, but really rockets off the corner surprisingly well. So he's taking some unorthodox lines, but because of how different these two cars are, I suppose that's what you just see sometimes, isn't it? With balance of performance, you generate the lap time differently depending on which car you are in. Quick point, by the way, not to drag our attention away from this just yet, but keep one eye on the club class battle.
Yes.
Rafael Rayani leads in his McLaren, but Mattis Plushkel in that Aston Martin V8 Vantage, 10.5 seconds back, but 5 seconds nearly quicker than the McLaren a lap ago. We could yet have a change in club before the flag.
Yeah, Mattis Plushkel on a mission in the first generation Aston Martin V8 Vantage GT4, which was quite high up the overall order earlier on, of course, in those damp conditions in race number 2. Cartel and Zebis once again approaching the final corners of the lap, and well, I said I'm not sure how he was going to last 20 minutes. He's quarter of the way there. We've got 15 minutes and 20 seconds left to run here in this GT4 Winter Series pit stop race, and as of now, Lucas Cartel has done just about everything right, and it's worth us acknowledging that, I mean, Frederick Zebis is a newcomer to this game, but Cartel isn't far behind either. He's done a season of GT4 racing prior, but before that he was in cross cars on an off-road basis. He's had quite a unique run up the ladder, but clearly he's confident as he makes his step up those rungs.
It does rather explain some of the driving style choices we're seeing, doesn't it, from the Toyota driver? Genuinely, the little muscle memory things that you pick up from what you did earlier in your career, you sometimes bring through later on. Another front brake lock up there, though, for Cartel. That's both drivers in that car. We've seen doing that on different occasions into turn 3. Very, very bizarre. I'm intrigued if we do get a chance to speak to them after the race to maybe get an answer on that, whether both drivers are playing around with brake bias or there's just an issue of some sort. But for both of them to lock a front brake into that corner when the car generally looks very loose rather than front-end grip limited is odd.
Well, the fact that it is indeed both loose yet also locking up the front axle sometimes makes me think maybe less brake bias and more differential.
True.
Because, of course, the diff has a role to play in, yes, out-of-corner traction, but also in deceleration. And it does look a little bit, again, of a bucking Bronco. One way or the other, whether it's the rear or the front that's causing the drama in the moment, it does often look like they are fighting something. Of course, a lively car is often a quick car, but it looks like a bit of a knife edge.
It does, but hey, if they can ride that knife edge to the top step of the podium, I'm sure they'll be saying, yep, more of the same next time, please. That is the setup that we like. It might not be that comfortable, but yielding good results for them so far. They won yesterday, remember, and we'll on course, it seemed, to claim the double earlier on this morning. Can they now make amends for that? Both of these teams really out for retribution, aren't they? They both will feel that results have slipped through their fingers this weekend. The penalty for the Speedy Motorsport car earlier on today, the mechanical failure yesterday for W&S Motorsport's Porsche, and they both will really want to try and end the weekend on a high. Take a mental note of that gap between the two cars as they cross the line. It was 6.5 tenths of a second or so, but look at the way that Lucas Cartel is weaving to try and break the toe. The gap's so much shorter, maybe half as wide as they arrive at the braking zone for turn 1. And that is that little straight line speed advantage in the second half of the straight for the Porsche, really paying dividends for Zebis. If he's going to make a move, I really feel he has to take advantage of that and make something happen in this first sector.
Yeah, absolutely right. It's a good run out of turn 4 from Zebis. It could be a move on here at turn 5, but Cartel wisely covers the inside. Both parties looking like they're right on the limit under braking. And now Cartel will be hoping that the Porsche didn't get too good of a run. I think he is going to be safe when he turns into the apex of turn 7, but certainly Zebis is making this a pressure cooker situation.
Did you see the black lines left by Frederick Zebis' Porsche weaving around in the braking zone? As you said, both absolutely on the limit. It's one of the things I really like about GT4. GT3 in modern day GT racing often takes centre stage, doesn't it? The cars are a bit louder, a bit faster, a bit flashier, but the way these GT4 cars, because they don't have the same level of aerodynamic capability as a GT3, the way they move around, the drivers really have to manhandle them to get a good lap time out of them. It's fascinating to watch.
Okay, so here is the club class battle, and we've got an interesting situation here, actually, because between the Zone Racing car that leads the class and the very closing in Aston Martin second in class is the other Zone Racing McLaren. So will the blue flags be adhered to and respected to the nth degree, or will there be a little bit of gamesmanship, I wonder? The club class battle is a little bit further apart than I thought it would be based on the previous lap, but it is a bit of an ebb and flow situation. The top two, meanwhile, have come across the line 8 tenths apart, so we're not missing anything there that time across the start-finish line. They're a little bit further apart than they have been on previous laps. Oh, but the Aston is slow. Matis Pushkel out of the corner there, having a problem. He's now got the car back underway again, but it looks like something went wrong momentarily there, somewhere in the inner workings of the Aston.
Yeah, that was bizarre, wasn't it? Again, under acceleration out of a corner, it just seemed to lose all forward momentum. It's still going. It is still going at, I'd say, seemingly race speed. It still sounds excellent, as always. So a very odd little situation, and yeah, that's a couple of cars we've seen having that little stutter on acceleration out of tight corners. He's visibly closing back in again now, though, so let's hope whatever that issue was, it doesn't rear its head again.
Yeah, well, we'll see if Pushkel can continue on and whether that was a one-off, but Cartel and Zebis, I said they're 8 tenths apart at the line. There was also half a second of difference through Sector 1 and Sector 2, so I think they're right back on top of each other now as they head through Sector 2 and head towards Turn 10, Turn 11. We'll try and touch base with them again in a short moment, but we'll see as well whether Pushkel and Riani can meet each other in the middle, or whether the Aston does have some sort of terminal issue. But it's Cartel from Zebis at the front of the field. And for how much longer? Because Cartel has been under so much pressure in this race. And again, I'd be giving him a thorough round of applause if he makes it the duration.
Well, look at that. The gap's back out again now. The middle part of the lap, the Toyota is good. It's the only place it really loses out is that first sector. Again, a very wide line through the final turn, but this is maybe the biggest distance we've seen between the two of them for a while.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? It's so much quicker, the Porsche through Sector 1. And the rest of the lap, the Toyota just seems to have that edge. What was the gap this time? By 1.002. So the gap keeps extending just slightly.
I think where the Porsche is strong is into this braking zone at 3 and then the change of direction into 4. Look at the way that Zebis closes in on the tight right-hander, carries decent speed then uphill through turn 4. Yes, there are tight corners elsewhere, but they're slightly longer corners. They're not necessarily these short, sharp changes of direction that you have in the first sector. fact that that's where the Porsche is strong. I think through some of the longer, more sweeping turns elsewhere, the front-engine Toyota has the advantage. It's long been the fascination, really, of modern-day GT racing. In fact, not even just modern-day GT racing, but cars that do have different strengths and weaknesses, and seeing that ebb and flow, in this case, quite significantly over the course of a lap.
Yes, absolutely right. So the 26 car has made it over halfway in the 20-minute quest to hold off Frederik Zebis. Zebis, who came more conventionally through karting, but went straight from karting to GT4, so it's not the most conventional path, but it is one we see more and more people deciding to choose. And they'll emerge here from turn 12 and turn 13, I think markedly closer than they were a lap ago. And, oh, goodness me, that was a huge snap. I think that car is getting gradually, progressively harder and harder to deal with under the rear of Lucas Cartel.
Nothing against the Toyota at all, but if you offered me a drive in both of these cars right now, I think I'd be keener to jump into the Porsche than the Supra. It looks a real handful, doesn't it? But kudos to Lucas Cartel. He's not made a big mistake yet. Has to just survive another 7.5 minutes or so of this assault from Frederik Zebis, and he will claim that team's second race victory of the weekend. It's been an absolutely brilliant third GT4 Winter Series race of the weekend, this, and both drivers, you would argue, deserve to win. Only one team can, of course. Is it going to be Speedy Motorsport, or will W&S grab their first victory of the weekend?
That is the golden question, the question with a golden ticket attached to it, and that was a huge slide. I'll be honest, I thought the tyre was going down on Cartel in that braking zone for turn 13, because it was such a violent snap, but the Belgian did a great job holding on to it, and we've got some fighting here between Mesh and the younger of the Cronin. So we've got Colin Cronin bouncing back and then having a wiggle all of his own. Joel Mesh losing out there. P5 it is for Colin Cronin.
Well, I think we're seeing a few drivers struggle with tyres, aren't we? And they are largely the drivers who have the least GT4 experience. And I think they are, to my point that I made best part of an hour ago now, I think they are finding that in these slightly warmer conditions they've maybe not worn out the tyres. Sometimes it's easy to use the term tyre wear to describe grip diminishing over the course of a race. It's often more pressure and temperature that the drivers have built up in those Pirelli tyres, which are more than capable of going the distance, but if you aggravate them a bit too much too soon, then you do start to then run out of grip. And of course Colin Cronin, like his brother, not experienced at all in GT4 competition, and so maybe learning that right before our very eyes. 5 3/4 minutes to go though. Where, if anywhere, can Zebis make this move? He's had a few little goes, but just can't seemingly get close enough at the right part of the lap.
No, absolutely right. Meanwhile, at turn 1, about a lap ago, we did have that change for the club class lead. Matis Plushkel and Rafael Riani have swapped places, so Plushkel, the vastly experienced sports car racer at this point for the Team Muka team, has made that position up. So it was, I think they were side by side into the first corner about a lap and a half ago, and it was always looking likely for Plushkel, but he now leads in the club class and is hunting down Pavel Savicka to get into the overall top 10.
That he is. We'll see whether he's able to do that, closing in quite quickly on the little Lotus Emira. And one of the newer GT4 cars in the world, up against certainly the oldest car on this grid. And it looks as though advantage lies with the older of the two cars, doesn't it? Looks like Plushkel should be able to make this move stick, maybe a bit deep into the corner there for Savicka. Does that give Plushkel the chance down the hill? Yep, sweeps around the outside. Dab of the brakes midway through the corner. That's not normally to be advised, but just had to settle the car slightly and does manage to wrangle up the Lotus. So 2 places gained within, what, half a lap or so?
Yeah, very good driving there from Matis Plushkel, a lap and a half or so. Yeah, it was a very quick progress that Plushkel is making through the field. Zebis there got slightly held up in amongst that lappery there of the Jose Garcia Sunda Motorworks Porsche, and the gap is going to be around a second, I think, by the time they come out of turn 13. Yeah, this is an interesting battle, isn't it? Because, again, Cartel's car looks so much more loose and unsettled and tricky, but Zebis hasn't quite got what it takes to properly challenge.
I also think the front splitter's come loose, hasn't it?
Oh,
yes,
yes.
it has. Look at that. You spotted a bit of something flying out of the bottom of the car earlier on. I think he's dislodged that front splitter, which, if anything, will cure some of the oversteer that he's had up to this point, although won't necessarily aid overall lap time. So he really has not necessarily driven the wheels off the Supra, but driven the front splitter off. And now smoke, it's rubbing, isn't it, on the front of the car?
Yeah, I'm wondering if there may have been some contact or something in that lappery shortly before we switched to it, because that was not like that a lap ago. Yes, it can get progressively worse, but it feels quite sudden, the front end of that car getting worse. I mean, the front took a hefty knock, of course, in the previous race with Hudson Schwartz, but it is clearly struggling, and with 3 minutes left to go, he's now going to be praying, if he even knows about it, that splitter stays on.
I thought I spotted a small panel gap a few laps ago. It wasn't too much to be worried about, but every time he bounces over those curbs into the final corner, of course, you're putting pressure on the nose of the car. It's scraping on the ground. It may well have dislodged it. Can't be sure, obviously, but again, a question to ask him perhaps after the race. And now more bits of the Supra falling off. It's really loose, and that now will be a big enough vibration that he will be fully aware of what's going on at the front of that car. Can he drag it around the final 2.5 minutes and keep Frederik Sebis at bay? To his credit, I mean, he's keeping the Porsche at arm's length for now, although in this technical middle sector where you rely on that front downforce, he is seemingly struggling.
He really is. Yeah, this is not a comfortable scenario in the slightest for Lucas Cartel. The Toyota GR Supra is dismantling itself from the front end back at the moment for him, and he's having to watch the mirrors for Sebis, who was 1.4 seconds back at the start of the lap. Now the gap is well within a second. That car looking increasingly second hand. There's going to be one more lap to go this time by. Just one more lap between Cartel and a victory, but will the car be under Cartel in a lap's time?
Cartel went nowhere near that curb on the way into the final corner. That's cost him speed onto the straight, and I think Sebis will be close enough. We're on board with the second place man, and there is nothing that Lucas Cartel can do. The front bodywork is rubbing on the tyres. He's got no front downforce. He's got no choice now but to just nurse it home. In fact, I think it's come off completely now. It's got lodged underneath that front tyre, and he'll do well now to limp home even in second place.
Yeah, it went under the tyre as they came over the crest onto the main straight, so that is the end of the victory bid, unfortunately, for Lucas Cartel and Hudson Schwartz, and I feel for Hudson in particular, because he'll be sat there ruining what he's just been seeing, as will the entire team. Was a good opportunity to try to bounce back from the drama in the earlier race, but now they're going to have to settle for second. It looks like it's lodged itself kind of between the wheels at a diagonal manner, and it should stay on from there, but unfortunately, after defending so valiantly for the better part of 20 minutes, Cartel is not going to be able to hold off, he has not been able to hold off Frederik Sebis, who is now heading to the checkered flag, which will await him at the conclusion of this lap.
And there's a chance, by the way, that we could have a change for third before the end. Ravi Ramid has been reeled in by Hugo back. Hugo was nearly a second quicker than him last time by, and there was less than a second between them beginning this final lap. So there we go, there they are, absolutely together now. BMW from McLaren with half a lap to go. Might have been the longest race of the weekend, this, but it's packed an awful lot of action into it and kept us guessing right to the flag.
Absolutely right. Looks like Ramid has control of the situation, though, with just a few corners left for him. Frederik Sebis has just one turn between himself and a victory. The Pro-Am entry of Sebis and Tim Horrell, oftentimes the quickest out there on the circuit, whether it's the bronze driver or the silver at the helm. They should be very proud of their lineup down there at W&S Motorsport. A stellar drive to the checkered flag, and Lucas Cartel in second position. A very wounded Toyota Supra, 4.6 seconds at the line between the two of them. Ravi Ramid does hold on to third place, and I did think that back looked slow. He was slow on that last lap, finally crossed the line in fourth place. We saw the car woe up shortly after he came back out after the pits. I wonder if there was an intermittent issue with the Frenchman's machine. The AM class winner should be Joachim Bolting. He's the next class winner that we're expecting across the start-finish line, and we see him cross the line now to take the AM class win. So Bolting succeeds in his task there, and he will finish ahead of Bobrovs in 9th overall and 2nd in class. And then rounding out the top 10 will be our club class winner, that being the Aston Martin V8 Vantage of Matis Plushkel. The BWT Muka Motorsport entry will come over the line after Alexander Bobrovs, who now will come over the crest of the hill to see the checkered flag and come 2nd in the AM class. A solid performance from him this weekend. Of course, he won the AM class earlier on, having started the race on slick tyres. Despite him maybe not agreeing with his team's call, it worked out for them, and now he finishes 2nd in the longer race. The triple one car of Cedric Fuchs, I think they just came across the line, and then there was a bit of a drag race to the line between Savicka and Riani there. As a matter of fact, those two were very close together. And wait, Matis Plushkel has gone missing. Matis Plushkel on the final lap of the race hasn't crossed the line. I thought he was taking longer than expected. There's a yellow flag at turn 6. Did Plushkel pull up at turn 6? I think he did. Yes. Oh, Matis Plushkel on the final lap of the race has had to pull the car up. He's investigating to try and figure out what happened. We saw that car briefly enter what looked like a bit of a limp mode earlier on, and he's lost the club class win, unfortunately, at the last hurdle, and Rafael Riani has managed to win in the club classification. But for Thilo Goss and Matis Plushkel, it is frustration right at the conclusion of what had been a very good weekend. No such concerns for WNS Motorsport. Their frustrations came in race 1 when the suspension gave out on the WNS car. We thought it was a brake disc initially. It turned out to be a wishbone that detonated or had its issue on the car, per the WNS source that told me that information. They got it repaired, and the car has been stellar all Sunday long. Tim Horrell and Frederick Zebis with a very, very impressive drive. And across from them at Speedy Motorsport, it is a round of applause. It is a performance to congratulate their youngster for, because he spent all of that stint defending from Zebis, but on the final lap, the increasingly barely held together front end finally collapsed, and Cartel has to settle for second best. Frederick Zebis, meanwhile, moving in from the world of karts, has had a very, very promising weekend here in the GT4 Winter Series. By my reckoning, his first weekend of car racing. And what a weekend it has proven to be. He and Tim Horrell will be celebrating that one up on the podium shortly, of course. And for Tim, I think he can really hold his head high on that first stint, because he was outpacing Silvers and leaving them in the dust. An absolutely fabulous attitude on Tim Horrell as well. Really friendly face in the paddock, and he clearly loves what he's doing, and increasingly he is very adept at what he's doing as well. It's not often a bronze can challenge for overall. Of course, Ravi Rami does much the same, and did much the same, although wasn't quite able to match the pace of Zebis and Cartel for that second stint of the race, but will be delighted with third overall, and of course a healthy haul of points as well within the Pro-Am category. I understand that Tim Horrell is going to miss Valencia in February. He's only set for 4 of 5 events as it stands in the GT4 Winter Series. So for Tim and for Frederick Zebis, there may be an element of kind of damage control there to see if they can try and challenge for the title without showing up to Valencia. Although whatever the plan is on the weekend of Valencia, I suggest Tim might do some rescheduling if they're leading the championship in Pro-Am after the round at Estoril. Of course, he was the Pro-Am champion in 2025 and is looking to do the same in 2026 here in the GT4 Winter Series. 3 marks, of course, represented there on the overall podium from 3 different teams hailing from 3 different nations, as the drivers also hail from 3 different nations. It is a very multinational paddock, and a paddock that only really convenes in the winter. We don't see all of these teams race together on the most regular of basis elsewhere, although all 3 of the teams on this podium do compete in the GT4 European Series. But there are certainly some clashes that we don't otherwise get outside of the GT4 Winter Series. Some of the best teams in Europe converge to kick off their season in winning form. Hopefully in the next few moments we'll be able to hear from our winning driver. I can see him in conversation there, Frederick Zebis, having a chat with his team down at W&S Motorsport. Hugo back, incidentally, as we alluded to, he did really slow down on the final lap. So he was challenging Ravi Ramid for 3rd overall, as Andy McEwen stated. Yeah, lost some 4 seconds, effectively, to his best lap time on the last lap of the race. So I think something was not quite right for Hugo back. Colin Cronin and Joel Mesh rounding out the top half dozen places, and of course, Cronin also getting a pro-class podium. So the Cronin family head away from Portimão with a set of trophies to claim. And I think a very positive first weekend with RaceLab in GT4 competition. Of course, for Colin Cronin, the junior Cronin of the 2 brothers, it's his first effort in quote-unquote senior racing. He's raced cars in the Ginetta Junior Series, but in terms of professional racing at a senior level in a GT car, this is it. That's his first appearance, and I think it's one that he can look back on knowing he did well. I think his pace in that race actually was slightly better than his older brother, and I'm sure he'll notice that and maybe be needling his elder brother about that this evening, wherever they choose to have their dinner. Joachim Bulting working his way from the rear of the field to the AM Class win. I'm sure he'll be delighted with that. As I think Zome Racing will be very happy with their first appearance as a GT racing team. They are numerous in Caterham racing down here in Iberia, the Zome Racing outfit. But in terms of GTs, this was ground zero for them with the pair of 570S GT4s. And clearly, they've taken to it well. I'm sure they've had some support and some explanation on how these cars work from the SMC Barcelona team that had these cars before, but clearly Zome Racing landing on their feet. Let's go down to the podium as Izzy has caught up with our winning duo.
I have indeed. I have them alongside me. Tim, I'm going to start with you because obviously you had that great first stint. I mean, just talk us through it.
I just wanted to get out and stay in front of it, and I was able to do that. Then towards the end, the car started falling out a little bit from underneath of me, maybe pushing a little bit too hard, but was able to hand the car to Frederick, and he was able to close it out.
And a little bit of redemption for what happened yesterday.
Definitely, yeah, for both of us, really, because we've had a great car all weekend long, thanks to my team. Without them, the car wouldn't be where it is, and yeah, we deserve to be on the top step this weekend, and we're here, so it's great.
Yeah, you do indeed. I mean, Frederick, when you took over the car, well, it was quite the battle with the car ahead of you, and then they picked up damage in the last, well, pretty much the last lap, and then it was over to you.
Yeah, unfortunately the Supra broke on one of the last laps. Unfortunate for him, but I took over the car and everything felt fine, so I just took it to the end.
Well, you kept it entertaining until the end, and how good is it to finish the weekend like this?
Can I get that one again?
How good is it to finish the weekend like this?
Well, it's my first ever weekend in a car, so quite positive for me.
Well, congratulations, boys. Enjoy the podium, which we'll get to shortly.
good to have confirmation on that. I've said the statistic with a bit of an asterisk as to Frederik Zebis. It is indeed his first weekend. Let's take a look back then at the highlights of that race. The 60-minute pit stop race here, of course, in the GT4 Winter Series with a 10-minute pit window in the middle, so both drivers get their opportunity to go racing. We should be able to bring you some highlights of this in just a few moments. It's a shame, really, that we're ending the race day here, because look at that weather. It's the best that we've seen it so far out on the circuit. Frederik Zebis did win the race, as we know, along with Tim Horrell. Deserved winners Lucas Cartel and Hudson Schwartz will be ruining the damage to that Supra to take second place, ahead of the Pro-Am runners-up, Ravi Ramid and Charlie Robertson, because of course our overall winners also win in the Pro-Am class. Hugo back in 4th position along with Jaden Kelly. The Cronins in 5th place for Race Lab in their McLaren, finishing ahead of Joel Mesh and Enrico Ferderer, who I think were battling a car that wasn't quite optimised over the course of that race. Joachim Bolting wins Am from 7th overall, ahead of Alexander Bobrovs in 8th place. Pavel Savicka in 9th position, finishing just ahead of Rafael Riani, the ultimate club class winner after there was the issue for Matis Plushkel. Gonzalo Araujo finishing 11th ahead of Plushkel, whose car broke down right at the end. Cedric Fuchs in 13th, Antonio Duarte in 14th, Roy Schwartz in 15th position, and Jose Garcia rounding out the order in P60. An exciting motor race once again for the GT4 Winter Series. A lot of action packed into that hour, and we spent most of that last phase of the race wondering if Cartel could hold on, and then we spent the last minutes of the race wondering if the bodywork would hold on. Unfortunately, the answer to both turned out to be no. But they will come back and rally again, hopefully, at Estoril. I'm not sure if they're confirmed to enter Estoril. On the provisional entry list, I think the answer is no, but they are testing with us at Estoril before the race weekend, so maybe there could be some temptation to go racing once again with us next week in the GT4 Winter Series. Obviously, we do have a lot of full-time entries, but also drivers dipping in and out to go to the circuits that suit the calendar best of all, and to get their eyes in ahead of the summer. But an increasing number of these teams in the paddock take this very seriously as a championship that they desperately want to win to kick off 2026 on the best foot possible. So then the top 5 finishing within 25 seconds of one another, which is a bit less close than the GTs usually are, the GT4 Winter Series. But I suppose we'll see how that changes as the season goes on. Ravi Ramid and Charlie Robertson, in their ever pragmatic ways, I'm sure we'll be having a frank conversation about where it went right and where it went wrong earlier on. Ravi wasn't quite able to find the same level of performance, I think, as what we saw on Sunday, or on Saturday, I should say, in race 1 of the weekend. So something not quite correct there, I think, for Ravi Ramid right at the end of the weekend. But it's all learning, it's all development. And of course, here at Portimao, where the GT4 European Series will conclude their season, that learning, that understanding perhaps of how the tyres work across the hour-long race, that is all critical stuff for Charlie and Ravi to take into their summer campaign. And again, we've alluded to it earlier in the weekend, but Ravi Ramid did the full season last year, albeit as an invitational entry because the Evo spec BMW wasn't homologated at the time, but they
So we are ready to go with our final podium presentation of the weekend, and we have got our GT Winter Series drivers ready to head out onto the podium. We'll start with our club class drivers then. In third position, winners yesterday, Zone Racing's Breno Arruda and Antonio Duarte. They're somewhere in the back room, Breno and Antonio. Yep, come on, out onto the third step. The speaker has stopped working on top of the podium, so I'm going to have to shout extra loud. Onto the podium they go then. Now, we believe, I'm not sure if Thilo Goss is here. Yes, there we go. So, second position in the end after that last lap issue. Matej Pluškal and Thilo Goss. Well, understandably, they'd have been much happier with the class win. But the second place is still a solid result for the Aston Martin pairing. It is, though, a class win in the club class, again for Zone Racing, Luis Hagar and Rafael Rayani. Congratulations, onto the top step of the podium they go. They get a huge cheer from the crowd basking in the sunshine down below. And our club class podium finishers are going to celebrate on the podium. So, handshakes all around with our top three. We've got Mark and Sergio from GEDLICH handing out the trophies. Oleg from Pirelli with the winner's trophy. And as the drivers pose for the photos, I'm sure some of them will be quite keen to spray the champagne in a moment or two. And they gather together at the top of the podium. There's just about room for them all, I think, up there. There we go. It's a bit of a squeeze. 6 drivers on the top step of the Portimão podium celebrating a final race success in the club class. Congratulations then to our club class top 3. Zone Racing getting 2 cars into the top 3 positions. And, of course, the BWT Muka Motorsport Aston Martin pairing of Matej Pluškal and Thilo Goss up there as well. So, club class podium then complete. We will move on next to the AM category. And we will just redress the podium first of all. Again, the AM class, pretty entertaining, particularly in the early stages. But in the end, we will have our top 3 teams, I believe. Yep, there we go. Some more bottles of Quintas das Arcas bubbly brought out onto the podium. And I think we are ready to go. So, ready to go with our AM class podium then. We start with our third place team, Roy Schwartz and Andreas Samatis. Congratulations, guys. Onto the third step go the Speedy Motorsport pairing. That car was third this morning in race 2 as well in the AM class, and they get themselves another podium finish. Second position, having had a race win earlier on today, Team VRT's Alexander Bobrovs. A successful day for Alexander's. He's been right in the thick of the battles all weekend long, and the VRT driver climbs up to the second step of the podium. To the top step, though, once again, a second victory of the weekend for WNS Motorsports, Joachim Bolting. Well done, Joachim. Onto the top step, and another race win for the WNS driver then. A win yesterday, second in class earlier on today, and celebrates now a race victory then, the Pirelli cap on his head. He points to the team down below, and Joachim Bolting, who always has a smile on his face, has even more reason to be happy after what was another really strong weekend for him. Come wet or dry, Joachim Bolting was on the pace and looking strong. They gather together again for the photographs. And I will try and get in there and have a little chat with Joachim. I think he's always good for a little interview. We'll see what they're doing with the bubbly first. Actually, let's not step forward just yet. I'll wander out of the way of the champagne shower, at the centre of which is Joachim Bolting, who has, well, not quite saved enough of his own fizz to get his own back on his fellow podium finishers. And Joachim Bolting celebrates another win in the AM class. Let's have a quick word with Joachim, if that's okay. Come down here, Joachim. Strong weekend for you. Nice to end it with another race win. Are you satisfied with your Portimão weekend?
Yes, it could have been a little bit better, but you know, we made a mistake with the wrong tires in the second race. But let us look what will be happening in Eschwege.
Estoril, a very different kind of racetrack, of course, but you've gone well there in the past. Are you confident?
I think so, because I've seen that it will be wet again, and wet is my condition, what I like. So just let us look what will be happening.
If we see you dancing, it's a rain dance that you're doing, I think.
That's what it is.
Jürgen Bolting then, our race winner in the AM category for our third GT4 Winter Series race of the weekend. Congratulations, Jürgen, and the rest of our AM drivers. Pro-Am up next then, and again, some familiar faces, at least on the bottom two steps of the podium. In third position in Pro-Am, Blue Garage Racing's Pavel and Troy Savicka. Well done, guys. Onto the third step of the podium they will go. They've had a second and a third already this weekend, and another third step of the podium visit for them in race number 3. Now, it's one step lower on the podium than they've been used to so far this weekend, but concluding a good weekend for L'Espace Bienvenu, Ravi Ramid and Charlie Robertson. Well done, guys. Another podium finish, second place for the BMW pairing, who were leading early on, of course, only losing out during the pit stop window. It is, though, a first visit of the weekend to the podium for this W&S Motorsport pairing. After disaster struck when they were running well yesterday, it's a redemption story for Frederik Zebis and Tim Horrell. Well done, guys. Out onto the podium they will head. What a drive it was from this pairing, who took the fight well and truly to the pro drivers and are a very, very popular pair of race winners. Tim will be given some assistance onto the top step of the podium so that he can thoroughly join in the celebrations with the teams, and a well-deserved victory. This team have taken massive steps forward over the last 12 months or so, and it's great to see them properly taking the fight to the pros. Tim Horrell and Frederik Zebis celebrate the win. They will receive their winner's trophy momentarily from Oleg from Pirelli. A trophy each to take home with them, and that is well deserved after what has been a tough weekend up to this point, but managing to bounce back in the third race and claim another win. Congratulations then to our Pro-Am podium finishers. They will again gather together for some photos. We've already heard from our race winners, so we'll let them spray the champagne, and I will get well and truly out of the way before the champagne shower begins. And Ravi Ramid, as always, quick to get the cork, well, tried to be quick to get the cork out. Charlie Robertson very, very respectfully sprays out into the crowd, and they enjoy the celebrations after a brilliant race for the Pro-Am category. Well done, guys. So, Pro-Am podium done. One more set of podium drivers to get out there in a moment. The pro teams. Congratulations once more, though, to our Pro-Am competitors, and we'll see many of them back out again in a week's time in Estoril. So we're nearly at the end of our final set of podiums after what's been a very entertaining opening weekend of GT Winter Series and GT4 Winter Series racing here at Portimão. And the pro drivers then will be heading out soon. And in fact, the first pair of drivers we will see on this pro podium, it will be the first time that we've seen them on the podium this weekend in what is very much a learning weekend for the Race Lab pairing. It is a solid third place finish though for Robert and Colin Cronin. Well done, guys. Out they go onto the third step of the podium, where seemingly they'll have to share a bottle of the Quintastas Arcas champagne. Hopefully we'll find a second bottle for them before too much longer. Race winners early today. It's second place in race number 3 for Greystone GT's Hugo Back and Jaden Kelly. Well done, second place, big smiles, thumbs up, a solid day's work for the Greystone GT pairing, and Hugo and Jaden shake hands with the Cronin brothers. It is, though, going to be a win for the team who won race 1 yesterday, Speedy Motorsport, in a car that really looked like it was tough to handle in the closing stages. Congratulations to our pro winners, Hudson Schwartz and Lucas Cartel. A tough race, all things considered, in a car that looked like it was pretty tough to handle. That damage to the front splitter, of course, cost them an overall race win, but they were able to still come home winners in the pro class for the second time this weekend in the GT4 Winter Series, and they will receive again a winner's trophy. I'm sure, though, they would have absolutely loved to have claimed an outright race victory. That would have been the goal coming into the race. That was the goal even going on to the final lap, but that front splitter that came loose meant that unfortunately Lucas couldn't quite hang on. But it's a race win nonetheless in the class for Speedy Motorsport. Again, they pose for the photos down below. And a last round of applause then for our pro podium finishers, Racelab Greystone GT and Speedy Motorsport. The sun shines down on them as they conclude our podium presentations here at Portimão. The corks will fly, and it's the final champagne shower of the weekend here at Portimão to round out this opening weekend of GT Winter Series racing in absolutely fine fashion. It's been a fantastic weekend of racing. We have thoroughly enjoyed it. That went right down my ear. Thank you very much, Lucas, for that. And that just about concludes my role up here on the podium, and I believe we'll be hearing very shortly, we hope, from Izzy Browning to wrap up what has been a fantastic weekend of racing. And in fact, Izzy joins me now on the podium to give us her thoughts on what's been a fantastic opening weekend of the season.
Well, it certainly has been, Andy, and you've done a fantastic job all weekend long with the podium. But that does conclude the coverage for this weekend. A first weekend done and dusted in the Winter Series, and it has been an incredible weekend in the Winter Series for the GT Winter Series and the GT4 Winter Series. And the best news is we get to do it all over again in just a few days' time at the circuit of Estoril, where for the first time this year, the Formula Winter Series will also join us. Join us next week. We'll see you then.
We are racing in the Formula Winter Series for the second weekend. 1.3 seconds. It does get a mighty run outside of the final corner.